Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Onwa is rich in culture and traditions. The people are a mixture of traditional worshippers, Muslims and Christians. Onwa is located at the northern part of Edo State. It consists of 2 local government areas, that is Onwa West and Onwa East. It has a total number of 13 clans and 21 political wards, according to National Population Commission 2006 census. The population of Onwa people is put together at 251,686. The people love tradition and culture. Historically, the people ancestors in deep quest to hand down on their future children a society of love and friendship. The land of Onwa is inhabited by the people with common ancestry, language, religion, economic and socio-political ties. However, irrespective of their subtitle differences in language and culture, they share common traditions. The people are known for their hospitality. Onwa traced their origin to Benin Kingdom as a result for a man to find a comfortable place for living. The name Onwa was derived from the largest and longest river in the area, which is known as Onwian or Onwa. It means one who makes merry in affluence.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
To know that it's that special time of the week once again. Well, it's Wednesday afternoon, and it's my pleasure to say welcome to yet another amazing episode of Flipside on Independent Television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. Now, for those that are just joining us for the first time, Flipside is a socio-cultural program that tends to pinpoint some topical issues in the society, and of course, try to examine them inside out, just so we can bring clarity to them. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join me on this episode of the show. Now, today we're discussing something that has to do with young people, modern day youths, and misplaced priorities. Now, most of the time when you take a look at the youths of this age, you'll see, a demographic of creative and amazing people. Okay, you see people who have the ability to, be innovative, to come up with amazing ideas, and of course, just like they say, the youths are the leaders of tomorrow. But the reality seems to be saying otherwise, because it seems like there is a misplaced priority. It seems like the creative energy, the amazing energy that the youths have is being channeled in the wrong direction. Nowadays, you see young people, instead of being the creative people that they are, instead of being leading by example, just like the adage says that they are the leaders of tomorrow, you see them doing things that are really not expected of young people. Well, that's exactly what we're going to be discussing today: modern day youths and misplaced priorities. And of course, to do this with me are two youths, two young people who are keen observers of the modern trends, and I'm sure they're going to be speaking from that perspective. To my far left is Williams Ejai, aka Williams Talks. He's like I said, he's a young person, he's a public affairs analyst, and he's passionate about young people as well. It's good to have you on the show, Williams.
Thank you, Harry, for having me. It's nice to be in the house today again.
And it's indeed nice to have you on the show. And of course, seated next to Williams is my brother and friend as well. He goes by the name of Ramsey Abu Waila. He is an educationist and of course a public affairs analyst as well.
So Harry, it's always a pleasure to be on the program, and I'm happy to be here again.
And I'm happy to have you. Yes, we're talking modern day youths and misplaced priorities. Now, how, or should I say, how do you define priorities? Let's begin from there. Let me begin with you, Ramsey. How would you describe or define priority? What's a priority to you?
Of course, the definition is, the word is polysemous in nature. It might have different definitions to different people. Your priority are those things that you see that stand out, things that you should attend to first before any other thing. Things you see as your core values in life. And these priorities are relative, of course. Yours might be different from mine, mine might be different from the other ones, but there are some that are set by the society conventionally, if you want to put it in an unwritten form. Okay. And these are the ones that I think we should be looking at. Those that have been set by society, by life itself, by humanity, and these are the ones that we think our children should key into and all that. Of course, they are good ones, and they will make a man an all-round develop and being.
All right. Priorities set by society, Williams. First off, what's your own perspective to the term priority?
It's not far-fetched from what you just said. Okay. Priority is those things that are very important and paramount to you, that will advance your well-being, advance your being a man in the society, or advance whatsoever light you want to portray yourself, whatsoever image you want the public to see about you. So you prioritize it. You understand? So you prioritize it, and then you continue investing in it, conscious efforts to making sure that you attain that level. You understand? So then there again, what are the priorities set by the society?
Yeah.
As a young man, the society is okay. when you get to so age, you should consider to get married. Number one priority for a young man. And then for a lady, when you are of so age, you are not married, there's problem. You understand? So you should get married so you can attend that. But then, so too, you must be well to do. Is well prioritized that as a young man, you must be well to do. You must contribute to the society. You must be well behave. You must not find yourself in social vices that are contrary to the society norms. Those are priorities set by. Then too, on the other side of glamour, you must be driving expensive cars. You look sharp, look awfully closey.
Would you consider that a positive priority or a negative one?
Yes, they are positive priority,
okay.
But in how you approach them or how you intend to getting them for yourself,
okay.
Is that brings the other bad, that makes it really positive or negative, or that is a wrong approach by the society.
All right, Ramsey, what are the most common misplaced priorities that you may have observed? Because you are an educationist and you work with young people.
Of course. Right?
I'm sure you've encountered a lot of young people and the kind of drive and, should I say, passion that they have for their set goals. So what would you say are the most common misplaced priorities you've observed?
What drives most young people now is how to make this money. They believe that driving flashy cars, owning houses, going to clubbing. In fact, they are saying it until you have that, as you've attained that certain height where they believe you now have money to throw around. You are not a youth yet, or you are not a human being yet. They've forgotten the fact that you need to also work on yourself. They've left that idea of working on themselves, instead trying to please the society. Society now have a mantra, and it is go and make money or you get lost. So their priority is how to make money now. At that tender age, when they are still supposed to depend on their parents, they are already thinking of how to make millions and billions. Forgetting the fact that until you are psychologically prepared for some certain amount of money, if you receive them, you are going to misuse them. So they don't have this as one of their priorities. What they have is, let me just make this money. Let me drive cars like my friends. Let me build houses like my friends and all that.
Irrespective of the process.
Irrespective of the method in which they even get this money in the first place. If you get a certain amount of money that you don't have plans for, definitely the money will have plans for itself, and the plans are not always good. So these youths, these young minds feel that it is time they started making money. And if they don't make money at this time, they believe that they are failing. When others are supposed to work on their life, they are working on their bank accounts. And when this money eventually comes, they become what I call interim rich man or acting big man, because they won't be able to sustain it because they were not prepared for it in the first place. So their priority now is how to make quick money, forgetting the fact that you have to build your foundation before you roof.
Okay.
So it is this money they want to get. Getting money is not bad in itself. I am not saying it is wrong to make money.
Because I was going to ask that. Is it inherently a bad thing to want to make money? It is
not at all. It is just that you must be psychologically, emotionally, and socially ripe for a certain amount of money. If not, the amount of money will control the person and not the other way around. So we are saying they should work on themselves. They should be prepared psychologically. And once they start making this money, they will make good use of it. That's what we're saying.
All right. Thank you very much. That was a brilliant one. Now, Williams, the most common ways in which the youths of nowadays seem to misplace priorities. Have you observed any?
Misplaced priorities in the first place, the modern youth in the first place are people who seek gratifications. They seek social media validation. They want to feel in that top of the activity, top of the social, the rat matters, anything that is trending, you want to be on top. Then the issue, priorities, you are supposed to, at that stage, be developing yourself. Develop yourself, get your emotional stability, invest in education for yourself. So when somebody says financial stability, is not saying that you must be all rich and wealthy. No, you must be stable to the extent that you can manage finance, that when you expose yourself to a certain amount of money, you'll be able to know that, okay, this money should be used for so, and then not for things that are not necessary.
Okay.
Not the things that want to puff your ego, that want to make you mad pressure.
That's akin to what he said about
mad pressure,
the ripeness, being ripe enough to
yes,
handle
on the system. So now then this is a misplaced priority. What we've seen in society, you see a young man of 16, for example, we once said that it is not bad to make money, but how you make the money, that is the issue. You say a young man of 16 probably got the money through an illegal means. Fine, it is yours until probably the law catches up on you. But then again, the money is with you. What do you do with it? You see them buying expensive cars. You see them
some even going as far as, renting
apartments,
lodging in hotels,
renting house that in 2-3 years or 2 years, even the next year, you'll not be able to renew. You leave your father's house, you want to go and feel, you want to be among, and those are the common misplaced priorities we see these days in our society. Now, first of all, when you are exposed to such things when you are not matured for, it's all tendency that you are going to misuse and misappropriate it. And two, you are exposing yourself to a very dangerous situation that is going to tell on you, because now you are not emotionally sound yet, not financially stable, not matured. When you've not exposed yourself to a situation whereby when you get the 100,000, for example, you will know that, okay, this 100,000 will be put to use. Then that's the situation that you expose yourself to that is very dangerous. When the money finish or gets exhausted, you have already programmed yourself for a certain lifestyle.
And it's going to be hard for you to readjust.
To maintain, for you to readjust and start. So that is when they start misbehaving and start going to different means just to maintain different fetish, whatever it is, just to maintain that lifestyle that you have exposed yourself to, that you are not ripe enough to control or to expose yourself at in the first place. So those are the things that we see in the society these days that are accumulating for the future. So now, if, for example, let's take do feasibility study or research. If you can go to police headquarters now, and they let them bring a sample of 10 boys who are under detention. Ask them, you discover that these people were involved in
one form of criminality
out of pressure to maintain. Out of pressure to maintain a certain lifestyle. Because you just want to be, you already exposed yourself, you have already presented yourself to be so persons, and then you have to maintain it. For example, you will say when somebody tell a lie, you have to tell another lie to cover that lie. So you continue to tell more lies to cover until it blows up. So what we are saying is this, that at a certain age, always know how to position your priorities. Yet it is good to make money. The money will come when you have already prepared the ground for the money to come. When you have already exposed yourself for the money to come. There's a certain things you will do to yourself that you naturally money will come to you. You understand? When you have not done those things, you get the money. It will leave you, because just like as Ramsey said, the money will leave you like interim big man or acting big man. So definitely the money will leave you because you've not actually prepared your ground for what you are exposing yourself to out of pressure.
In other words, the acting big man will eventually return to square one.
I'm going back to square one. I only God know how you will, because then you return to a very serious mental problem that you have already created for yourself.
All right, thank you very much, Williams. It's still Flip Side on Independent Television, in case you're just joining us, and we're discussing the modern day youth and misplaced priorities. Now, there's so many ways that young people of nowadays misplace their priorities. Okay, they tend to set certain goals for themselves that seem unrealistic, and the question is, to what end and for how long are they going to be able to sustain these goals? Well, these and many more questions we're going to be asking right after this break. Please stay tuned. Welcome back. It's still Flip Side on Independent Television, and I would like to ask this next question, and I would like to direct it to you, Ramsey. there is such a thing as the American dream, especially if you're familiar with, maybe if you have friends in the US,
Okay.
you will see that there's a certain standard that the American society sets for its young people, right? So the average young American wants to, be able to achieve a certain level of success. Okay, so success in America is defined in a certain way. You have to, maybe go through high school and then, get a job, and then try to be relevant in one or two ways, right? And then try to be a problem solver as well. That way you can become, successful eventually. But do you think that's the same thing that defines success in Nigeria? Because is there such a thing as the Nigerian dream?
Of course not. In fact, America for Americans and Nigeria for Nigerians. The American dream is a child aspiring to become someone that will do things for the society, things that will live after them, positive things. Their name wants to be written in good. So that is what they see as success. They are going through school, they want to be a business tycoon or a scientist or someone that the Americans will always remember for life. But over here, success is you driving a flashy cars, you own a house, you're able to lodge an apartment, you carry different girls, you build this, you build that. That is what they define as success here. Forgetting the fact that success itself has a different aspects. You might be successful academically in terms of knowledge, in terms of wealth, in business, in education, and all that. But our success here is a problem. What we define as success here is how well do you, using their language, pepper them with your new car, your new whip, how well you unhealthy competition. So they want to just want to make that money from all means. What is trending now is you see some of them at the riverside doing some fetish things just to get money. Young boys who are supposed to be under their parents' roof, thinking of how to make it in life or going to schools or building their life together, is ready at the riverside bathing with different chemicals and
they too are thinking of how to make it in life. That's the own way of just how to make money and others. And the problem now is, I think it's that time the government started going after them. Because they are teaching the younger generations that it is normal for you to go there, do whatever it is you want to do and make money. Kudos to the Anambra State governor on how he used some of those native doctors as an example. I think our success here is what we should sit down and redefine. Is making our students to see those that have not been able to make it at the age of 20 who are still schooling to be failures. That's why some of them go to school, they go with their laptop. So they don't go to classes anymore. They just want to come back from school with a car. You send a child to school and he's coming back with a car, you didn't bother to ask where they got the car from and all that. So that is what they have defined as success. But forgetting the fact that there are some things we do that live after us. How well will people call your name after this time? What have you created? Is it the wealth? What do you remember for? Is it the wealth that you created that the children you didn't train will come back and sell tomorrow and use it to smoke weed and all whatever it is they are doing? Or the various houses you built and nobody was able to sustain the legacy? There are some family in Benin today, you hear their name, you know that this is a family of scholars or a family of business tycoon or a family, names that you hear, you know that this is a real family. But there are some that we heard before in the past. These days we no longer hear those names because they didn't train children that was able to sustain their wealth. Okay.
So the success over here, to me, is myopic. How they see success here is myopic. It's just something like, to me, it's temporary. You buy flashing cars, you have houses, it's okay. Why about your legacy? How about your children? How about those things that you remember for? So I think the success, what we define success in Nigeria now, is all about how to oppress your neighbor. It's different from the American dream, the success, the way it is defined in America.
All right. Thank you very much.
That's what we need to look into it.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm actually glad that you made mention of the government, okay, and the need for them to go after some of these people and clamp down on them. But, William, some persons have also accused our leaders of, setting this standard, defining the Nigerian dream. For example, we all know, the lifestyle of most of our politicians, right?
Yes.
One of the reasons for seeking political office is to, clinch power, and then of course to get a grip of their own share of the national cake. Now, don't you think that since the head is already faulty, that it's going to be a hard time, trying to fix it at the bottom?
Harry, as sad as this may be, but it's the truth. But let me tell you something. You can't stop a man who is office by the law permits him to move around with some certain amount of cars. Can't fault the man. You understand? The only issue we have with our politicians is that they embezzle our money. The number of cars are too much.
Okay, so
you can talk about that, but there's no way
you don't
you
necessarily have a problem with them owning.
Yes, they must
properties.
have. There must be a flashy car for them to be. You understand? It is attached to the office.
Okay.
So you can't, because of this, okay, this politician is moving around with 5 cars, is blowing siren all over. Okay, let me too want to do and start. No. Okay. That is not that's not a yardstick. That's not a standard. The only thing I can fault the Nigerian politicians for
the
is
abuse
that
of office.
The abuse of office. The abuse of office. And the mismanagement of funds. Now, what's the coronation? Now, the funds that are supposed to be used to develop the society, create jobs, put in infrastructures and all those things, you embezzle it. You are putting the youth, you expose this youth to danger of the quick get-rich quick syndrome.
Yeah.
It is norm. It is certain that when you graduate from the university, there should be a job waiting for you, no matter how wide
in an ideal
society, no matter how wide is the population, or no matter how wide it may be or it looks like, but it's not there. So we have yesterday. Think up till now, they are still writing JAMB. I was driving around some part of the city, and I will see the heavy amount of numbers of young Nigerians who are at. And I was say, there are so much people in our educational system, so much people in this institution. More are still going and more are coming out. What is the preparation of the government for this population, this
teeming population?
This teeming population. So there is a pressure mounting on the society for high demand to survive. A high demand to survive. You won't blame those who have gone through the 4 walls of the universities. You will not blame them when they start seeing that they will need a job, because now we have already created that mentality that the moment you graduate from school, you should go and look for a job. His job should be there for you. And it's not the right mentality. It's a very wrong mentality. Fine, it's good you guys will get a job. But I got to understand this when I was in a 200 level second semester. You know, I'm a very critical somebody, I think. Critical analyst. So there was a certain day I was discussing with before the first administration of the president. What's his name again? Jonathan.
Yeah, okay.
Jonathan.
Yeah,
so we were discussing with my friend. I was analyzing a political permutation, and I said, "See, this I've come to discover that there will not be job for many years to come in this country. So let us just start studying to develop our brain. So you were study to know.
You were literally speaking prophetically.
Yes, study to know what you are studying. Like, let me be read. I want to read and understand politics for myself. Absorb it, not because I'm looking for a job, or I graduate and look for a job. Because if you have program your mind in that form, you will graduate from school, there's no job, you will expose yourself to some certain pressure. And then that might also mount you to start looking for the quickest way to get rich. You know, and then around the line you must have missed the priority. First of all, the priority is to make sure that you must put yourself in a very balanced situation whereby you are not shaking, no pressure, nothing, but you are working steadily, constant progress to make sure that you achieve your goal that you've set. So I just asked, okay, let me just need to know. So when I get there, I can start putting 1 or 2, because I can't waste 3 or 4 years of my life running around the streets looking for a job. So let me study, and then when I get to, okay, I can start I play politics, do things based on, I study politics and public administration. Okay, I can play politics, but I have to go and put 1 or 2 things to survive and start doing business and start doing what is it, to make sure that I don't find myself in already established pressure. The already established pressure for the youth. So when these things, critical things are fixed, you've already solved our problem. That's why I fought them. But whatever is attached to their office is not my business.
It's their right.
It's their right. If you want to scrap that, then you need to go and amend this constitution. Not just amend for this to amend the constitution. They can't just sit there and then allow those rights to live. They'll be there. They've amended the constitution donkey times. You hear 19 now as amended, but they will not go there and say, okay, you 20 cars, let's reduce it to 5 or 4. No.
But don't you think that would make sense? Don't you think that would go a long way too?
It will make sense, but you can't take away the fact that somebody they can still buy a car of 200 million. You can't take away that fact.
Well, let's hope that we actually do get to that point where we are able to cut down on the the cost of governance, because these are the things that actually constitute the cost of governance. But let me come to you, Ramsey. How does social media determine what young people consider important?
Of course, they are living their life for social media. Many of them now have, I told you before that we have two words. One is our universe,
the real world, and the
other one is the metaverse.
The metaverse.
So some of them, they might have the houses close to you, but their real house is on social media. In fact, the social media it contains both trash and treasure. But what influences most of our youth is the trash. Why did I say so? They live a life of validation. They want to be validated by those on social media. We call them social media in-laws, brothers and sisters. They have their biological brother at home, but they have another one on social media. So whatever they do now, they do it in order to please those that watch them, to impress them that watch them on social media and all that. And that is why there is anything they can do to grow their page, they will want to do it. They just believe they have to gather these people they call fans on social media and work in accordance with what is expected of them by those on social media. Our problem now is, how do we tell our youth to use the social media well? That's the problem. You can't. Many of them, they might be something else before their parents. Immediately their parents go to their rooms and all that, they go on social media. So the social media it has influenced them negatively, though there are some positive side of the social media, but the ones they always take is the negative one. Now you see them always doing things that will please their fans on social media. So they go extra mile. Some of them even watch. Do you know many things they do on social media? You can be in the classroom as a teacher, you see a student, he's just in his own world. He's on social media even while a teacher is before you teaching. The result we've seen so far in JAM is a testimony to the fact that the students are no longer studying. In fact,
don't you think the teachers also have a portion of the blame?
Of course, it's a societal dysfunction. The problem starts is hydra-headed.
You blame somebody that is not ready to.
The problem could be attributed to government, to parents, to teachers, to the system. It is sometimes when I look at this problem, I say this thing is insurmountable. I don't know if there's any way we are going to solve this problem. Did you know the government don't even value their teachers in the first place? And the government that don't value teachers in the first place, how do you expect our teachers to give us our best? And the students over here are learning from social media. You teach them one thing, they learn another one from social media. They see results. Not this time, we didn't see results flying around social media. 300 and above and all that.
All right.
Everywhere is mute.
Anyways, hold that thought, Ramsey, because you're actually taking us on a journey. We have to go on this very important break, and when we return, Flipside continues. Please stay tuned. All right, it's great to have you back. Now, before we went on that break, Ramsey, you were examining the influence of social media on priorities of young people.
Yes, I said it has so affected our education that children no longer read. It has influenced their behavioral patterns. Many of them, they go to social media to watch pornography and all that. Things that we can't even see on air. We have a first-hand experience of these things because we work with children. I'm a teacher. Now you see some of them, what they see on social media is what they actually want to replicate, not what you are teaching them. So immediately the results started coming, this JAM. I said I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised because they are no longer reading. Some of them will even tell you, there is no need to read, sir. Those of them that read, where are they now? Okay, sir, you have 2 degrees, you have master's degree and all that. What is happening? Yes, now what is happening? Yeah, those of them that are very close to you. And I told them the idea of a university is not to become employable. It is to build you as a man all around, that to be able to connect, produce, talk, bring sanity to the society. Aren't we seated here now discussing about things that have to do with our society? Because we are educated. So young man, for the fact that you went to school does not mean you must become very rich. financially in terms of
that's a
wealth.
misplaced priority, because you see nowadays, to the average Nigerian youth, the end justifies the means.
They just believe that when you go to school, you should have money.
Yeah.
You should have finance. That monetary wealth is what is. But they forget about that. The life itself is in various aspects. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. The ability to conform to the norm of the society without constituting nuisance and no is because you are educated.
Civil.
You are civil. So these things are some of the things they should learn. Not you going to school to become a multi-millionaire. You went to school not to fight against poverty per se, but to fight against illiteracy. And in literacy, there is wealth.
Yeah.
So until you start telling them that you went to school to become a well-developed citizen of this country, of course you don't expect those that didn't go to school at all to start ruling us. Then we are saying our politicians are bad, our leaders are not doing well and all that. So some of them are educated. But what took them there is still the education. So my father was a follower to a particular politician. And I don't want to become a follower, I want to be a leader myself. So I must go to the mainstream. I must start doing something. I must interact. I must go to school. I must understand. You cannot subject an educated person to penury, to oppression and all that. You can't oppress them because they're educated. What will liberate a man who does not have money? His education. That was how Mandela was able to liberate his country, South Africa, because he was educated. So let's tell these children that you are educated to become someone important and good in society, and not a rich man per se. After all, someone that did go to school can make money.
Sure.
Someone that did go to the university at all can become a rich man.
Yes, can go.
So you didn't go to
necessarily take education.
Take education. You didn't go to the university to just make financial wealth. You went there to have an all-round development. And that is what we should inculcate in this younger generation.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you very much, Ramsey. Now, Williams, what role do you think family values play in, shaping priorities amongst young people?
I was trying to delve in. I will come to that. You say life is in phases, men are in sizes.
Yeah.
You don't jump the phase of life. And when you jump the phase of life, you miss the size. You understand? You can't compare yourself with a man who has covered all phases of his life, and then you want to jump and you want to be like him. No, you put yourself in unnecessary pressure, and that will lead to destruction. You understand? So you see, I've been pushing and clamoring for this social media check. I'm not saying regulate meet our freedom, but the amount of content that goes on in social media
and the nature of content,
that goes on in social media is a problem. Now, fine, they monetize everything, and so everybody wants to make the money. Yeah, it is good. It's another source of making income, but they need to regulate what's it. Some people are constantly creating content just to match pressure on the youth. Those kind of content there. Some people are portraying this issue of courtesan that they are. Some people are sponsoring the issue of using arms and all that. You just go on all this on all socials and see how the content at this. What do you preach? What are you preaching to the society? So first of all, they need to regulate such content. You understand? When you regulate such content, and then you have reduced the pressure to a very now imagine somebody coming and say, if you are not driving JK, you'll not be man or you'll not be boy. If for social age you never do this one, you never guys, you are not a girl.
Or if your man cannot provide,
if your man cannot do you on salary of 1 million, you are not dating a man. And there's a young lady of 12 years old watching you, and who is not even ready to start making that as a priority. So until we start figuring out these issues, the society 95% coming from social media.
All right. So now to the question of
the question now also boils down. They are going to because now, first of all, parental issues is you need to regulate it too. I'm saying to the parents now.
And that's the role of the parents.
That's the role of the parents. It is there. I portrayed it to you. It is there. But if you don't want your kids, you don't want your children, your words to be part of such everything, you know how to regulate them. Fine, you can't stop them not to watch. They will definitely you will not be with them 24/7. Yeah. But you tell them that whatever you see on social media, it is not the real situation. What am I talking? Well, people tell you that men, there are grown-up ladies, grown-up men who are also affected by social media, and I have to tell you that. Do you know this thing you are seeing? It is not 100%. This thing is still very anything can go. Yeah. If it can affect an adult, if you can match pressure on an adult, so what about those lads? What about those vulnerables? Yeah. So parents must constantly reminded that whatever you see on social media in reality is not true. If there's anything that is true in reality that is on social media, it's not up to 5%. Let them know that. And then if they must take or assimilate anything, they must present it to you for you to give final say. Now, to the extent that 2 grown-up adults, celebrities, they do all this Lagos Housewife and all that. They were arguing on a topic, and the lady was saying, if this person, she came to apologize because she needed me to apologize. There was sign of, and the person that was replaying this to me, like, what am I trying to say? That okay, somebody must apologize first before you apologize. You will not force me to apologize. I will apologize on my own way. No, you must take responsibility for your actions. I told the person straight that this is a very wrong narrative. If what you know, you did what is wrong, and the person gives someone that courage to come and apologize, you immediately apologize to the person. So we must take conscious approach to making our children know that this is the way you should go as a young man, as a young lady. You must personal experience, because you may not even survive. But you should learn from experiences, from the mistakes of others. Mistake of others.
All right.
It's no fine. It's not our fault for that. They should be. But if you can't keep yours, other people will learn from you. It's as simple as that.
If you can't keep yours, others will learn from you. So it's better you learn from that of others. Now, I would like to ask you, Ramsey.
Okay.
Do you think that influencers and role models are, promoting the right values today?
Mr. Harry, there are some of them I call British. There are some
that sounds like celebrities.
Yeah, it's a coinage. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
They are actually not promoting anything in the society, anything good. Now you see, a society in itself it has rules, and these rules are conventional. They are unwritten, like I said before. Yeah. We must do things that will teach the younger generations to conform to the norms of the society. As a content creator, or you call yourself an influencer, you are not doing anything that can affect the society positively, then it's not good, even if you are making money from it. The problem now is they just want to do anything that will make them make money.
Anything goes.
Even if it affects the younger generation. How can you say this is your content, and you know your content promotes vices in society, and you keep doing it? Not because we are in a country where they don't regulate social media. Although if we say regulate social media, the government will use it to their own advantage, and that's why we are not projecting
that's actually where the controversy lies, because a lot of persons are saying, okay, if the government steps in and decides to, regulate
it is their own advantage. Now it will not become something that will start saying, no, don't regulate again. Because we have a government that even lacks sincerity of purpose.
Exactly.
Well, some have said that even some of the parents need parenting themselves.
In fact, omomo no they carry omomo. In quotes. Many of them are very young. They are still very young to the extent that they are not supposed to be fathers yet. So when they become fathers and mothers, they are just fathers and mothers. They are not parents. How can a parent give money to the child for malpractice? Whatever you like, you call it logistics and all that. My child spent 6 years in secondary school from JSS1 to SS3. At SS3, I am paying for the school to help this child in WAEC and NECO.
For what purpose? On what ground?
What has this child been doing in school? What is this? But in fact, the problem is not even the children. Let's start from the parents, because we don't have parent children. Let me use that term. Parents who are supposed to be parents.
In Lagos, they say children they are not trained well. Don't come.
So they are not parents. So what do you expect?
And that creates a vicious cycle.
Do you know they will stand before their parents to say money for my practice, and you bring out the money? Must everybody go to school? Must everybody really go to this school? And that's why we have private universities, we have schools everywhere, because they just know that people will come. But how many of them really know that education is beyond, at the end, I'm going to make money? Where is that development? Where is that knowledge? Have you opened this child's brain to think for his or herself? That's the issue. So the problem we have in society today, if we don't take that, we swallow everybody, including the parents, because they are no longer parenting. They follow their children to the exam center where malpractice will be carried out. A parent called me to say, I hope in your center they will help my child. I was like, how, man? That is what I'm teaching them. If I don't teach them, then you can say you can force me to say I didn't do my job. I haven't taught them. I am waiting for their result also. But once my students fail, I failed.
To play theirs.
If they pass, I pass. But allow them to write their exam themselves. But they prefer to just send that child to the university at the age of 16, 15. They are already in school. What will a 16-year-old be doing in the university? A university is a place for adults. You ought to have been 18 to be able to leave the house, think for yourself, fend for yourself, at least stay alone before you can even go to the university. But go to university, some of them as low as 14, they are there 15, 16. So what is happening? Why are we faulting the government when even the citizens themselves have some the share of problems?
Well, I guess that's because the government has a lion's share, or the bulk of the decision-making power rests on the desk of the government.
But they said
if they won't do anything that will jeopardize their own enjoyment.
They fix the age for ETM. Say fix at 18 currently. They fix it at 18.
So I guess that's the government trying
trying
to regulate. But in reality, some of them are not up to 18.
Well, let's hope that this new policy actually...
No, you can't tell me that the system is programmed. They will ask you how old, when will you give birth to? Somebody that's imputing a certain age, even if the person wants to forge, you must upload documents that is written there.
One good thing about this
country, understand me? So no matter how the person, you can't escape, not be screened.
One good thing about this country, we have all the policies, we have all the good laws,
but we do not have the willpower to implement
how to enforce it, execute it. Let's go to lecture houses. Let's see those that just finished writing their
All right, just before we go to lecture houses, it's still Flipside on Independent Television, and this is our final break on the show. Please stay tuned.
ITV, certainly the best.
Yeah, welcome back. Now, still talking about exposure at a young age.
Okay.
Exposure or access to technological gadgets.
Yeah.
Is it a gift or a curse?
Both.
Both. All right.
It's both a gift and a cross to carry. The reason why I said both, because there are some positive impacts of technology, no doubt, including the social media. But you see, people tend to quickly tint towards the negative things and the positive things, and that is why our young minds are tinting towards the negative ones. But what we are here to quickly let them know is that things are in phases, as my brother here rightly said. If you jump any of the step that you're supposed to take, you will fall back. That's why you see some of them, they use in their terms, hold taker, new taker. What now happened to hold taker? Old taker is now looking for something that will sustain
so
him.
The old takers are the has-beens.
The old takers are those are So now the old taker now is now looking up to the new taker. So please give him food, because their wealth was not sustainable. You know,
and if there are some certain amount of money,
there are some certain amount of money that will get to you as a young boy. If you are not prepared for it, sir, you won't be able to use it well. If someone walk up to you now and say, Mr. Harry, and if 6 million hits your account, what will you use it for? You say, don't worry, I already have plans for it. This one. So you are prepared for it. Now, if you ask a boy who is still in secondary school and the boy just received 10 million naira, of course, the first thing will come to his brain is boutique first, then girls, clubbing, and all that. We are not saying money is not a priority, that it is wrong. We are saying there is every need for those young minds to build themselves psychologically, socially, emotionally first before this money start hitting their accounts.
So as to be able to handle it.
So as to be able to handle it well when it comes.
All right.
And for parents that are saying, for a young girl, a parent, you're asking a young girl, what did you bring for me? She went out, you're asking her, what did you buy for me? Where is the turkey? Where is the chicken?
Encouraging them
to just go and make money whichever way she wants to make money. Until my daughter gets married and leaves my house, she is still my responsibility. The idea of parents waiting for children to not take them out of poverty, it's wrong. You are asking them to go and do things they are not supposed to do. So if you are a parent, parent well. And if you don't, it will affect the children.
All right. I'll take that to be your parting word, because we're actually pressed for time right now. Now, let me ask you, Williams, what do you think, or in what ways do you think young people can reset their priorities in order to be able to, live up to the expectations, the positive expectations of society?
Already messed up society, reality. But the advice is this, for you to understand that no matter what you are going to become in this life, no matter what you are going to attain, you cannot just get there at an instance.
The twinkle of an eye.
You must follow the due process.
Okay.
Following the due process, if it warrants you to be in the 4 walls of university, there's no problem. Be there. If it warrants you to take up an apprentice job, fix yourself somewhere, and that reminds me. You go around this we call the handiwork, the artisans.
Yeah.
Go around, they barely see boys working with their
they don't have
guys.
again.
We don't have. So if that warrants you, whatever it is you want to fix yourself before you chase the 4 walls, then chase that, attain it. Then will you set up yourself? The 4 walls is always there. It is not moving anytime soon. It will always be there. So when you think that, okay, this time you will definitely fall back to the 4 walls. Then you must go and refresh. Then brush your brain, get that experience, empower yourself academically. Then you'll be very, very well positioned to attain any height, any sort of work you want to, because you've already programmed and build yourself for it. You know, you didn't go to the 4 walls of university. You didn't study, you didn't do anything. They can present a document in your front. You don't even know what is there. You just give consent to, and then in 2 days time, you discover that you have already sold out your future. So when you read, you do everything possible. When your opportunity comes, you know how to scrutinize. Yeah. Okay, I'm not going for this, I'm going for this, and then you prepare everything, pad everything up, and then you give your consent to it, and then your life is all blossom.
All right, thank you very much. That was a very brilliant one. Now, I know I already told you that was supposed to be your parting word, but in less than a minute, what would be your advice for young people out there who are under pressure to cut corners?
Develop yourself, attract money. If you don't develop yourself and the money keeps coming, you waste them. Once you develop yourself, you attract money, then you put them to good use. We should tell our children to develop themselves. Parents, encourage them to acquire training, to go to school. It doesn't stop them from making money in the future. If they don't go to school and they make millions now, very soon they will become paupers and start begging again. Some will say, what if I buy 15 houses? Of course, they start selling each of them one after the other because there was nothing to sustain that wealth. So the idea gotten from the university is that you must make money. No, it is that you must develop yourself first, then you attract money.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen, for your brilliant analysis. It's been such an amazing show, and I have you both to thank for it. Well, we've actually been, examining misplaced priorities amongst young people, and I'm very sure that the young people out there who mean well for themselves and for the society have been taking notes. Once again, I want to say a big thank you. All right, and of course, I hope that the next time I call on you, you will oblige me.
Of course.
All right, it's been Flipside on Independent Television, and we've been taking a look at modern day youths and misplaced priorities. Well, the youths indeed are the leaders of tomorrow. As a youth, you owe yourself and your generation the power of focus. It's very important that you focus and make the best of your life, because you are all you've got. At the end of the day, if you miss it, you're going to have yourself to blame. So that's why it's very important that you begin to develop yourself now. That's the only way to make it. There is no shortcut to success. If anybody tells you that you're going to succeed even if you don't work hard, that person is just setting you up for the biggest disaster of your life. So there is a process to pass through. Do the needful, develop yourself, go to school if you have to, learn a skill, and begin to align yourself with all the right principles to success. And I can assure you that it's only a matter of time before you begin to live the Nigerian dream. Okay, and I'm hoping that the Nigerian dream is not what it is now. I'm hoping that it eventually becomes the kind of things that we hope that our children will achieve. Well, it's been Flipside on Independent Television, and I want to say a big thank you to you out there for being a part of the show. My name is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osemwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osare Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukbonwa Enes Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
Omonyoba Nedo Ukwakolopolo, Ewai the Son, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Soton rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Immortal Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. Thereafter, the priest assigned to the Immortal Shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, chalk, known as Uri, represented a mixture from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, beside Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Top of the morning to you. This is This Morning on ITV. Glad to have you join us on the show this morning. I am Anuoluwapo Stevens, live in Edo State, Nigeria. A lot of things to talk about. But first, let us actually abreast you with what the president said yesterday at the State Executive Council meeting right there in Abuja, where the president has interestingly reacted to all of the claims and counterclaims regarding borrowing in the country, where he said that his administration will continue to borrow whenever necessary, insisting that it should not be viewed negatively. Well, he spoke yesterday at the State House during a meeting with Plateau leaders led by Caleb Mutfwang, the governor, and Natawaye Yawata, the national chairman of the All Progressive Congress, the APC. Anyway, if we can, let's listen to the president verbatim.
If we have to borrow money, we borrow. It's not borrowing is not a leprosy. We just have to work hard to be able to pay for it.
Well, there you have it. Verbatim, he says borrowing is not leprosy. You just have to work hard enough to repay it. Now, the question is, who is going to repay all of the monies? Is it you, me, or, you know, the federal government, a lot of persons involved in politics? Anyway, we'll find out. Perhaps my ladies joining from Abuja and Lagos would have a clue or more on this. Good morning, ladies. Charity Tanko in Abuja. And of course, Patricia Gabriels in Lagos. Let me start with Charity this morning. Good morning, Charity. How are you? And what really was your reaction when you heard the statement from the president?
Well, I know, and good morning, Patricia. Good to see you. Well, my reaction was just like any other Nigerian, like how long are we going to continue borrowing? Even when you discuss borrowing, an economic expert will tell you that every country borrows money. But the difference between Nigeria and other countries is that other countries, when they borrow these monies, they actually put them to good use. But when it comes to Nigeria, Nigeria keeps borrowing. Every administration that comes in will borrow and justify their borrowings. And for this administration, it has been smooth sailing in terms of borrowing, because the National Assembly is always ready to approve every and any amount the president is requesting for borrowing. And the sad thing is that the ordinary Nigerian does not see how positive borrowings have impacted on them. Even if government, like you said, that it is not leprosy, that all they need to do is to work hard to repay the loan. While we are working hard to repay the loan, what is the impact of this borrowing on Nigeria? So for me as a Nigerian, I just see it like another cycle repeating itself until the next administration, then we enter into fresh borrowings.
Okay, well, a lot of things being said, Charity. Perhaps Patricia Gabriels has another angle to this, and maybe you have been benefiting in one way or the other with regards to all of the borrowings that we have experienced since the start of this administration, Patricia.
Good morning, Anu, and good morning, Charity. Charity got me laughing this morning when she said, when another administration comes, we begin a fresh borrowing. And then, Anu, I have not gained. If you haven't gained, then I haven't gained anything. So the president said borrowing is not leprosy. We just have to work hard to pay back. So who are the we? That's the question. Is it Nigerians that are going to work hard to pay back what they have borrowed? And then what is the impact on each citizen from this borrowing? we don't see what they do with the money when they borrow. They have the Calabar Coastal Road that they said they borrowed money for, and it's not been completed yet. And then we keep borrowing and borrowing, and the president says we just need to work to pay back. So who are the we is the question for me. I would really, really like to hear President who the we are that's going to pay back this loan.
Is one salient questions I feel a lot of Nigerians will be asking at this point. I remember the other day, Dr. Sonny Duke Okosu was able to break it down how much each Nigerians are owing at this point with all of the humongous figures that we've been hearing over time with regards to borrowing in the country. But moving away from that, it's the last day in the month of April, and tomorrow is going to be May 1st. NLC and TUC have been vocal over the past couple of days with regards to the welfare to workers, how we need tax to be cut, and a whole lot of other things affecting an average Nigerian worker in the country at the moment. And I saw one interesting headline that struck me where NLC came out to say that 1 million naira salary is worthless without stable naira. 1 million naira salary is worthless without a stable naira. Whatever that means, I don't know. But let me get to your take on this, Charity. What do you think NLC at this point is really trying to pass across to the federal government?
Well, rocket science, and we know that whatever affects fuel price in Nigeria affects every aspect of human living, of standard of living. So NLC is not far from the truth. Foreign currency, and instead of the local currency, that's our naira, to be strong and to get more value, it keeps going down. What it means is that for every naira you spend, it is being come dollar. And the shit is that, for me, it is not even shocking part for me, because most of our public office holders, politicians and all of that, if you observe, they no longer spend naira. What they spend is dollars. Even when they want to give people money, they want to do something, they give out dollars. The only time they spend our own local currency is when they are going to the grassroots to go and do whatever you do to gain people's trust. So yes, NLC is right. What is the cost of living these days in Nigeria? Abuja, in Lagos, every other state. For instance, now in Abuja, fuel goes for 1,300, 1,400. As of this morning, I was seeing that it is about 1,400. And meanwhile, there are states that are buying higher than that. So if you make the math, if you do the math, you will see that what NLC is saying is the truth. But the sad thing is that NLC is like, I don't want to use the word a dog that barks without biting. NLC over the years has lost whatever grip it used to have in the past. And it appears as if anytime NLC opens its mouth to challenge the government on improving the welfare of Nigerian workers, the government just look at them like they're just jokers, because at the end of the day, nothing is happening. So yes, 1 million naira to a Nigerian worker, I tell you, with all sense of purposes and sincerity, it's not going to be anything if this country keeps going the way it is.
Interesting nuggets and outline there from you, Charity. Now, I feel, Patricia, that the question should be, how many Nigerians even receive the 1 million naira salary at the end of each month, or perhaps per annum, right? The other day, we're having a conversation regarding an average Nigerian earning nothing less than 100,000 naira, even though we know that some Nigerians earn far below that amount. So, in that line, I'd love you to share your thought on this with us, Patricia.
Okay, thank you, Anu. So for NLC, they just talk and don't act. That's the problem we have with the NLC of today. And so when they mention that 1 million, it's nothing for a worker in Nigeria, they are right. But like you said, how many Nigerians earn 1 million? We're looking at 100,000 and below is what Nigerians want. With the that start with the policies of the country, a lot of policies have been put that is really hitting on the citizens. I was watching on a video where a woman, Murtala Mohammed Airport called MM2 in Lagos, was complaining. And, she said she parked for just a few hours and she was asked to pay a certain amount of money now. And she was also saying she doesn't even think if she has that kind of amount of money in her account. And that's the problem we're facing in Nigeria. They're putting policies are being made every day that is making it so hard, for the Nigerian citizens. The hardship is becoming too much. We also saw a white money man the guy from Big Brother Nigeria, who also said he never knew that, they have increased parking overnight at the Murtala Mohammed Airport, where he parked his car for 2 days or thereabout, and he's meant to pay about 300 and something thousand naira, which is the price so high that the price of fuel have gone so high and is affecting every other thing in Nigeria. So I don't know, NLC is speaking and not acting. If they could, make the federal government to really see reasons why they complain, and then, not just speak and go back to bed. Nigerians are complaining, and NLC used to be a body that used to fight for Nigeria workers. But for now, we are not seeing them do that. They just speak and go back to bed to sleep. Anu.
Right, Patricia, thank you so much. Yeah, those who would even call them a toothless bulldog. But let me get what you would be dishing out at your end this morning, Patricia.
Very recently, I think yesterday, the president also mentioned that his enemies are the ones causing the insecurity in Nigeria, trying to force him out of the seat, but that he is a stubborn man and he's not going to vacate the seat. So we'll be going to insecurity. Is it true that we have people putting this insecurity together just to get to Mr. President? That's what we're going to be looking at from Lagos.
Amazing. Over to you, Charity. What are we getting at your end this morning?
Well, as at yesterday, the Inspector General of Police ordered the dismissal and prosecution of the officers involved in the killing in Eflun Delta State. So we're going to be looking at that alongside former start time, a lot of goodies for Nigerians. So we're going to also be talking about that.
Amazing. Alrighty, we'll join you shortly, ladies. Thank you so much for your great analysis, as always. But back here in Edo State, Nigeria, we'll be looking at the countdown to the 2027 election, the politics of party primaries. That's going to shape our conversation this morning. And of course, ahead of May Day, the plight of workers in Nigeria is also going to be our focal point today on the show. We'll quickly take a short break. All you have to do is sit down, relax, and grab a cup of coffee or tea, maybe, because the show just even got better.
ITV, certainly the best.
Welcome back. It's now time for us to turn our attention to the national dailies this morning. Let's see what we have. Interesting headlines on the front pages of the newspaper. We'll kickstart with the Blueprint newspaper that says, as Supreme Court rules on ADC tussle today, FHC nullifies parties' Congress's convention 31 days to end of primaries. Interestingly, this is going to shape our conversation this morning. As it says, subwriter says, Mark-led interim ESCO illegal. Kachiku hails verdict. Our legal team reviewing judgment. Who is speaking? Abdullahi. Well, away from that, JAM extends sales of 2026 direct entry forms to May 8th. Well, other interesting headlines this morning. Tinubu launches Media Literacy Institute. It declares war on fake news. Says Nigeria now at the front line of global information integrity. Who was speaking? Idris. Plateau, Tinubu approves 2 billion naira for victims of Angwan Rukuba killing. Urges leaders to embrace peace, implement white paper. Away from that, Lagos airport staff returns $1,700 credit card. Others on page 21. Interestingly, quite rare, but it's a good thing we have it on the front page of the newspaper. 1 woman dies every 7 minutes during childbirth. A report from UNICEF on page 10. Why I anointed Works Commissioner Gabriel, my successor. Who is speaking? Governor Babaganam Zulum on page 11. Ex-NNPCL boss Kayari Ajia Unti appears before Senate over 210 trillion naira on page 9. Well, that's all the Blueprint. Okay, just before we move over to another newspaper, it says party primaries. Let discipline moderate your ambition. Who is speaking? Vice President Kashim Shettima tells politicians on page 6. And that's how we wrap up Blueprint this morning. We turn our attention over to the Foster Daily newspaper. And interestingly, on the front line of the Foster Daily newspaper, spiritual bullets. Outrage as Delta police killing sparks nationwide fury. Subwriter says IGP orders dismissal, prosecution of officers. Peter Obi, NBA, Amnesty International condemn killing, demand justice. Interestingly, SP Bright Edafe was at a sister station yesterday where he said that this is one of the most difficult moments in his life and he cannot think of any better thing to attribute to what the policeman did other than spiritual bullets or spirituality. And that got a lot of reactions online and also offline. But it's a good thing that he has been arrested and taken to the police headquarters for further investigation. Well, away from that, court bars INEC from recognizing ADC congresses amid crisis. Dati Blast 2027 Opposition Alliance calls it unrealistic. Ekiti court sentences 2 to death for armed robbery. Police rescue 5 abducted Polytechnic students in Ogun. Well, still on the front page of First Daily this morning, NDLEA seizes opioids worth 16.9 billion naira in Lagos raids. Tinubu approves 2 billion naira relief, meets Plateau leaders on peace. You get the details on the front page of First Daily this morning. Of the interesting headlines, Senate approves $516 million loan for Sokoto Badagry Highway. And finally, Atiku Abubakar, Rotimi Amechi meet, vow to challenge APC. Now we'll let the battle begin then. Well, away from that, let's turn our attention over to the Nigerian Tribune. Up next, it says, Supreme Court decides PDP ADC's fate today, on page 4. High Court bars INEC from recognizing ADC state congresses. Well, away from that major headline, police order dismissal, persecution of officers involved in Efron shooting, on page 24. 210 trillion naira NNPCL probe, Kayari Ajia Wunti ready to testify. Well, interestingly, on the front page of the Nigerian Tribune, we have a picture there of our president, the Lagos State Governor, the Assistant Governor as well, also present there. As it says, that 2027, Tinubu endorses Hamzat as GAC visits Villa. That's the Deputy Governor of Lagos State. He says that he is ready for the race. Okay, well, we'll see how things goes. Now, finally, on the Nigerian Tribune, in health, high pesticide exposure raises cancer risk by 150%, according to a study. Alrighty, that's all we have on the Nigerian Tribune this morning. Well, finally, we turn our attention now to the Guardian newspaper. And of course, on the front page of the Guardian newspaper, it says, Atiku Tinubu trade blames as U.S. moves to tighten oversight on Nigeria. On page 6, you get details of that story regarding insecurity. Coup. Court grants federal government's plea for witness protection, accelerates trial of suspect, on page 3. Tinubu removes NMDPRA CEO in public interest, nominates Uma, well, still on page 3. Fear over oil glut as NNPCL increases crude prices across grades, on page 3 still. Away from that, ADC faces existential test as today's Supreme Court verdict shapes 2027 prospects. NMA rejects court's ruling granting FCCPC oversight on medical negligence, on page 4. And finally, on the Nigerian Tribune this morning, Plateau, Tinubu seeks end to crisis, okays 2 billion naira relief for victims. Well, that's all the Guardian have in stock for us today, and that's all we can take this morning on the newspaper review. Do well to pick up a copy, or all of them, in fact, to stay abreast with what is going on currently in Nigeria and also around the world. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll move over to our first conversation for today, countdown to the 2027 election. The politics of party primaries is up next. Nigeria inches closer to 2027, the political landscape is already taking shape. Well, this time not at the ballot box just yet, but within party walls where the real battle often begins. From internal negotiation and power block to zoning debates and delegate dynamics, or perhaps consultation and party consensus been taken, party primaries remain one of the most decisive and contentious stages of the electoral process. A question of who gets the tickets, who gets sidelined, and how transparent, fair, and democratic are these processes. Well, today we examine the countdown to the 2027 election, the politics of party primaries, unpacking the strategies, the stakes, and the struggles that will ultimately determine who stands before voters when it matters most. And I have our guest joining virtually this morning, an ex-commissioner and also politician, Mr. Frank Wonwa. He joins live this morning on the show today. Thank you so much, Mr. Frank, for joining. Good morning. Welcome on board.
Good morning, and good morning to all viewers, and thank you for having me.
Now, I would love to get your insight on what you have been observing so far across different political parties in Nigeria, from the ADC down to the PDP, NNPP, SDP, and of course, the big one at the moment, the APC, with regards to internal party structure.
Well, from my observations, there's not much of a difference between different parties in Nigeria. As far as we can see, the parties are not necessarily driven by philosophy, but by personalities. And so that's why we have such a large movement of politicians from one party to the other at every election cycle. So basically, when you're talking about political parties in Nigeria, in my own opinion, you're not really choosing between philosophies, because most of their philosophies are the same. You are actually choosing between personalities.
Well, are you still live and you can hear me? Okay, now let me move over to the second thought I would want to get clarification on, and also a lot of Nigerians would love to be aware, because we did get to hear that due to the new the Electoral Act 2026, we are no longer going to be seeing the delegates. So this time around, how is it going to be? Are we just going to have the consensus being done, the consensus method, or political parties having to use direct primaries? Can you run us through that real quickly?
Right. So the new electoral act actually does exclude the delegate election, whereby the parties will select those who will represent them at an internal election to select a candidate. Right now, the law says that we should only have a consensus, and that means a consensus between all aspirants and the party on who to put forward. Now, in the event that a consensus is unable to be reached, the law there allows for more or less a general election within the parties, the open primaries, as we call it, where every party member is then required or is allowed to stand behind or indicate or vote for the candidate of their choice. In theory, this is how this works. So although most of the parties are tending now to adopt consensus, in one or two cases, I'm sure we are going to see a situation where it all goes out into open primaries and open confrontation between candidates within the same party. This law applies to all the parties. All the parties have to follow this law, and that is the ground norm right now.
Just for emphasis, in a situation where consensus doesn't work out for the politics and party primaries, what do you think would happen within that party structure?
Contestation is the lifeblood of politicking. There will always be contestation. So if consensus does not arise, and occasionally it will happen that way, then the party goes straight to the open primaries, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's simply a a fight amongst brothers, so to speak, on which of them is best situated for the position according to the party members. Even though we say democracy, the electorate has a choice to vote for a candidate of their choice, the reality is that the electorate will only vote for the candidate presented by the parties. So there is nothing strange about consensus not being reached. It's normal within the political setting, occasionally for consensus not to be reached.
So what I can deduce from what you said is it's really a very, very important and integral part in the electoral process in Nigeria. But then again, we know how expensive politics is in Nigeria, and we see how oftentimes during election, money flies different hard, currency to some extent. Now, the question is, to what extent does money really affect politics, and who, tends to eventually clinch the tickets in the party? And should that even be the trend as regards who is really capable of holding such a position?
Generally, to me, politics is expensive. Democracy, so to speak, is expensive. There are several things you need to consider when you want to run for office. You have to campaign, you have to carry your members along, you have to move from place to place, talking to people, consulting. So politics does require a fair bit of resources. Now, where it differs from what happens in most of the advanced climes is that in Nigeria here, the political candidate basically has to bear almost all the cost, if not all the cost of his political campaign. Elsewhere in the world, you have volunteers, you have regulated donations, and so on and so forth. While our law speaks about volunteering and regulated donations, the reality in Nigeria is that nobody really volunteers for political campaigns and so on and so forth. Even people who come for the campaign to listen to the candidates outlining their vision expect to be served at least water at the event. So yes, it's expensive. There's not much anybody can do about that. The logistics of politics itself has to be paid for, and it costs money. And I'm aware that INEC or the federal government try to alleviate this by giving some monies to the parties to help with the political process in such a way as to stop or reduce the influence of big money bags cutting away the election. But the reality we have in the country here today is that if you want to get involved in politics, a certain amount of financial capability is required, and a certain amount of money is expended for all elections. This cuts across all parties. It has nothing to do with whether you are in the ruling party or you are in the opposition party. Generally, a lot of money is required to run politics or to run for political office.
To look at the issue of zoning and power rotation, because those two terms are one of the major, things that continue to dominate political discussion. So the question is, again, should competence outweigh zoning, or is zoning still necessary for national balance? Because take, for instance, now in the ADC, we have interestingly big political bigwigs like Atiku Abubakar, Rotimi Amechi, Peter Obi, Rabiu Kwankwaso, and all of them are saying, you know what, I am capable of clinching this ticket. But in a situation where the issue of zoning and power rotation still comes to the fore, what then, actually takes the toll of the day?
Well, I am not a fan of zoning over competence, but unfortunately, we also have to face reality. And the reality is that our constitution stipulates that we have federal character in the share of government offices. Now, this constitution was written by the military. It was not necessarily an output of the average Nigerian. And while it tries to, what's the word I'm looking for now? While it tries to bring everybody together on an equal footing, occasionally it does result in the fact that the most competent candidate does not win in an election. But this, again, is not strange to Nigeria. Generally, democracy does not necessarily bring up the most competent candidate. Democracy actually brings out the most popular or the most liked candidate. That's why you find that in countries like Ukraine, a comedian will win. He's not an economist. He's probably not the most competent leader they could have brought up, but Zelensky won. I don't want to mention too many countries, but if you go take a cross-section of those who've won elections in different countries of the world, the primary consideration is rarely ever competence. So Nigeria is not necessarily different from the rest of the world. This is one of the fundamental flaws of participatory democracy, that the most competent candidate does not necessarily come up. However, it is expected that the political leaders themselves will then surround themselves with competent hands to deliver on their mandate. That's the barest minimum, because at the end of the day, the whole essence of governance is to deliver service. It's not about dancing on the streets. It's not about being able to sing. It's about understanding economics, understanding welfare of the citizens, and then putting all together such that the citizens have a better life. So even if the most competent candidate is not selected or elected at the elections, what should happen, or what we need to happen, is for that candidate to surround himself or herself with competent hands who can help behind the scenes to guide the economic growth of the society they govern. This does not always happen, unfortunately, but there's not much we can do about the federal character. It is in our constitution, and I doubt very much that that particular section of our constitution can be edited out, because there is a need to carry along everybody in every part of the country in order to create a harmonious society.
Okay, Mr. Frank, I hear you. The point where you said it's not about dancing on the street or moving around on the street, I'm sure for a lot of Nigerians, one particular governor comes to mind, the dancing governor. But anyway, I want us to turn our attention over now to the front page of the Blueprint newspaper this morning. Interestingly, it says the party primaries, let discipline moderate your ambition. The Vice President, Kashim Shettima, telling politicians, what do you think he's really trying to pass across this time around?
I think the Vice President is just trying to hold politicians in check. Unfortunately, politics tends to be a zero-sum game where the winner takes all. And as such, it brings a certain level of desperation to the different aspirants and candidates. However, no matter the number of aspirants or candidates that come up, only one person will be elected at the end of the day. And so I think what the Vice President is trying to say is that, look, yes, you can have your shot at political office, but if it doesn't fall your way, kindly let us keep discipline within ourselves, congratulate the winner, come together and move the country forward, so to speak. So I think that's what the Vice President is trying to do. It's trying to caution party members across different parties that it's not a do-or-die affair. Politics is not a do-or-die affair. Even though one or two prominent politicians have said that politics is a do-or-die affair, in reality, politics is not meant to be a do-or-die affair. It's just a situation of presenting yourself to the people for service. And the people do have a right to choose the person they want. And if it doesn't fall your way this time, you can try and try again. President Buhari tried 3, and on the 4th time he got through. And even if it doesn't get your way, that's not the end of the world. You can go on ahead and do other things. So yes, politicians are best advised to know that the political game, as they want to call it, is not do or die, and desperation should be reduced accordingly.
Before we move over to talk about what is going on now within the ADC and the coalition, if I'm to put it that way, coalition of opposition parties coming out to say they're going to field in a single presidential ticket for 2027 election. What do you think is going on currently with the APC? With over 31 governors on board and a lot of interesting other politicians joining or have joined the party, there are actually fears of explosion or implosion from them, especially with regards to who is going to clinch whatever ticket during the primaries. Do you think the APC would be able to curtail all of these excesses moving forward?
Well, like they say, failure is an orphan, success has many brothers. So with the ascent of APC to presidential office, a lot of people, a lot of politicians then went ahead to feel that perhaps their political ambitions would be better actualized in the APC, and they all moved over. But this is not the first time we have seen this type of movement. The PDP used to be a very dominant party too in the country. Today, the PDP is more or less is a shadow of its old self, to use very polite words. So the dangers exist everywhere for the big parties. The same dangers that the PDP faced and could not perhaps manage very well also faces the APC in managing success. So yes, the APC is the most successful party today in Nigeria as we speak. But let's not forget, or let it not forget, its humble beginnings, where it started with only Lagos State, and then it was joined by Edo State, and then then that I'm talking about the ACN now, the Action Congress of Nigeria. And then it was now forced into a merger with the CPC and some other people, ABGA and parts of the PDP, to form the APC in an effort to secure power at the center. Well, that effort did succeed, and so most of the other politicians in the PDP have now since moved to the APC to further their political ambitions. That's okay, that's fine, that's politicking, particularly in our own climate, where it is not driven by, like I said before, philosophies, but by personalities. So that's okay, but the APC will have to sit up to manage its own success so that it doesn't fall into the same trap that PDP fell into in failing to manage success. One of my favorite sayings is that if we refuse to learn from the experiences of others, we are then forced to learn from our own experience. That's all I have to say on that topic.
Interesting. So now back to the ADC. On the front page of the newspaper, we hear clearly that today, interestingly, is a big day that is going to, the fate of what will come out from the Supreme Court is going to shape the outcome of the ADC political ambition moving forward for 2027. As it says that the Supreme Court rules on ADC tussle today. FHC nullifies parties' Congress's convention, 31 days to end of primaries. What do you actually foresee to happen within the ADC? Do you think they'll be able to overcome this tussle or this turmoil brewing?
Well, it's not really my place to advise the ADC. I think the law is very clear on particular aspects of, particularly the aspect of following your own party's constitution. And if the courts, whatever the decisions the courts take, particularly the Supreme Court, it's binding. Now, will the ADC be able to survive whatever the Supreme Court judgment is? I'm not in a position to say. I would be surprised, though, that if they do not have a backup plan, successful planning entails that you plan for and against, and you can never be sure which direction the court judgments will go. So will ADC survive or not? That depends on how well they manage their own internal politics and their own internal dynamics. What is important for the country is we have a vibrant opposition, such that we do not get into a situation where we have an overbearing, domineering government in power. It's good for democracy. There's always a strong opposition. So to that extent, I'm in support in whatever, I'm not going to mention any party, but whatever opposition there is, that's fine. It helps to keep the government in check, and it helps to ensure that the people get their best value from their political choices at the center. How the opposition organizes themselves is their internal affair. There's not much anybody else can say or do about that.
Do you believe the way parties conduct their primaries will ultimately shape the outcome, or the voter turnout and confidence in the 2027 election?
Well, there's no doubt. There's no doubt in my mind at all. There's no doubt in my mind at all that the choice of candidates the parties present will, to a large extent, influence the voters' turnout. But what Nigerians should understand is this. If you do not come out to vote, you're shirking your responsibility to the nation, and you're sitting on your rights to determine leadership. And guess what? It doesn't stop the election. If only 5 people come out and vote the president of Nigeria, that election stands. The law does not have a minimum number of electorate that needs to come out to vote. So staying away because perhaps you think your candidate of choice was not selected or elected is actually counterproductive. Like I said before, the electorate really does not have a choice on the candidate they are going to vote for. They only vote for the candidates that the political parties bring forth. And if you're not happy with political party A, well, why not try political party B? Staying away from the process doesn't help at all, because what then means is that politicians then get to decide what direction the country should go to in terms of voting. One thing we must all realize is that there are far more electorate, far more non-partisan voters than politicians. And the more non-partisan voters stay away from elections, the stronger the politicians have they say in the votes. So if you're really interested in what direction your country is going into, for me, you shouldn't we shouldn't be tying our national interest to a particular candidate or the other. We should listen to all the candidates from across all the parties and select one whose opinions and views we think resonates with what needs to be done in the country. So, yes, I mean, if you take a look at what happened in Hungary recently, up to 75% of their voters came to the polls. And what happened? They were able to push out their prime minister and bring in a young man who they feel can change their country around. I'm not advocating
we really
for...
need to go now.
Okay.
Right, we really need to go now. But I really must thank you so much, APC chieftain and former commissioner for works, Mr. Frank Ewoma. Thank you so much for your great analysis on the show today. I'm pretty sure a lot of Nigerians hear you clearly to be involved in, politicking in Nigeria. Thank you so much for your time. We'll have you another time, God willing.
Thank you so much. And please remember, this is not an opinion of the APC, but my personal opinion.
Loud and clear. Now we take a short break. When we return, we move over to another interesting conversation regarding May Day, which is happening tomorrow, the plight of Nigerians living in Nigeria. That's our main focus this morning. Thank you so much. We'll do this another time.
I don't know.
kẹrẹ kú yòógbó. Ẹwà ẹ̀dọ̀ tọrọ ẹ̀dọ̀ ní kẹrẹ kú yòógbó. Orí ọba ní ìkà.
ITV, certainly the best.
Welcome back. Now we now turn our attention over to focus on the workforce, where millions of workers continue to face mounting challenges amid rising living costs, job insecurity, and economic uncertainty, from delayed salaries to inadequate welfare, and from the struggles of the informal sector to concerns over workers' rights and protection. Now, the Nigerian workforce remains under significant pressure. So tomorrow, interestingly, is going to be May Day, and it's not just a celebration of hard work and resilience. It is also a moment for reflection, advocacy, and renewed calls for dignity, fair wages, and better working conditions, even though some persons would even say better living conditions. So today we get to explore the plight of workers in Nigeria, giving voice to their experiences and examine the realities they face, and asking what must change to secure a better future for the nation's workforce. Interestingly, I have corporate, or should I say comrades, yes, able-bodied comrades, articulate comrades joining me in the studio this morning to dissect all of this and more. I have the chairman of TUC, Edo State Chapter, Comrade J.J. Owasser here. Thank you so much for coming on the show today.
Good morning and thank you.
And I also have Comrade Alabi Precious, ex-official TUC Edo State. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Now let me start with you, the chairman of TUC Edo State Chapter. What do you, how do you perceive the current state of a Nigerian worker living in Nigeria at the moment?
Good morning, Edo State, and good morning, my co-workers. This is your comrade messenger, Joseph Wasa, the chairman of the Trade Union Congress of Nigeria, TUC Edo State Council. It is pathetic. Workers are bleeding. We are bleeding. And at this juncture, I must salute the courage of an average worker to continue to push even without the necessary drive. Honestly, it has never been like this. The situation an average Nigerian find himself, an average Nigerian worker, is different from what we've had in the past. It is affecting every areas of our lives. Nigerians are not finding it easy. Nigerian workers are not finding it easy. Because you hardly, before we will tell you your salary, your take-home pay cannot take you home. Then it can even take you somewhere. But now you now borrow. You borrow, you keep borrowing and keep borrowing. And how do you live by borrowing? That is the question. How long are we going to continue to borrow to get to the office, to live a decent life? It is not possible. It is not possible. And how workers manage to do this is something that is miraculous. Because you find that every day at their duty post, you still see them there. We get this morning to my office. We got to the office 5:30. And we got to this studio now. How we do it is a miracle to us. So sincerely, it is not funny. We are bleeding, and we are here to tell the world, to tell the government that it is not easy, that there are things government has to do urgently to alleviate this suffering. That is why we are here this morning. Yes.
Okay, let me move over to you, Comrade Alabi. The chairman has said a lot of things, highlighted a lot of things, but really, the question is it really, is it a spiritual power that is enabling workers in Nigeria to do what they do amidst all of the crisis that is going on? Because I know definitely there might be something, maybe an extra fund somewhere. Right now, you hear people say you need to have multiple sources of income to survive in Nigeria. Should that really be the case moving forward? And what are those challenges that an average Nigerian face living in Nigeria?
Thank you very much. Good morning, my good people of Edo State. It's been a challenging period for the average Nigerian worker. There's no gainsaying it. It is not spiritual in the context we should try to put it, because...
No, maybe it's God. God is helping us.
Yes,
that's what we say every time.
That's what I wanted to say. We say God is helping us. But as it stands as of today, the average Nigerian worker is passing through tremendous pain. The fact that we are still able to render services as we speak as of today, just like I've said initially, is because God is still standing with us. For the avoidance of doubt, the take-home pay of the average Nigerian worker does not even see him through the first week of the month, and yet you expect that person to be available every other day of the month to render service. Now, we are now faced with the huge challenge when you say multiple streams of income. When we have an economy that power is a huge challenge, where are you going to have those multiple streams of income coming from?
we are just faced with huge challenges that we expect that the government will have to, one way or the other, come and intervene to put smile on both workers in the public service and the organized private sector. Because the average Nigerian worker moving into May Day, which is tomorrow, the gains of our heroes past is being eroded as we speak. And we are praying that going into the May Day tomorrow, the demands we are going to put before the Edo State government, we know that our amiable governor, who has always been listening, will yield to the pressures we are facing. As we speak, there is a global challenge in terms of energy, fuel issues, to commute people from one point to another. We will be appealing to our able governor to look into the cry of our workers here in Edo State and see how it can alleviate this pain. Buses can be made available to workers to convey them to their various places of work. At least this will help to ease the financial burden that we are facing. But we do know that these challenges, if we do nothing about it, workers will be left with no other option than to turn to God and pray that some miraculous things will happen for us to be able to keep on giving those services, which will help oil the engine of the state.
All right, okay, now let me move back to you, Comrade Joseph. With the issue of the new taxation, the tax reform that we've had within the couple of months in Nigeria, the other day we saw NLC coming out to appeal for a 50% tax cut.
On TUC.
Yes, and TUC as well, you know, appealing for a 50% tax cut, you know, from the federal government. How has that actually gone through so far?
Yes, we are a pressure group. We are still mounting pressure. If you look through your news bulletin, you will find out that on Monday this week, we had a NEC meeting in Abuja, and the Congress President General, Comrade Engineer Festus Osifo, gave a press conference. He spoke so much on the issue of tax relief, the 50% cut. An average worker, I looked at my pay slip recently and I discovered that almost 20,000 is being deducted from my salary. And that is why we are telling the government, let there be a tax reduction, a tax relief. If we have a 50%, that means I'll be paying almost 10,000. So I will have close to 10,000 free. You don't necessarily need to give us money. That's what we are telling the Edo State governor. You don't necessarily need to give us money. Reduce the taxation at this period, because we are passing through a trying moment in our lives as workers. How do we render services when we cannot even move from point A to point B? And that is why we are asking for an opportunity for us to discuss with the governor. And this is a message to the governor of Edo State. Edo State governor, TUC wants to have a meeting with you. We want to discuss. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, we want to discuss with the Edo State governor to see how we can resolve all of these issues. Workers can no longer cope. We don't want to get to a point where we will begin to down tools. We want a situation, since we are still coming to offices and rendering service, where it will continue. But if we don't have this opportunity, in your sister's station the other time, I said it, that we are still looking out for opportunity to have a meeting with the state government so that we can iron out these issues about our workers. The workers cry to us. We are their servants. We are their mouthpiece. And that was why they elected us. So if we can't speak on their behalf, it means that there's no point being in the positions we are today.
So I honestly feel this is one great process where you can air your views. Now, what do you think are some of those demands that the workers are demanding for at this point?
First, we need reduction in the taxation. We need a tax relief, a 50%. I just told you that my salary pay slip has it that almost 20,000 naira deducted from my There is a state in this country that gave, I think it was 10,000 naira. You don't need to give us money. Reduce our taxes by 50%. By that, I will have almost 10,000. Then give us buses, provide buses for us to commute workers from point A to point B, so that services can continue to be rendered. We can take it from there and discuss other issues that are also affecting workers.
Okay, now let me move back to you, Comrade Alabi. The informal sector in Nigeria is one sector that I feel is really not organized. It's really not, there are so many things that just happen and just go by, with a lot of Nigerians actually in that sector. Their rights, their protection, how adequately addressed are they actually, it's actually being done? Because in Nigeria, with the informal sector, you hear some persons still receiving as low as 20,000 naira per month, 30,000 naira in this country and economy that we'll find ourselves in. So what measures have you guys taken to address some of these things?
Yeah, thank you very much. A very germane point you have raised, particularly as it affects the informal sector. And that is one area we have been trying as a trade center. We want to try to see how we can organize them, because it's only when workers are mobilized and organized, they have a common front. They will be able to agitate and bring their demands before constituted authorities. But beyond that, what the Trade Union Congress has done is that we are putting our numbers on billboards across Edo states, where you can call from an informal end and reach us with the challenges. You don't need to stand before your own authorities. The moment you're able to get in contact with the leadership of Trade Union Congress, we will visit that organization where you render service, so that when you are being paid below the minimum wage, because as we speak as of today, whatever gains the minimum wage has given to Nigerian workers, it has been eroded by the persistent inflation and high cost of living. So any institution where within our laws, because you must have a reasonable number of about 25 staff minimum working in your organization. So if you have that category of staff, you have no business paying anything less than the minimum wage. So on billboards, we'll put contact numbers that you can reach. If you are in the informal sector, put your complaints. Once those complaints get to us, you don't even need to be known. The Trade Union Congress will pay a visit to such organization, then bring the provisions that have been quoted in the labor laws before such organizations, so that if they are doing anything that is inimical to the welfare of workers in such areas, we will be able to correct them and put things into proper perspective. And to also add to some of the demands we will be looking for from our amiable governor, cost of living allowance, COLA, is something the governor can look into, because today the wage has been reviewed. The governor cannot possibly go and be doing another possible review of wage before we go into negotiations. But because of the rising cost of living, you can put a cost of living allowance, make it available to workers.
How much are you looking at?
Well, depending, it's normally prorated.
Yes.
It's normally prorated for the grade levels.
Okay.
Yes, it's
so there is no fixed. You're not looking at any fixed
and it is also subject to negotiation. That is why we are asking
that we want to see him
for audience with Mr. Governor of Edo State, because even the issue of the informal sector you are talking about, it will amaze you to know that there are still organizations that pay as low as 30,000, 35,000 naira, where the minimum wage in Edo State is 75,000. We need government support. We need government collaboration. We need to meet with government and discuss all these issues.
TUC and NLC has failed in that regard, because there are those who classify you as toothless bulldog now. All you just do is just talk, and with no concrete measures being taken.
I will liken it to the presence. We have a lot of security agencies, yet we have crime, right? Imagine without their presence, what will happen? So if you have the presence of TUC and NLC, and things are still this bad, imagine without their presence. So we have been pushing, we have been doing our bits. Just that the issues are so many, it is almost impossible for you to see some of the gains we have achieved. That is the situation. It's not as if we are not pushing. Some of the issues you are seeing, some of the results. Still, in the struggle, there is the slogan we normally use: freedom comes by struggle.
By struggle.
It will not come on a platter of gold. It comes by struggle. Any policy you see in favor of workers by government, it was as a result or a product of the push of the labor leaders.
Okay. Now, let's talk about something else. Aside or beyond wages, beyond job security, we really haven't touched that. But one major thing we get to see recently on the front page of the newspaper in Abuja, interestingly with the Nigeria police, the retirees, as the issue of pension. How have you guys been able to address that issue? Comrade Alabi, you want to take that?
Yes, we've been in discussions with government as it affects pension. There's this contributory pension scheme that tends to enslave workers when they eventually exit service.
When you say enslave, what do you mean?
Because whatever service they have rendered for the past 35 years, what they are giving is not even commensurate to keep them to live for additional years ahead. Because when you exit service, it is expected at that time as a retiree, you begin to enjoy some certain benefits. But the pension that we are operating today, the contributory pension scheme, even makes you poorer than when you are in service. And part of the things we have made discussions with, several negotiations we've had with the Edo State government to look into the contributory pension scheme. And part of our demands moving into the May-Day is to see how workers can be pulled out from this enslaving pension scheme that we are operating presently. Then, again, we must also say that there are things that you can give to retirees, not to let them come into this. These are people that have served the nations. They've given the better part of their youthful life to rendering service to the nation. Healthcare, there are ways you can capture them into the health insurance services, because at that age, majority of those sicknesses come alive. Those things you did not encounter during your youthful age. But when you have access to healthcare for workers like this, it becomes a lot easier. Not that they will still be doing out-of-pocket payments to get such healthcare services.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, another major angle we really need to look out, for just before we go is the issue of unemployment and underemployment. These are two big issues. First off, you can be employed and underemployed, and also you also can be, unemployed. That's also a big one. So now this has really shaped the experience of workers, especially for young people who are entering into the labor market, even though some persons will classify it as favor markets. Every single time we see a lot of persons, a lot of graduates churn out from the universities, and then you ask yourself, where are the jobs? And God help you, because we always call out on God in Nigeria, you eventually get a job, you're now being underemployed. I'd love you to address this, comrade.
Yes, on this issue, I want to appreciate the Edo State government. This administration has done so well in the area of employment. As we speak, I am aware that employments of different categories are going on. And I am not sure in the public sector that we have issues of underemployment. I think that is more common in the private sector. And that is why when my Emeritus was talking earlier, he said something about the issue of the billboard having our numbers, reaching out to us in any place, in any organization where there are issues of underemployment, among other things, reaching out to us for us to visit those areas and address that issue, because you don't expect to, at this stage, for us to have underemployment in our state or in our country. So on the issue of employment, I will give it to the state government. The government has done well in employment, and the employment. At times, I begin to wonder where these monies will come, but I pray it will continue, because if you look at the number of graduates that are churning out from our universities, you'll begin to wonder where they will work. So I think in Edo we are doing fairly okay.
Okay, so as we get to leave the conversation shortly, I would love to go back to you, Comrade Alabi. So right now we know the way that things are. The government of the day would tell you, okay, it's a global occurrence that is happening with the Middle East crisis and all. We see how the economy is. Even just yesterday, President Bola Tinubu said borrowing is not leprosy, that Nigerians would work harder to repay all of this. I'm wondering what Nigerians, perhaps as the TUC chairman here, who would do that. But with all of this that's going on now, what do you think an average Nigerian worker can do to manage and just, you know, be there with everything happening at this point?
Well, we cannot run away from the facts that are before us. Some of these challenges occurring from the Middle East crisis has also come to affect us here as Nigerian workers. Some of the things employers of labor can begin to look at to help workers, you can start looking at some days staying at work, working offline from home. That way you reduce some of the transportation costs that overburden workers to go to point. If there are services that you know that can be rendered offline, not being physically present at the office, you can consider that. But one thing is for sure, we are faced with a huge bane of insecurity, which is not coming from the crisis from the Middle East. Because once you address the problem of insecurity, you create more jobs.
Right.
People that are to visit their farms will be able to go into their farms. The prices of goods and services, particularly as it affects foodstuffs, will come down. So we know that Edo State government is trying very well as it affects security, but there's still so much work to be done because we are faced with the challenge of those in the rural interiors who cannot actually go to their farms. And when these produce are not coming into the city, it becomes a huge challenge. There's an increase in inflation in the prices of foodstuffs and commodities for the day-to-day running of various homes.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I would have loved to get your final input, but really must go. Comrade JJ Wasati, UC Chairman, Edo State Chapter, thank you so much for your time this morning. And also, I have been speaking to Comrade Alabi Precious, ex-Comrade TUC Edo State. Thank you so much indeed. Thank you for coming. Well, this is how we get to leave the conversation here today. Should I say a happy May Day ahead for tomorrow to all your efforts, for all your inputs to making Nigeria a better place, because Nigeria really is nothing without the workforce. Even organization is nothing without the persons working on board. My name is Anu Luwakpo Stevens. We turn our attention now to Abuja, where Charity Tanko is on to take over the baton. Over to you, Charity.
Thank you very much, Anu Luwakpo. And this is Abuja Neto. The discussion is going to take off on extrajudicial killing. Nigeria is a country that has been battling extrajudicial killings. We have cases of those who are supposed to be protecting the citizens. At some point, on one time or the other, we find them involving in being the ones killing innocent citizens. And most times, the security agents, they try to justify what happened. According to a report between 2021 and June 2023, about 1,800 people were killed in the southeast alone. And we all know what happened in Interstate Efun, where a young man of 28 years old was killed by a police officer. As at yesterday, the Inspector General of Police, Olatunji Disu, has ordered the dismissal and question is, will this put an end to extrajudicial killing? I will be having a security expert to discuss this matter with me via a phone call. Dr. Steve Okorie. But before then, let's watch and listen to the IGP when he was speaking over this matter yesterday.
Here today with every part. But where is the
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a
criminal charges for unlawful homicide. Pyramid.
Richard didn't want to die, but he could.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Benin Cultural Dance, a unique dance and quality dance steps of the Benin people.
That was the IGP himself. He made it emphatically clear that the time or the era of impunity is over and justice will be served. He said that while also appealing to the families of this young man that was killed and the people of Delta State to remain law-abiding citizens. Like I said earlier on, we'll be discussing this with a security expert, Dr. Steve Okorie, who will be joining us via a phone call. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I can hear you. Good morning.
Thank you for joining us on the program.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
All right, quickly, when this incident occurred, you know, the viral video, the video that went viral and all of that, as a security analyst, what was the first thing that came to your mind?
Yeah, the first thing that came to my mind was a disappointing, unprofessional conduct of a police officer. Not just a police officer, but a senior police officer. An ASP, Assistant Secretary General of Police, displayed such an unprofessional conduct. And of course, you agree with me that with the level of the Nigerian police force, the number of years in existence, this year Nigerian police force will be 96 years old. It was created in 1930. So one would expect that the Nigerian police should behave more professional than what we saw in Delta State some couple of days ago. So it's a huge disappointment for me as a professional, and I think that this is a test case for the new IGP.
All right, we heard what the IGP said, and what will be your reaction to the IGP's directive that the officer should be dismissed and also be prosecuted? Do you think that is going to be possible? I mean, the prosecution.
You see, there are laid down rules. There are rules of engagement, and there are also disciplinary procedures with regards to this case of murder. It's a case of murder, right? It's not a case of manslaughter or anything. It was a deliberate, it was a premeditated arrangement or reaction from the police officer. So there are laid down punishment for such offense, for such crime, right? I am aware that to carry out such disciplinary action on the officer is within the purview of the IGP. That's the police force headquarters to handle such disciplinary procedure with regards to the police officer. And I think that the police hierarchy has started well by dismissing not just the actual perpetrator of the act, but also the complete team. Because if you watch the video clearly, you'll see that a police officer also extended or passed a bullet to the police officer that shot the boy, or the suspected boy that was killed. So I think the right thing has been done. Looking at what we have started seeing, they've been dismissed, and they will, after investigation within the police, they will now have to send the matter to the appropriate court, for trial and the prosecution. You see, what we have seen, Nigerians have seen this video. It has gone viral. There are reactions, condemnations everywhere from all walks of life, right? So now it's now left for the police to come out clear and publicly to let Nigerians know the outcome of this prosecution, right? Until we see that justice is fair, right? Because 2020 there was this mass protest against police brutality, right? This incident here some couple of days ago could resurrect another protest against the police, right? So I think that there's a lot that the police needs to do in terms of training, in terms of psychological tests, mental tests of the officers, right? All these are lacking within the police institution.
Okay, so if I understand you correctly, you are attributing this to mental stress, and but some people are saying that it is that they are trigger happy or they are power drunk. Do you also subscribe to that thinking?
So people are saying what, please?
That they are trigger happy or just power drunk.
Yeah, you see, all these are subject to investigation, right? They are subject to investigation, and you don't know the mind of these police officers. You see, the way and manner they even recruit them, you don't even know. They don't even carry proper background checks on them. I must say, because we have seen situations where people get enlisted into the police, they don't even use their real names and all that. So there's a lot that the police needs to do. And that's why I say there's a test case for the new IGP. You need to see how to turn the police institution around. Let us see why are they trigger happy? Why are they, it was a clear case of murder, broad daylight, So there's a lot that the police needs to do. That's why I said the test case. The proper investigation needs to be carried out. They need training and retraining. That one you cannot take it out. You cannot rule it out completely, right? And they need to continuously need to check their mental state, right? Their psychological disposition. All this has to do with training. And for me, we need to see how to, look at that direction, and all that. So basically, this is the test case, and I think that the IGP needs to turn things around for the betterment of the citizens of this country. The police are out there to protect lives and property. It's not for them to begin to carry out indiscriminate or some kind of unprofessional conduct in the discharge of their duty, right? So the police is out there. Their duty is clearly spelled out in the Constitution and in the Act that established them.
Okay, look at the level of this. Looking at the level of this extrajudicial killings, it doesn't seem like it's going to stop anytime soon, because this is something that has been happening for years. How does this affect Nigeria economically and diplomatically?
Number one, it affects Nigeria in all ramifications, right? Like if you look at the 2020 protest by some Nigerians against police brutality, a lot happened in economically. Private citizens, private individuals that are going about their local businesses were affected. They don't have any link with the protest. They don't have any connection or relationship with the police and all that. They all lost their personal business valuable items. The hoodlums went into the protest and capitalized on that, and they started vandalizing people's property and started looting and stealing people's property. Right. So in that regard, a lot has happened. We don't need to see such protests again where hoodlums will now hijack protests and begin to carry out all these acts of criminality. If the police behaved well, if the police are doing well, would there be need for such protests that hoodlums will capitalize and hijack? So a lot has to be done in that regard. And don't forget, I told you about training. For us to see that there is stop to this extrajudicial killing, Nigerian police force personnel, they need to be trained. They are not adequately trained. Whether we like it or not, I am in the system. They are not trained. Monies are voted for training of police officers, but at the end of the day, these monies are diverted into personal or private pockets. So police are lacking in training. Since 1930 to date, what has changed about the police? Nothing has changed about the police. We started having issues with the Nigerian police force from the day we started having indigenous IGPs. Nigeria started becoming IGPs. From that day, we started having issues with Nigerian police. 96 years of existence. In the next 4 years, it will be a century old. So what is it that is lacking that the government is not doing or the police is not doing? So there's a lot of reform that we need to carry out within the police institution. And in carrying out this reform, the police attitude, their behavior towards their work should also change. They should serve police officers with integrity. Right? So there's a lot. Go on travel on Nigerian roads and see the attitude of behaviors of Nigerian police officers. It's amazing, right? So there's a lot that we need to do. It's not about this extrajudicial killing alone. Something led to this extrajudicial killing. And the more we punish them, the more we see these things happen. So what we need to do is to begin to check what is really the cause of the issue. Their mental state, why are they behaving like this? Do they need more training compared to what they are seeing now or what they are not even seeing at all? Do they need to look at how to boost their morale, their remuneration? How much are they collecting? How much are they collecting as salary? How much are they being given? How much are they given as GTAs and all that? A whole lot needs to come to play in trying to see how to solve this issue.
Every time there's a new Inspector General, the first thing they would say is that the era of impunity is over. And yet, we keep experiencing this impunity. Do you have faith that this era, this particular one, things are going to be different?
You see, you just said it. Every new IGP comes with a new vision and mission statement. At the end of the day, the police still remain the way they are. I just told you here that the police will be 96 years old this year. What are the successes they have recorded in the time past, or have they recorded in the time past? The police, for me, have become so overwhelmed. We don't even see enough of their effort in addressing the insecurity issues in Nigeria. And when it comes to them saying that they are lead agency, they say it's even more than the military and all that. They keep telling us that they are the lead.
Your balance is too low to complete this call.
and when we return, we'll finish our discussion.
With a heavy heart, but unwavering resolve. On April 26, 2026, a tragic incident occurred in Efuru, Delta State, leading to the death of a citizen, Mene Ogidi, an officer of the Nigerian Police Force, ASP Nuru Usman, acting in a manner that betrayed his oath, took the life of a citizen extrajudicially. Let me be clear. This action was criminal, it was unprofessional, it has no place in the Nigerian Police Force. Upon receiving the report, I ordered the immediate transfer of all involved officers from Delta State Command to the force headquarters in Abuja. The officers were compelled to face the full weight of the internal disciplinary machinery without delay.
This dance is a vibrant mix of traditions, arts and beliefs, deeply rooted in the country's diverse ethnic groups and their rich history. The dance has artistic expressions depicting the people's history. Benin people have been famous for bronze and brass work, some of which is said to date back from the 13th century, especially ivory and wood carving. In Benin, the people dance to show respect, honor, dignity, which they honor. They dance to show royalty, as natives are seen in their numbers around their body depicting the symbol of kingship.
Let's drive and all that. So for me, punishment is the way to go, and it should serve as deterrent. But you see, our police officers don't even read news. They don't even, these stories or these issues are not new. So I think that there's need for the police hierarchy to see how to disseminate this information. That it is wrong to take life of an individual that is still a suspect. You know, they don't have that right to do that. We're talking about human rights here. In as much as we know that they commit crime and all that. But it must be proven in court of law that the suspect actually committed the crime. So there are some police officers that are in the remote areas of within Nigeria that are not even aware of this incident. So there is a need for the police hierarchy to see how to send this information, the picture of the police officer that has committed this crime, to all the nooks and crannies when we have police stations, police force, so that they be aware, and they should be aware. They should know that there are implications. There are consequences for such action. In the event when you carry out this kind of action, there are penalties for it, And it's the case of clear murder. This is murder, and we know the penalty for murder is death. It's death by hanging or whatever means I want to use to take the person's life. So I think we need training, more awareness, because some of them are even illiterate, so they're not even schooled. So we need a lot to do with regards to how the police is functional and free.
All right, sir, your last word to the Nigerian police and also to Nigerians on how to avoid incidences like this, even though most times they are unexpected.
You see, the society, I'm not expecting a Ethiopian society where everything must be perfect. But I expect that we as citizens of the country, we need to obey the law. And as much as we have India society where some people choose to be what I law. We find situation as a citizen. Therefore, the police, I think that they need to be more thorough, they need to be more professional in the discharge of their duty. And the police also need to need to carry out mental, psychological tests on their officers and personnel. But it is important, right? Because police, for me, I think they do worse than what is expected of them, as professional trained officers. So, police, for me, I think that they need to improve in their conduct, they improve in their of or the act that has established them. I think with that we can have a change society.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Kure, for this wonderful insight. It's been a wonderful conversation with you on the program. Thank you very much for being part of the program.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Well, that was a conversation with Dr. Steve Okore, who is a security analyst, and he has said a lot needs to be done in terms of training and retraining of police officers mentally and physically. And also, as civilians, Nigerians should take the extra, protect yourself, like I said, unexpected incidences like this. When you see something like this, police officers coming at you, just be calm and obedient in whatever they say, then the rest can follow, and everything will go on well. It's been a wonderful conversation with the security analyst on this matter, and we pray that from the IGP's directive that justice will surely be served. At this point, I'll be handing you over to our Lagos Network studio, where Patricia is still there for the continuation of the program.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Good morning and welcome to the continuation of the ITV from our Lagos Network studio.
How you go stay for 4 days without food inside this house? I don't hear anything today. You must give me that.
ITV, certainly the best.
We find ourselves still revolving around the issue of insecurity in our nation today. Now, going by President said,
let me call for picture or the view where Mr. President said my ending is insecurity to get rid of me, I'm a stubborn political who refuses. If we have the video or the picture, please, just so that we can understand what we're talking about.
If we borrow money, we borrow. It's not borrowing. Is not. How you put it. You are playing to your agents, in my own enemies, who want to use security to get rid of me. I'm a stubborn politician. I just refuse to go. And I pay for myself. I work.
So that was then saying insecurity is being used to want to destabilize him or get him out of the. What's your take on that? Even though I've asked you so many, because who are the enemies?
Yes, I'm about coming to that. I just want to establish the fact that, at least from the president's speech, it has been established now that they are enemies. That's where I'm going to, before we now begin to look at who are the enemies. But you see, prior to now, what is their prodigals or our brothers and sisters? But at least the president has acknowledged enemies, which brings Nigeria, would now bring the president to the same page with the citizen.
Okay.
The insecurity has always been an enemy of the citizen. Because at the other side of the divide, they have not seen it fungo. And that was why they classified them with any of those things. But now that the president is saying that they are enemies who are trying to get rid of him in the office, just the way they have been getting rid of citizens of both and their placement, I think that will probably make the president be more decisive when it comes to that matter. But then, when into the issue of actually this enemy, I think it's also in the best to answer that question. The reason is because he is the commander-in-chief and he has the service chiefs at his command. And don't forget that these service chiefs are appointed by him for the purpose of handling the case of insecurity. And forget about the propaganda we hear about the military, about our police. I can tell you for fact and for free that Nigerian military are one of the best, not just in Africa, but in the entire world at large. Nigerian police is one of the outstanding. Listen to me. Look, if there are issues that Nigerian police want to actually work on, 2 hours is too small. I mean, it's too much for them. They can actually get job within the space of 24 to 48, max within 72 hours. Now, having this kind of at disposal, then we talk about the DSS and other, security agencies who are super. To me, I think it is just the political will for these people to be spotted out. These people are not outside the space of this country. They are within the space of the country. And at some point, even one of the president, I think former President Goodluck Jonathan did said they were members of his cabinet. So for him to have had a clue where he could say they are members of his, it means that they are prior to some certain information that I and you here are to. So when he said there is him to even arrive at that, it means that to a reasonable extent, they are not faceless. But probably of lack of political will is probably the reason why they could be probably manage, maybe because ambition, like the previous, military head of states and presidents who have had in time past. You see, this insecurity it has started way back. But unfortunately, the people we had then is either they eat or for their political, advantages. And that is why it has even escalated to the point where it is now. Some of them deny the fact that this thing does not exist. But today, we have a president who are finally that these people exist and they're actually enemy. And they are doing it to get rid of him out of power. Now, I like what he said, but he's stubborn. You see, that stubbornness is what we see. It should be backed up with matching order to really prove that he's stubborn, not just saying it, but they should be so sure.
No, when when he said he's stubborn to want to come back for the second
time, and to also resist that he can get rid of him. That's part of what he meant when so that they want to get rid of him, but he's stubborn. Yes, stubborn in second term, and he can only term if they don't get rid of him. And the way, if he has to, establish reality, any harm that on them. I can always say each time I'm opportune is that they are not joking. They meant business, and only them know what they are driving at. And I'm happy that they are there now to destabilize his government. And the early he comes after them and climb after them, the better for him. The citizens.
This is actually, against him. And if care is not taken, the opponents, that is the opposition parties, are going to really capture this and clamp down on him when he doesn't return in 2027. Don't forget that he too, this was part of the weapon he used at some time with groups during Jonathan. It was still the issue of insecurity that was part of the front burner. And he's trying to repeat the same thing he kicked against last. The oppositions are going to use the same might. They are going to use the same to see how they can the power if he allowed this. He has all it takes to clamp down this situation. Now that he knows that you don't play with your enemies, you don't romance your enemies, you go after your enemies. So he should go after.
Thank you, Doctor. You seem to be so sure that Mr. President has enemies. And if you Algerians are asking, who are these enemies? Why will the enemies want to kill fellow citizens just to get back at Mr. President?
Well, I'm not saying that they are killing them just to get back at the president. They are only making a statement to the president. And I think it took the president for him to finally acknowledge that they are his enemies. I think before he's seeing them, one of those political enemies who are just trying to rubbish his work, his influence in the citizen. But it is clear to him that this fight is only building up to come after him. I've mentioned this scandal at your station when I said one day, if KK will wake up, probably it was even one of our last interviews. I said, we'll just wake up one morning, these people have overrun this nation. And how would they overrun the nation except they get to the president? And so it is clear, even the Holy Bible will tell you that when you smash the shepherds, when you shepherd, the sheep will scatter. So the whole target of killing the citizen is not about the citizen. It's about to create and see how they can get him off. So he realized that it seems that
I agree he has an enemy. He acknowledged that he has an enemy. So now that he knows he has an enemy, and Nigerians already know that they have enemy long before now, he just his own. So I think it is time for us to allow and see how we can come after the enemies.
Anyway, I just don't want to have enemy because it's working out for us as Nigeria. Let's move on. So what does narrative mean for President Tinubu's administration ahead of 2027 election?
Well, I think it goes back to let him know that he has to concentrate on governance. I think he's been distracted and is distracted. And as long as his vision and his mind is all about 27, they definitely affect his ambition, whether he like it or yes, because the security of life is paramount to citizen, and they will go to any length to ensure that they get somebody who needs, to give them, even if that person have not been tested before, they will feel that they have tested system of government and they want to try another government. So for me, the implication is that if it doesn't become more decisive and take action by backing his matching order with actions, his chances of 2027 will be very, very dicey. And already it's already looking, because if you check the agitation that is actually going on among the citizens, I'm not talking about political power plays trying to use that opportunity to sell themselves. I'm talking about the citizens themselves. If you actually hear their cry, you will know that they are not looking at it, they are thinking towards another direction, which they are sure of which person, but of course they are gradually away from him and somewhere else. So he can do himself the honor by matching his political ambition so that he can correct this narrative. He still have a window of time to make this happen. So now that he said then let him go after that, because he has all it takes to do that.
Okay, could you run us through how security can really be used to destabilize a sitting government? Because it's a sitting government, like you said, he has all the powers to him, all the security powers to him. So he can the orders, he can call the shots and say this has to stop. So how can it be used as a tool to destabilize a sitting government?
Now it can be used as a tool. You see, when we have a security system, you see, one of the things these people, I believe, I'm not a security expert, but I want to say that I believe that I've seen a windows. And some of the window of lapses are the synergy of even the security agencies. That architecting has properly been, synergized, where they can share, they can have a good information sharing that will enable them clamp down some of these people. Now, secondly, is also to check the issue of corruption in between, within the security system. These are some of the areas that the enemy actually use get is in power to get rid of him out of power, because the moment they discover that there's for corruption, they can actually corrupt some of these security agencies, and they will play a lot. They feel that their welfare is not properly taken care of. These are, of course, are already complaining, like I said. So anybody now look like any opportunity I see. There's this saying, even though I'm not comfortable with it, I hear people say, all way, now way. All way is not actually way, but we are getting to that point where he's saying all way is way. And when Nigerians begin to see that all way, now way, it becomes a map, to that. So that actually, I want to believe that the enemies are actually advantage of the windows that are weakened, that are having lapsed. The president can actually look into that and see how you can put them straight. Otherwise, those are the entries that used to get him to, out of power, because the security, the president cannot do without people. And these same people associate with people that he doesn't know. He can boldly say he knows all the people working with him and the people that they are working with. And so he do everything to ensure that their welfare and the welfare of Nigerians are taken care of. Otherwise, these people will take advantage of this loophole and see how they can get him there. So actually use instinct to do that, particularly when they come to
Well, it's going on. So there's a lot going on with insecurity in Nigeria right now, and then said when I was opening up it's becoming very scary, very, very scary. But do you think the political actors have a role to play in escalating or resolving this insecurity issue?
The
the actors, particularly the opposition leaders. Because the security matters and the challenges currently now is going to tell on all of us. Like he's telling on the president, he's telling on the opposition, he's telling on the citizen. So I think the best we can do now as a nation is that despite we are pushing towards election, the ruling party is also doing everything they can to also empower. But we should understand the moment the issue of insecurity becomes the front, we may not even have the opportunity to talk about rating. Because as it's going now, I'm afraid, even where election cannot be conducted in some certain part of the implication is that some of the people who are even in there taking it for granted, they've not considered that their chances of even returning is slim. There is no how would they be retaining power.
And they will remain there on his election.
No, there's a constitution. So if they are going to suspend or there's a reason for election not to take place in it, then they have to tell their side of the story. Because if they are thinking that because there will not be election, so they are going to control power, then they are also giving room, to escalate this so that they can continue to remain in power. So I don't believe that the system and the constitution permits them to continue in the nation, particularly if it is not happening in the entire nation, which we are not praying, we actually. So I think the opposition, why they are, campaigning or bringing issues, to the front burner that has to do with security, they should also team up with the party, because the security wall on all of us. If it's working, it works for all of us, and if it collapses on all of us. So I think even the political, including the opposition, I think it's high time we should have a common, push when it comes to this issue of insecurity. Otherwise, they are thinking that when they come to do so much, they'll be shocked that they may not be able to do a lot because the damage would have been done to a reasonable extent. So the earlier we manage it as Nigerians, before you talk about whether you're an opposition or the other, is better for all of us. So I think the political class should also be involved in this insurgency. Otherwise, even they themselves will be displaced.
If you don't mind, I know you're not a security expert, but will you run Nigerians through on how you think this can be managed by politicians?
No, like I said from the beginning of my speech, one of it, you see, that fueled this, honestly, is poverty. It's poverty, nothing more than this. Because if you are comfortable, there are certain offers they bring to you, you will turn it down. That's number two. The issue of protection of even whistleblower, I think it should be more protected than what it is now. Otherwise, even if I see, I may not want. So these are some of the things that can help, because this enemies that are creating insecurity here and there, they live among people. Whether they are staying in the bush, they pass through a community, they pass through a village to go and perpetrate their evil and return. So there are people who seize them every day.
They live in a community.
They live among people. But you see, if the protection of whistleblowers are not properly protected, you don't expect me to come and say, Lisa become the next on the line, because I'm not even sure who I'm telling the story to, if it's actually one of them. So these are some of the things that I feel that the government puts in place. To get these people is not difficult. They are not ghosts. They are not spirits.
But
they
people are also
beings.
complain. Government also is recruiting. They will tell you they've repented. They've went through certain trainings for the past 6 months, and they recruit into the military.
Well, for me,
do you think that is a problem?
Well, for me, if that is exactly what is happening, because I also listened that the government came to deny that that is not actually the truth, that they only reorientate them and send them back to the society. I've never heard the government admitted that they actually recruit them back into the army. But if that is, for me, feel that is a wrong move. Rehabilitating these people and recruiting them, why not rehabilitate those who are in the IDP camp, who have that, and empower them and return them back to the community so that they will be able to contend with these people? Otherwise, we are doing the opposite. So for me, even rehabilitating them and then returning back to the society, for me, is a huge step, because I don't know if the government also has to checkmate these people while they are living among the communities. And now, as long as that is not also in place, for me, it's risky, because some of these people could also come in pretend to tell you that they have repented, and then you just give them the opportunity because they already know the program. After 6 months, they will empower them. And the 6 months or less, 6 months of enjoyment.
swear meal, and then they give you a shoebi to wear, come to speak English in your front, and then after maybe empower you with even some financial aid to go and start a new life. Whereas the people that are victims are the IDP camp, struggling to eat a meal a day. How does that? So if there's anybody that should be rehabilitated and be returned back to the society, I think it should be the IDP, not the terrorists that were captured. And don't forget, most of these terrorists were captured. They didn't come on their own. There was no record that they actually came and said the government will surrender. It was that they were overpowered, they surrendered. And so how do you now say some of them were coerced, some of them were manipulated into it? How do you separate that? So for me, these are some of the issues. So rehabilitating them and returning them back to the society, I think is a problem on its own, because the checkmate of how their day-to-day life is important. I don't think government can account for it. So as long as they cannot account for it, I think that the people at the IDP camp should be the one that should be orientated, because they have a community to return back to and to defend the community, so that what happened should not repeat itself again. So I think we'd rather focus that direction than the issue of returning these people back. Because it's possible that some of these evils that are happening is actually by them. They actually came and to also measure the strength of the security personnel. By doing that, you are exposing yourself. You are trying to show them some certain things, and so they are also understanding other things that they do not understand. By the time you return them, then they go back, and then we are now saying that these people are becoming more powerful, not knowing that we're actually the people who came to equip them and empower them to be more powerful. So government should really look into that arrangement and see how they can turn the table. But let's concentrate more on the people at the IDP and empower those ones. That one should go and face the law, and if the law justifies them, so be it, and if the law has to crucify them, so be it. So I think it's rather we go that way than this other way around.
Well, I just hope the governor and government personnel are listening to you, see if this could be put in place, and let's see how it works. Let's do it the other way around, like you said. But anyway, moving on, let's find out from you how strong Nigerians' current security architecture is in addressing both the internal and external threats. Because sometimes what they come from other neighboring countries. So our architecture, security structure, do you think they have the strength to deal with internal and external?
Now, I said something again when I started. I told you that when it comes to our security structure, we have one of the best, not just in Africa, but in the world. You see, we have all it takes to match and clamp down on this issue of insecurity. There has always been political will. There is no problem with our security agency at all. Yes, I agree that with some aids, some funds here and there. But you see, with the kind of training our security agencies have, that I told you that they can fish out anything. See, no matter how it is, if you commit it, that the deepest of the hole, within 72 hours you can be fished out. The only reason why we are where we are now, and it seems and it's looking like these people are more powerful and they have more weapons than us, simply because there's no police. So for me, if you ask me the structure or the infrastructure of the security agency, I'll tell you that they are fair. It's just a political will, to clamp down on these people. Give them a political will, and you'll be shocked that within 2 weeks or thereabout, this issue of it just died down. Who are these people? Where are they from? Are they as trained as us? Is it not some of the Nigerians people who they say ran to go and be training them? What kind of training do they receive? You cannot compare their training with the training of our Nigerian army, with our armed forces. So the issue is political will. Let there be political will. Like the president have now acknowledged, the people are enemies. Deal with them as an enemy. At least the issue of the issue of our brothers and sisters, at least we should keep it aside, because our brothers and sisters come after our life. They will not seek to rig us out of life and out of power. So now that he knows, let's deal with enemy as enemies are dealt with. Then you will see that our military have might. You will see that our police are highly intelligent.
Well, Doctor, you have said a lot in a short period of time. I appreciate that. But finally, in 1 minute, what message would you give to Nigerians regarding safety and political stability?
Well, my advice to Nigerians, the citizens, is that let us be more security aware, conscious. Not that you take all the necessary security measures. Part of it is, one of it, if you must go out late, please be ensured that what you are returning back late for
is important. Otherwise, try as much as possible to be home at good time. It's part of the security measure that you need to check. At this point, we cannot leave security completely in the hand of the government because it has escalated to the point where it's living within our neighborhood. So Nigerians should be more aware of their environment, and then they should be more aware of the security of themselves.
Thank you so much, Doctor. As usual, you have really dealt with the issue of insecurity and Mr. President feeling that he has enemies that are plotting to take him out with insecurity. Anyway, thank you so much, as usual, for coming. I mean, time didn't permit us to really look deep into this insecurity. But like I said, my advice to my message to Nigerians is, if you must go out, let your family members, at least one person, know where you're going to. Like they say in the pidgin English, they come, know the address. Let people know where you are going to, at what time you will be there, and what time you will be leaving there. Thank you so much again, Doctor, for coming. And to our viewers out there, thank you for watching this morning at Urimu Gabriels.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Onwa is rich in culture and traditions. The people are a mixture of traditional worshippers, Muslims and Christians. Onwa is located at the northern part of Edo State. It consists of two local government areas, that is Onwa West and Onwa East. It has a total number of 13 clans and 21 political wards, according to National Population Commission 2006 census. The population of Onwa people is put together at 251,686. The people love tradition and culture. Historically, the people ancestors in deep quest to hand down on their future children a society of love and friendship.
Good morning. This is CMI Socials. I am Anuoluwakpo Stevens. So better still, call me your social media butterfly. Now today we begin in Abuja, where the president has said that his administration will continue to borrow whenever necessary, insisting that it should not be viewed negatively. Well, he spoke yesterday at the State House during a meeting with Plateau leaders led by Caleb Mutfwang, the governor, and Nataya Lialdwata, national chairman of the All Progressive Congress. His remarks come amid rising public concern over Nigeria's growing debt burden and the increasing share of national revenue committed to debt servicing. Let's take a listen to him.
If we have to borrow money, we borrow. It's not borrowing is not a leprosy. We just have to work hard to be able to pay for it.
There you have it. Borrowing is not leprosy. Now, this user Destiny Peter on X wrote, but why can't you just work hard to build your own wealth instead of borrowing? Another user reacting online says, let's see what we have. Well, this one says, if we have to borrow, what if we do not have to borrow? Because I know when it comes to working hard to repay, the we there is quickly replaced by the suffering masses. Now we they endure hardship. Another user reacting to this online says, easy to say when the people borrowing the money won't be the ones alive to pay it back. We are literally selling the future of Nigerian children to fund the present. Hashtag debt trap, hashtag Tinubu, and he went on and on. Well, still staying in Abuja yesterday, President Bola Tinubu has reaffirmed his determination to seek re-election, dismissing what he described as coordinated attempt by political enemies to force him out of office. Take a listen.
You are playing to the hand of agents, including my own enemies, who want to use insecurity to get rid of me. I'm a very stubborn politician. I just refuse to go. And I will campaign for my second term. I will work.
Well, there you have it. He's a very stubborn politician, so it's given no grief for anybody. But anyway, reacting to this online, let's see what you have been saying. This user wrote, okay, now, interestingly, on the stream of social media, a viral tweet from our president in 2014, when he said that on matters of security, the buck stops at the president's table, like in other countries. Jonathan is the chief security officer. Stop Boko Haram. Now, a lot of Nigerians had to retweet this online. I just had to bring it up for you to see. Now, this user on X wrote, leadership is not about stubbornness. It is about results. Nigerians are facing real hardship and insecurity. That's what should matter most, not political survival. Another user on X wrote, let's see. This one says, the main enemy we are fighting is 1,500 naira fuel and nighttime raids, not political rivals. If the insecurity goes away, nobody needs to get rid of anybody. Let the stubbornness start from the borders and the forest first. Well, moving away from that, still staying in Abuja, this time around, the EFCC boss, Ora Olukoyede, has said that he investigated the lead pastor of Streams of Joy International, Jerry Eze, for 6 months for alleged money laundering. He stated this yesterday in Abuja at the Jerry Eze Foundation Business Grant Award ceremony. Take a listen to him.
To work by petitions. At some point, I saw there was an account, a domiciliary account. Dollars, pounds were dropping in like raindrops, from Colombia, from America, from Sri Lanka, even from Togo. I said, who is this man? Yes, I've been hearing about his name, I've seen his face a couple of times. So, I never bothered about what he was doing. I knew he's a pastor. So they said this one, Pastor Jerry Eze of Streams of Joy. Go and investigate him. So we went to the investigation. We combed the books. Yes, we saw the money coming in. So my IO, my investigating officer, came to me one day and said, sir, this is the preliminary report. I said, I like.
Well, reacting to this yesterday, still in Abuja at the same event, this was what Pastor Jerry Eze had to say. Can we have the other video?
I remember that the FCC chairman was talking about the investigation. He's saying it and he's happy. He's saying it and he's happy. But he didn't know the kind of, everyone, I remember talking to Pastor Poju at the time. I remember talking to Pastor Sarah. I'm like, what did I do? I've not done anything. I don't know why these people are after me. And so I wake up and I'm driving to NSPPD in the morning. You did me wrong. You did me wrong. I must say it. You did me. I'm driving in the morning and I'm crying. And I'm saying, Jesus, Lord, I prayed for you. I put your name on the altar. I put your name on the altar because it looked like, I didn't know what it was. But then again, the interesting thing is that when he came and he said, we looked through your books and we didn't find anything wrong.
Well, did I hear someone shout Elroy over there? Anyway, how did you react to this online? This user wrote on X, I laugh only in Nigeria. Fraudsters in pulpit are celebrated while lower Yahoo boys are hunted and exploited by EFCC. Bunch of jesters. Okay, another user reacting to this online says, this is a bad look. Even if the investigation was legitimate and closed, the head of the EFCC shouldn't have been at that event in the first place, let alone on stage publicly declaring a former subject clean. This blurs professional boundaries, creates the perception of favoritism, and undermines public trust. Nigeria is, okay, anyway, away from that, still on the story, this user wrote, do these guys know what an altar is? Putting a furniture on a high pedestal isn't an altar. Altar in the Old Testament are places where sacrifices are made. There is no such place in Christianity. All these guys know how to use terms like this is to deceive their followers. Okay, and he went on and on. Well, interestingly, this is how we get to wrap things up today on TMI Socials. Thank you so much for being a part of the show. I am Anuoluwapo Stevens, and from all of us on the team, Abuja, Lagos, and right here in Edo State, we'll see you again next week. Please stay safe and
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Good evening and welcome to ITV Network News. I am Wilson Omasha. And of course, joining me from our Abuja Network studio, it's Victor Ogani. All right, so waiting for Abuja studio. From our Lagos Network studio, we have Marcelina Onkwo. Patricia Gabriels, good evening, Patricia. And I would do sincere apologies for that technical hitch. We'll continue from our Benin Network studio. Edo State Governor Senator Monday Okpebholo has inspected the over 90% completed Ikpoba Hill flyover project at Ramat Park in Benin City in company with a journalist Shehu Kimbaloye. The inspection is part of efforts by the state government to showcase some key infrastructure projects across the state and highlight expected gains to citizens when completed. Government House correspondent Kingsley Uchebu reports.
Governor Okpebholo and his guests took a walk through the over 900 meters flyover construction site and surrounding areas to assess the level of work done so far. Commercial bus drivers, market women, commuters and residents within Orebuni and environs cast in on the inspection to express their appreciation to the governor and his administration for the landmark flyover and others, including erosion control measures at Obaseki Street off Ikpoba Hill, which aims at addressing flooding and improving the livelihood of residents. With over 90% completion attained at the Ikpoba Hill flyover, the mega infrastructure, when inaugurated, is expected to ease traffic congestion and improve connectivity within different parts of Benin City.
We cannot sit down in one scope to evaluate the socio-economic value of this road. And what we are seeing, this project is about 14 months old, and in spite of that, and even the economic challenges that we have as a nation and as a state, the speed with which this project is going is bemusing. Everywhere we go, they hold us in high gratitude for working with the governor, and that is one of the reasons folks like myself are with the governor, because of this laudable project. All of them are in the Ikpoba axis. Ikpoba is an economic artery into Edo State.
The project tour also underscores the state government strategy of showcasing projects to the global audience. For a deeper insight into the infrastructure development of the Senator Monday Okpebholo-led administration in enhancing economic activities, from Benin, Kingsley Uchebu, ITV News.
His Royal Majesty Omonobanedo Ukwa-Okpolopolo Ewa II of Benin has extended his sympathy and condolence to the Deputy Governor of Edo State, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, and his family over the death of their mother, Madam Esther Idahosa. Deborah Benford reports that the condolence message of the royal father was conveyed by top palace chiefs who visited the residence of the Deputy Governor in Benin City.
Emissaries sent by the revered monarch led by senior palace chiefs, the Obazelu of Benin, Chief Osaro Ida, and the Obasoge of Benin, Chief George Ekato, were at the residence of the Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Idahosa, in Benin City to deliver the condolence message of Oba Ewa II, conveying Oba's sympathy and prayers to the Deputy Governor and his family during this period of grief. The Obazelu of Benin, Chief Osaro Ida, said the monarch urged the family to take solace in the life and legacy of the deceased, while emphasizing the importance of unity and strength in moments of grief, offered prayers of longevity and unity for the Idahosa family. In his response, the Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Idahosa, on behalf of his family, expressed gratitude for the outpour of condolences and love on the passing away of his mother. He said the Idahosa family is perfecting arrangements for the Christian funeral of the Idahosa matriarch starting from Friday 8th to 10th of May 2026.
Where my mwekwe manivie de bagbe na hia we menekwe yima Esther imagbo anro Idahosa ikpede ukinodina kwede yin de bagbe digbe e ma hia we menegbe.
The royal gesture underscores His Majesty's enduring role in fostering compassion, cultural values, and community support across the Benin Kingdom. In Benin, Deborah Ubefun, ITV News.
Edo South APC senatorial aspirant Pastor Osagie Ize-Iyamu has debunked a rumor that he has withdrawn from the 2027 senatorial race, describing it as baseless and unfounded. Joy Obaisiagbon reports that the aspirant debunked the fake news on Wednesday during an interview as he rounded off his tour of all 7 APC secretariat in Edo South senatorial district.
At Ego APC Secretariat, located on Uselu, Lagos Road, Benin City, it was a carnival of some sort as party stakeholders, executives, and decision makers gathered to receive the Edo South APC senatorial aspirant, Pastor Osagie Ize-Iyamu. Addressing the crowd, Pastor Ize-Iyamu dismissed the rumor that he has withdrawn from the race and appealed for their support.
I said I don't withdraw. People will talk, say I write letter of withdrawal. I fake letter, I fear, make them come. And then people send me for this race, and by the grace of God, we go get there. Jesus name.
Notable APC leaders in the local government area, Barrister Moses Idahosa, alongside Secretary, formally declared the support of leaders and all 10 ward chairmen for the aspirant.
So if Ize-Iyamu is not coming out to say we equalize, is that one to be for us to do for him? Our pastor carry gold.
Similar endorsement was recorded at the Oedo APC Secretariat on Wire Road, where all 12 ward chairmen were presented. They offered prayers and declared support for Pastor Ize-Iyamu. At the Ikpobaoka APC Secretariat located on Upper Sakomba Road, the APC chairman Sonny Ogbewe said the party believes that if Pastor Ize-Iyamu secures the ticket, he will work closely with Governor Monday Okpebholo to take the state to greater heights.
We believe that if you are given the ticket, that desired vote that the governor has promised the president, through you will get it here. I wish you well.
Fielding questions from journalists, Pastor Osagie Ize-Iyamu confirmed that his nomination form was purchased by friends and supporters and would be unveiled soon, marking the conclusion of his ward visit to all 7 local government areas in Edo South. From Ikpobaoka local government area, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
Artificial intelligence has been described as a present-day tool that can redefine how nations confront insecurity, anticipate threats, and secure their future. This was a central message delivered by former Chief of Defense Staff of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, General Lucky Rabo, retired, at the 2026 annual lecture series of the College of Arts and Social Sciences of Nigeria's premier private university, Igbenedion University, Okada. Osemudeme Osagie reports that the lecture held at the university's main auditorium focused on the theme Combating Insecurity in Nigeria, Artificial Intelligence and the Global Future.
The lecture drew academics, security experts and students to engage in discussions on technology and national security. In his opening remarks, the Vice-Chancellor, Igbenedion University Okada, Professor Lawrence Izimunye, highlighted the institution's commitment to shaping national discourse and driving solutions to contemporary challenges.
How do we balance surveillance with civil liberty? These are questions that the great university must raise. And we are proud that our College of Arts and Social Sciences have taken the lead.
In his welcome address, The acting dean, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan College of Arts and Social Sciences, Dr. Sylvester Onyoma, described the lecture series as an intellectual platform for relevant policy research.
This thing challenges us to think critically the role of innovation in securing our nation's future.
The guest speaker, General Lucky Irabor, retired, emphasized the importance of artificial intelligence in security architecture for intelligence gathering, surveillance and predictive analysis.
The topic presents a transformative opportunity to address persistent threats such as insurgency, banditry, cybercrime, terrorism, and cross-border criminality.
The guest speaker was thereafter presented with a plaque of appreciation by the Vice-Chancellor. Guests were thrilled by cultural performance by students of the Department of Theatre Arts. Some participants lauded the lecture for providing insights on the role of technology in shaping the future of security in Nigeria.
AI helps in terms of security, punishing offenders and enforcing justice system.
AI helps us intellectually and win security, which is a very serious issue that we're battling in the country presently.
The lecture further reaffirms the institution's commitment to promoting intellectual discourse on national and global issues. From Okada, Osemudame Osage, ITV News.
And joining us right now virtually is a renowned economist and of course an ADC chieftain, Dr. Pat Otami. Good evening, Dr. Pat. How are you doing tonight? Can you hear me, Prof?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good evening. Thank you so much for sharing your time with us this evening. Now, I have just a couple of questions for you. Your perspective on today's landmark judgment from Supreme Court restoring David Mark-led ADC leadership and dismissal of Turaki-led PDP appeal, saying the Ibadan Convention was unlawful.
Well, I like to say that it is for heartwarming that it was acknowledged that the David Mark-led ADC is properly in place. However, let us bear in mind that we're dealing with a very nuanced matter. My understanding is that the general matter goes back to the High Court. Even the fact that time is of the essence. If one is not careful, it can be just a game that one is being played into for now. First and foremost, INEC must immediately move the dates that it has imposed on the system of the election. If they don't do that, then the judge Amopita INEC will have created something that the court has set aside, but which has cost the party several weeks from the timetable that they have drawn forward. So, critical thing is, yes, we're moving in the correct direction, but we must make sure that the Nigerian people are not shortchanged in this regard by making sure the election time gets shifted, adjusted, appropriately.
All right, Prof. Kindly appraise the seeming disunity amongst the opposition against 2027 general election.
There isn't any seeming disunity. The narrative the press naively picks up on. Elections are about contestation, about ideas and all of that. Not about a hog-big syndrome. That is dictatorship. You have that only in dictatorship. APC has just not go through a process. It's that APC is the cause. This is the way that it should be a contested democracy with competing ideas. So, I think the president come out of this swallowing the narrative against because the future of Nigeria is really at stake. If Nigeria falls into this road to Cameroon that we took a that will give us the PR, who is 100 years old, Bola very serious country. That narrative is of the unity that is democracy.
All right, Prof, your expectations are the 2027 elections.
Expectation is that if we have free and fair elections, which I really hope we have, people take the candidate who has said that if it does not meet power, it should not be voted. They would hear what he said and not vote for him. If we are dealing with the person who says insecurity will be done in 6 months and it's got worse, people will not vote for him. It will be landslide for
Prof, are you there?
Yes, I'm quite here.
All right, so from your own analysis, talking about the 2027 election, do you think it's going to be free, fair, and credible? Before I call it a wrap on this interview segment.
I do not know. It depends on how people choose to behave. But let us bear in mind that the whole world is looking, and that if the resources, the power of the state is used to prevent the will of the Nigerian people from being heard, from deciding there could be global consequences in Nigeria.
All right, thank you so much, Prof, for spending a part of your time with us on tonight's news. And that was Professor Pat Utomi, a former presidential aspirant, political economist, and of course an ADC chieftain. Moving on, the immediate past governor of Edo State, His Excellency Mr. Godwin Obaseki, has described the death of an elder statesman, Dr. Clement Imotiya Alile, a former secretary to the government of Edo State during the administration of Chief Odige Oyego, as not only a great loss to the immediate family, but to the entire state and Nigeria. His Excellency Mr. Godwin Obaseki, in a condolence message he personally signed, said it is with a heavy heart and profound sense of loss that he mourns the passing of his dear uncle, Dr. Clement Imotiya Alile, whom he referred to as an extraordinary man, whose life was defined by service, excellence, and unwavering commitment to the advancement of the state and the nation. The former governor says the passing of the former SSG leaves a void that cannot be filled, and urged the family and others to take solace in the enduring legacy he left behind. A legacy of excellence, service, and impact. Obaseki recalled that Dr. Lile, a proud scion of the Obede Oyo family, was a distinguished veterinarian, surgeon, and a pioneer in the Ministry of Agriculture and Natural Resources, veterinary department, and through his dedication and visionary leadership, he laid a solid foundation for veterinary medicine practice, setting standards that continue to inspire generations of professionals. The former governor of Edo State, Mr. Godwin Obaseki, extends his deep condolences to the Alile family, friends, and associates, praying that the Almighty God grant his soul eternal rest and give all the fortitude to bear the irreparable loss. If you just joined us, this is ITV Network News. We'll go on a break. We'll be right back. Do stay.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Nigerian military said troops of Operation Delta Safe has arrested 7 suspected kidnappers and rescued 5 kidnapped victims on different clearance operations in Esa North and Esako East local government area in Edo State in the month of April. Defense correspondent John Tenner reports that the Director, Defense Media Operations, Major General Michael Onoja, disclosed this to journalists at the end of month press briefing at the Defense Headquarters in Abuja.
Security watchers say that kidnapping in Edo State has witnessed recent security interventions, with the military and special joint task forces rescuing multiple victims and arresting suspects along the Benin-Ore Expressway and Esako West local government area during April 2026. Authorities maintain that security has increased and are focusing on dismantling criminal networks in Edo forests. At this end-of-month press briefing, the Director, Defense Media Operations, Major General Michael Onoja, says troops on clearance operations in Esan Northeast, Esan West, and Esako East local government areas rescued 5 kidnapped victims, arrested 7 kidnappers, and dismantled active criminal cells.
A 72-year-old man kidnapped in Esan East local government area was successfully rescued and returned to his family unharmed. A clearance operation on the same date across Ibiadaobi village, Era Forest, and Akeke Forest in a Southwest local government area led to the arrest of 7 suspected criminals.
Meanwhile, General Onoja says the Defense Headquarters is still investigating the incident that led to the death of a corps member in Abuja Estate during a robbery case.
While the soldiers believed that they were chasing an armed robber and there was a crossfire, the family is saying that that is not true. So we are currently engaging with the family. On our part, we intend to conduct some internal verifications to see within those gaps which one is the most likely that occurred.
The military says troops neutralized 101 terrorists, rescued 118 victims in coordinated multi-theater operations in April. From Abuja, John Tenner, ITV News.
The Nigerian Senate has defended its approval of a $516.3 million loan request for the federal government, describing the facility as critical to avoiding delays in the execution of the Sokoto-Badagry Superhighway project. National Assembly correspondent Charity Tanko reports that the approval followed consideration of a report by the Senate Committee on Foreign and Local Debt Management.
Presenting the report on behalf of the Senate Committee on Foreign and Local Debt Management, Senator Adamu Aliero expressed optimism that the additional borrowing, when approved by the Senate, will ensure an expeditious completion of the Sokoto-Badagry Superhighway.
$516,333,700 to be borrowed for the construction of Sokoto Badagry Superhighway Project, Section 1, Phase 1A and B.
Lawmakers expressed optimism that the highway will significantly reduce travel time between northern and southern Nigeria, boosting trade and economic activity along the route.
Some might be thinking that about the borrowing that we're using to fund capital projects of this nature. Those borrowings are very much in line with our extant rules in terms of borrowing.
Mr. President is concerned about the road this country in its entirety and is working based on the arrangement he has set out through the Lead agenda.
The president of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, said the loan sourced from Deutsche Bank AG replaces an earlier financing arrangement from a Middle Eastern lender that has stalled amid disruption linked to the Iran war.
We approved a borrowing arrangement of about $5 billion to pass through the Qatar, I don't know what they call that bank, is it Abu Dhabi? Unfortunately, because of what is going on, the federal government has not been able to have even $1 drawdown on that loan.
So it has become very urgent that the ongoing projects that the federal government is already embarking upon should not be allowed to waste.
From the National Assembly, Charity Tanko, ITV News.
The Supreme Court has set aside the order of the Court of Appeal in Abuja directing parties to maintain the status quo ante bellum in the leadership dispute within the African Democratic Congress ADC, a decision upon which the Independent National Electoral Commission acted in recognizing the David Mark-led leadership of the party. In a unanimous judgment delivered by a 5-member panel led by Justice Stephen Oda, the Apex Court ordered all parties to return to the Federal High Court for an expeditious hearing of the suit filed by an aggrieved party chieftain, Nafiu Balagumbe, challenging the emergence of the Mark-led leadership. Judiciary correspondent Joseph Kadri has more. We'll bring to you details of that report later. A former member of the 8th and 9th National Assembly, Right Honorable Moigi Ogbede Hama, under the platform of the All Progressives Congress, has taken his declaration for the Edo South senatorial seat to the APC Oedo Secretariat on Wire Road in Benin City to formally seek the support of party leaders and executives. The meeting attracted representatives from all wards in Oedo alongside a large crowd of supporters. Ofure Aneto reports.
The declaration was agog with jubilation as Right Honorable Moigi Ogbede Ihama arrived at the APC Oedo Local Government Secretariat on Wire Road, Benin City, where ward chairmen from across the local government, party executives and supporters turned out in large numbers. Addressing party leaders, the former federal lawmaker appealed for prayers, support and nomination, stressing experience remains key in legislative business and pledged quality representation if elected.
Because I'm not passing a school, I promote it. In when I do, I'm not saying I promote you. But allow the way, the way you sway.
Responding, Chairman of APC in Oedo Local Government, Dr. Samudiame Osain-Hoy, assured him of the support and prayers of the leadership.
My way Kakabo, and they're gonna be a House of Rep. Maybe I dig it. I want to wish you a successful journey.
Supporters also pledged their backing for his senatorial ambition as prayers and blessings were offered for progress and victory.
Ogbede is a household name. Ogbede has done well for the youth of Edo State, and by the grace of God, we know if he given the ticket of the Senate, it will do well for Edo South people. The leaders were very happy and excited. They know my antecedents, they know what I've done for Edo, and they believe I'll be able to do it across Edo South.
From Benin, Ofure Aneto, ITV News.
As political activities gradually builds up ahead of the Edo State House of Assembly elections, the member representing Oedo West constituency, Dr. Richard Edosa, has formally signaled his intention to seek a second term in office. The declaration took place at the Oedo local government chapter of the All Progressives Congress, where he met with party executives, the chairman, members and supporters. Jalado Ojo reports.
APC Oredo Local Government Secretariat, located on Wire Road, Benin City, came alive as supporters gathered in large numbers to welcome Dr. Richard Edosa, who was accompanied by his wife, The Speaker of Edo State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Blessing Abibaku, and other legislators. In a speech, Dr. Edosa said his decision to seek a second term is aimed at consolidating and building on the achievement, such as road project, improved market infrastructure, including roofing at New Market and Agbado Market, as well as the renovation of schools within the constituency recorded during his first tenure. The lawmaker said the needs of the people remain the driving force behind his representation, adding that their expectations will continue to shape his legislative priorities.
I came to tell them that I want to go for a second tenure, and I'm amazed by the level of support I'm getting from my constituents. We will make up a booklet containing all their requests in their various wards, in terms of basic amenities, in terms of employment, in terms of legislation. We'll write those down, and that becomes a working document for me. And that's what I'm still going to do again.
Chairman of APC in Oredo local government, Osamudiame Osainkoe, also expressed support for the lawmaker, urging him to sustain grassroots engagement across wards to boost his chances of victory.
This is a written document. You have come to the local government today, Maleru Nwene. On that day, it will be a one-way victory.
Supporters expressed confidence in his ability to deliver even more impactful service if given another mandate.
We are here to solidarize with him. We look forward to seeing him in the night assembly.
He has had a fantastic first term, and one good term deserves another.
From Benin, Jola Diojo, ITV News.
We will take another break. We'll be right back. The Edo State Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security has taken its 2026 Back to Farm expedition to Edo North. The tour, led by the State Commissioner for Agriculture and Food Security, Dr. Jerry Wangwe, covered key agrarian corridors including Akoko Edo, Esako East, Esako Central, Esako West, Owan East and Owan West, widely regarded as critical to the state's food production value chain. Thomas Sado reports.
The strategic feed engagement is designed to interface directly with genuine farmers, conduct comprehensive farmer profiling within government-driven agricultural programs, addressing stakeholders at various local government headquarters. The Commissioner for Agriculture and Food Security, Dr. Jerry Owangwe, emphasized a paradigm shift in the sector, reiterated that the present administration is dismantling the era of political farmers and prioritizing authentic producers who form the backbone of food security in Edo State.
This is not politics as usual. This is somebody who has come to rescue the common man in Edo State. It's not political driven. It's just for farmers to benefit what comes to them. Just come out and register.
The functioning permanent secretary, Mrs. Bamayi Osedebame, reinforced the importance of registration, encouraging farmers to mobilize others within their communities.
Don't give money to anybody to register for you. And not let person write your name, say my name.
Technical insights were also delivered by the Director of Agricultural Services, Mr. Ogumbo David, and the Program Manager of the Agricultural Development Program, ADP, Mr. Princeway Igbenedion, alongside other key officials of the ministry. Farmers expressed appreciation for previous government interventions while drawing attention to persistent challenges.
Our challenges is that we don't have fertilizers, we don't have seeds to plant.
The yam seed is expensive to plant, but even another thing is transportation. But when you are on your way to the market, you see people, at more than 10 of them will just jump into the road and stop this. They will be demanding you must pay this. Before you go for another 10 kilometers, you meet another group.
Dr. Wangwe disclosed ongoing plans to establish modern storage and aggregation facilities across the 3 senatorial districts aimed at reducing post-harvest losses and stabilizing market prices. Thomas Sado, ITV News.
Edo State government has intensified efforts to improve electricity supply as the Ministry of Power convenes a high-level stakeholders engagement to tackle persistent challenges in the sector. Key industry players and policy actors gather to explore practical solutions aimed at ensuring more stable and efficient power delivery across the state. Donald Eyimiye reports.
Since assumption of office as the Commissioner of Power in Edo State, Barrister Paul Usembo has taken both steps at improving power supply in the state. In a renewed push, Edo State Ministry of Power on Thursday brought together critical stakeholders including Benin Electricity Distribution Company, Transmission Company of Nigeria, Niger Delta Power Holding Company, Azura Power Limited, CCETC, civil society organizations and community representatives in the electricity value chain to chart a sustainable path forward.
All the stakeholders were here well represented: BEDC, Azura, Osiomo, CCETC, civil society, as well as community leaders and marketers. Resolutions that were being made today at today's stakeholders engagement will be put into concrete action, and these will form a system for solutions on how to improve power within our state.
The meeting was coordinated by the Secretary to the Edo State Government, Barrister Musa Ihilor, represented by the Head of Service, Barrister Antonio Kungbawa.
The issue of power is crucial and critical, though how much relationship power has to economic growth and development.
Critical stakeholders commended government's effort at resolving power challenges in the state.
The lacuna we are exposed as to why BDC is not performing. There is a will to give a matching order why BDC must continue to perform and why we should bring in more hands.
I saw a genuine government effort to improve the power conditions, the power problems in Edo State.
I'm impressed with what the governor has been able to bring up, particularly for setting up this ministry. The Commissioner for Power has done perfectly well.
Hopes are high that soonest the challenge of power outage in Edo State will soon be a thing of the past. From Benin, Donald Ehiminyen, ITV News.
The Supreme Court has set aside the order of the Court of Appeal in Abuja directing parties to maintain the status quo ante bellum in the leadership disputes within the African Democratic Congress (ADC), a decision upon which the Independent National Electoral Commission acted in recognizing the David Mark-led leadership of the party. In a unanimous judgment delivered by a 5-member panel led by Justice Stephen Ada, the Apex Court ordered all parties to return to the Federal High Court for an expeditious hearing of the suit filed by an aggrieved party chieftain, Nafiu Balagombe, challenging the emergence of the Mark-led leadership. Judiciary correspondent Joseph Kadri has more.
In the lead judgment, Justice Muhammad Garba holds that the Court of Appeal erred in making a preservative order in a matter still pending before the trial court, after it had already determined the interlocutory appeal brought by Senator David Mark against the September 4th ruling of Justice Emeka Nwite of the Federal High Court. The Apex Court rules that Senator Mark's appeal succeeded in part, but dismissed the aspect challenging the ex parte order granted by the Federal High Court for the service of processes in the suit instituted by aggrieved party members. The court subsequently directed all factions to return to the trial court for continuation of proceedings. After the judgment, parties in the matter briefed press.
We are very proud to be here today. Very down, and we're right now. And as Nigerians, we are very proud. And this means to us that the police will survive Nigeria.
And the view of the Supreme Court was that the court that can make an order for status quo ante bellum is a court that has proceedings pending before it. And since the Court of Appeal had correctly held that the appeal before it was an incompetent appeal that was a complete abuse of process.
With the squashing of the order made by the Court of Appeal, which is status quo ante bellum, the Supreme Court has recognized the David Mark-led national chairman of the African Democratic Congress. From Supreme Court here in Abuja, Joseph Kadri, ITV News.
We will take another break, please. Don't go away. Many beneficiaries on Thursday expressed deep appreciation to the founders of Bisam Care Foundation when the body held its 4th anniversary free medical outreach at Immortal Secondary School, Benin City, the alma mater of late Mrs. Olabisi Amenze Osagi, whose honor the foundation was established. Pius Nsogo reports that students of the school were full of praises for the foundation for their kind gesture.
Bisam Care Foundation BCF was founded 4 years ago by children of late Mrs. Olabisi Amenze Osagi and her husband Dr. Samson Osagi in memory of his late wife. The president of Bisam Care Foundation and former Edo State Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, Dr. Samson Osagi, said while alive, his late wife Mrs. Olabisi Amenze Osagi found joy in reaching out to the sick and the needy in the society. Therefore, after her passing, they felt the need to establish the foundation in her honor. Her daughter, Eunice Uyogosa Osagi, also corroborated her father's statement.
This foundation is intended to reach out to the needy and to the sick in the society, trying to support the widows by way of charity. And we have been on for the last 3 years with very successful impact on so many victims of cancer, sickle cell, and the like.
My mother, while she was alive, even though she was sick and battling her own illness while in the hospital, she took it upon herself to carry out a lot of philanthropy, helping people close to her, even people she didn't know.
The students were given health talk on sickle cell awareness by Dr. Alari Edosa, while Dr. Collins Okafor took them through extensive lecture on cervical cancer.
Educating us on sickle cell anemia and also cervical cancer, helping us to know more about it and how to prevent it.
I really learned a lot too, and I guess my schoolmates learned a lot too.
I want to thank the Bisam Care Foundation and the effort they have put in creating awareness about genotype and sickle cell diseases.
Late Mrs. Olabisi Amenze Osagi passed on in 2022. The president of Edo State Sickle Cell Club, who is a sufferer, Dr. Charles Edigin, addressed the students on the challenges confronting sickle cell sufferers. From Benin, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
We now join Solomon Aino for the latest in the world of sports.
And on sport news, Macton Flyers lost 89-80 to Al Ali in the Basketball African League, undone by a strong fourth quarter push and poor bench output. Despite James Butler's junior game high 29 points and a bright 3-point shooting start, Macton lost control after Mohamed Khalifa gave Al Ali a first quarter lead they never relinquished. Al Ali depth proved decisive with their bench outscoring Macton's 52-16 as Kevin Murphy scored 22 points and Osayu Sifu added 20. The Flyers, now 1 win 2 losses in the Sahara Conference, sit 5th and must win upcoming games to keep their playoff hope alive. Mikhailo Modric has appealed his 4-year doping ban to the Court of Arbitration for Sport, aiming to restart his career. The Chelsea winger has not played since November 2024 after testing positive in a routine check, with the ban potentially running until 2028 if upheld. Modric team is pushing for an earlier return, with the player claiming he never knowingly used banned substance. Backed by Morgan Sport Law, he continued to train privately while awaiting a hearing, as both Chelsea and the Football Association declined comment on the ongoing case. And that's it from the Sport Desk. I am Solomon Aino.
And that's it on ITV Network News tonight. Thanks a lot for watching. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Oh, my son, my dear. We say, oh, my dear. Oh, we're not here. Is that the idea?
You not over?
Yes.
You not do so much.
Yes, my dear. Where's it? Where's it? Oh, now where's it? My dear. Is it?
The Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. The Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's your job, I wait to us and I know what I will.
Yes, Papa.
The caliber was in a couple of the wisdom. Who paid you? Who paid you? Papa. Echo one as ever. Ever you lost the letter did we ask about my former. I will go in a Joe. Jonah Willing. Jonah Pulu. Jonah Nuria John Willie. Rather than I had the way. While we were there, no matter look
ITV, certainly the best.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
ITV, certainly the best.
It's an exciting Thursday afternoon. Welcome to 60 Minutes Nigeria. Sincere apologies for starting behind schedule. We have to make sure that everything is in order for us to give you at least a perfect show. I am Wilson Marshall. Well, today on 60 Minutes Nigeria is all about the build up to 2027 when you talk about fair primaries. Yes, I'm saying easy, smooth primaries. Take a look at the country. When you go through various states, you get to realize that campaigns they're already on. You get to see aspirant trying to woo the people. Well, I say woo the party, and the party's elite saying that the reason why they should make them their candidates. If you come to Edo State, you get to feel the impact of this election. We're talking about Delta State is not even out of the equation. The same thing is happening. When you go to the south, southwest, southeast, you get to see political activities ongoing, unraveling, people trying to sell their mandates too. You know, the delegate depends on the party, and they really want to bring out their own candidate. All right, now this is where we come into play. This is what we are to discuss on the program 60 Minutes Nigeria, ensuring a fair, credible primaries. Joining me virtually, he is a political analyst, political affairs commentator. Join me to welcome Honorable Austin Ogumetiti. Honorable, thank you so much for joining us. All right, Austin, thank you. Thank you so much. We are still expecting the likes of Emmanuel and, of course, Okoro Osaho Obaris. Like today seems to be one of those peak days in electionary. Get to hear campaigns, meeting upon meetings and all that. But, Austin, let's get straight down to business. The pattern of selecting, or last say choosing, a candidate, because that seems to be where we are in right now. For what is really going on, the build-up and all that, what's your perception? Austin, are you there? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you loud and clear. So please unmute yourself. We can hear you.
Yes, I already unmute myself. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Good. Thank you, Marsha. Let me quickly dive into your question. I think every political party have a process which they decide their candidate of the various party. Based on the recent constitutional amendment, that was just passed by the National Assembly not too pretty long ago. But it's not on two factors. One, either by consensus or by a general election, which is collectively involve every card-carrying member of a party. Though it still depends on the decision the internal party leadership takes, if it's going to be strictly by every card-carrying member or by all executive of the party, whichever way. But the Constitution have defined that it must be either by consensus or by the general election or by the general members of the party. And that will come so when there is no agreement within the consensus space. That is when they cannot opt for every card-carrying member of a party to participate to elect who become their flag bearer. Thank you, Amasha.
All right, thank you so much. So it depends on the party. They have two options. Now, from what you can see, if you talk about various political parties that are partaking in this particular primaries, now, from what you can perceive, do you perceive a level playing field when you talk about consensus, or better still, everyone going out there to choose?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I would like to speak from the perspective of my political. I think we have implicit confidence in our party to conduct a free and fair election, primary election, and we strongly also believe on their capacity to do so. So I think for my party, they are ready to conduct a free and fair primary election. And to also give every aspirant who has indicated interest and who has also been able to purchase the nomination fund a level playground. And we hope to see that playing out.
So as it stands right now, you are very, very sure of the process, because some of the opinion that when you look at some political parties is like the aspirants with the fattest bank accounts might just emerge tops. No matter how you really want to say it, no matter how you really want to color it, no matter how you want to play it, they go by the aspirants with the fattest bank account. What's your reaction to that?
For me, my view in that regards, like I likely said or submit, that my party will strongly believe in their level of leadership. So I agree with you to a very large extent, most especially in the opposition party. They strongly believe in that process with the large, and that's why with the deepest pocket, so to say, to probably purchase or clinch the ticket of the party. But I largely agreed to that with the opposition. But in our party, I think we are trying to make a change, and a very good one, which is a positive one, which is trying to give every aspirant in our party a level playground to aspire and make sure the ticket is given to the best candidate, as the case may be.
All right, now, as you take a look at the situation right now, if you are to choose a particular process of picking a candidate, which do you think would be better for your party, so to speak, knowing fully well that you're a member of the ADC? We are still expecting a political party to come join us in the studio. Are you going to tell them to allow everyone to be part of it, or just delegates to be part of the primaries process?
Let me quickly correct this, Omasha. There's no delegate election. Like I said, it's going to be general election or through consensus. For me, the consensus may not work out. The reason is that does not spell or display a true democracy when you say consensus. By abandoning with the consensus standard, you are not giving the aspirant a level playground to really exercise their right. Automatically, you are trying to disenfranchise it internally. That is my belief about the consensus. So, but like I rightly said, in ADC, we are democratically have a democratic sound awareness. So I think they wouldn't want to do it wrong because of the way the situation the nation has right now. They wouldn't want to do it not because they are hungry to see how they can make this change that the people of the country and vis-a-vis Edo State in here for. Thank you.
Okay, now you talked about the way that they're going to make a great change in your own political party, but you know what's already happening in your own political party. If you really want to speak right now, if you're asked to, like, advice, right? Some of the people sometimes party is supreme. What about the party decides? That is what most of these aspirants, even members of this party, they adhere to. Do you believe in that principle?
I didn't get that much. Can you go again, please?
If you talk about party being supreme, that is the ideology of some party faithful. Like whenever the party decides, that is what we're going to stick to. Are you in that category?
Yes, I strongly believe in party supreme, but I have a contrary view in the leadership of the party imposing a candidate on people. I have a contrary view of that. So I'm not that advocacy, so to say, not in that. I don't have that process. So I strongly believe, as I agree that the party is supreme, but there should be also a level playground for whosoever, because it's the constitutional right, as the case may be. There should be a level playground, like I rightly said, for every aspirant to aspire. And the people, because democracy or governance is of the people, by the people, and for the people. So they must be able to display that no matter how the case may be, so that the people will be carried along, and so that the people will also feel a sense of belonging, not disenfranchising them. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Austin Ogometide. Join me right now in the studio is Okoro Osahan Obaraye, a member of the APC, and of course, the PRO too, the chairman of Oedo local government, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much for making an attempt to join us despite your tight schedule. You were in a meeting. Yeah. I keep on wondering, meeting upon meeting. Everyone I called today, Wilson, we are sorry, we're on one meeting, X meeting, Y meeting. I don't get it. Anyway, thank you for at least jetting out of the meeting to be here in the studio. Now we're taking a look at kind of party primaries, right? The prospect of having a level playing field. Do you see it happening in this particular election? No, if you don't have so many aspirants jostling for various positions in politics.
Yeah, thank you so much, my brother. First of all, let me apologize for coming a bit late. As we speak for the very just now, we are receiving various aspirants coming to declare their intention to run for various offices for the party. Truth remains that in our Nigeria type of politics, it's virtually impossible for you to see or feel a level playing ground, because whoever loses will tell you he or she was disenfranchised, he or she was not satisfied. Definitely it's going to be like that. But I think if we can go the way of Auction A4. I always told you, I said, citing the case of Razak Bello Osagie and Igodo Migodo in Oredo Federal Constituency some years back, some leaders of the party were rooting for Igodo Migodo, but other people were also clamoring for Razak Bello Osagie, that they didn't want that return of Igodo Migodo. And at the end of the day, the then governor, Shomole, decided that everybody should go to feed. And out of the 12 wards, Razak won over close to 7 or 8 wards then, and virtually won. And everybody followed suit. But I think after that time, we never saw that type of primaries again. Me, I'm an advocate of Auction A4 when it comes to party primaries, but our leaders too don't also want that one. And leaders are the owner of the party. You cannot push that away. There's no amount of your ventilation, your whatever you say. So most of us, we are also waiting for the leaders, also advising them, even using this medium to let them know that they should allow it to be a level playing ground for every aspirant. So that at the end of the day, whosoever loses, we know that there was no hand of Pharaoh, hand of Maradona inside the ball game, that this one was really what happened. And if you see that this is what really happened and you were one landslide, as in this was it, you don't have anywhere to run to. Because if we don't also try to manage this process, most times what, first of all, bring crack to a party is this party primaries. Because some people, after losing, might not want to leave. They will be in there to cause sabotage to make sure that who they lost to lost the main election. It has happened before in other parties, that because they didn't win this one, you see them at the election day, after mobilizing them for the election, they will take it serious. They will vote and go or vote and watch, and at the end of the day, everything will spoil. Then you will not tell you if they were the one who took it, they would have done it. So it's always, so before now too, our former governor Shomole also have a way of doing it. If Wilson Omasha, Osao Kwabaye, Lolo Uso, Istabella Moroye, everybody is contesting for the same position, before you call those aspirants, first of all, call the leaders of that local government, the leaders of the ward where they are, or the leaders of the senatorial districts where they are. Call all of them, the leaders first, to say, who and who do you think can win this ticket? Me as a governor, I want Wilson Omasha. How do you also feel that post? Then for first-hand information, you hear, no, Wilson cannot win it, or Wilson can. So by the time that one finishes, the second meeting is now called off, all the aspirants. The governor wants to see people where they sit down. Sometimes you might bring in the leaders back, or sometimes no leaders back, so that they will have a first-hand information with the governor. And that the governor will now say, okay, who do you think is better on all of you? They will not want to speak. Okay, you people do election amongst yourselves, or you people go and meet yourself to see, I want the last two. I want it. By the time they see they are with the governor, they know that this meeting, since it's the governor calling it, that is first of all the height of respect. They've been seen as somebody that has value and impact in where they belong. So whatever that happens, the person will tell you, if not for the governor who said, if not for the governor who called, I would not have done this. So that at the end of the day, maybe there's green light or two, the governor cannot say, okay, the rest of you will mobilize and pay whatever you've used for this. Give us the bill. Why this one, this other one, you will go for this position. Let this one go. By so doing, you see everybody that is carried along accepting the fate. You that came out third, after this man finishes his first or second tenure, you are the next person. By so doing, when they come out from that meeting, everybody is happy to say the governor was go. What really causes acrimony, what causes that brick in it is that you just sit at home and the next thing they tell you is that, tired, we said it, that it is Wilson Omasha that is the choosing one. And Osaobaye will now say, why will Wilson Omasha be the choosing one when I've been here all this while? So for Wilson Omasha to be the choosing one and I was not called, I should be seen fighting that process. So by so doing, me and my followers, you see intrigues fighting. You can see what happened in Ikpobaka of recent. One of our friends, Iji Agbomayima, resigned for the party. It was issues like this, that he was not having impact, even from his own ward. He chose a councillor, and the councillor was rejected. But at the end of the day, when a leader outside called, that's a councillor was retained. That if they respected him, he would have called. You can see that if EJ was brought into the picture, into the photo, say this is how we want it, I'm not sure that thing would have happened. Are you getting that? So until we also try to see how best. There's no way you can satisfy everybody politically. It's impossible. It's impossible. But
okay, now you just know that. Now let's go to Austin. Austin, you've heard Okoro Osahor-Obaraye. Now, what do you feel about the aspect or the prospect of leaders calling these aspirants together to give one or two advice for them to know who to represent the party?
I want to welcome my brother. You welcome to the studio. In a very large extent, like 90%, I agree with him. I think most of the crises we have in various political parties is a leader tie, a governor tie, like already mentioned. For me, that is not a better democracy. That is not a better process to select a candidate that represents or who becomes a flag bearer of every party. I think at this stage we are in life now, this dispensation, we should be able to to embark on in a process that will bring about a better democracy for our nation. So we are where we are today politically because we failed to do the right thing from the beginning. And if we've been doing things for years and it's working out for us, it doesn't actually make it right. I think that has been their philosophy about politics. And we could also see where it has landed us into. So I quite agree with my brother there. But I think where we are right now is what is the way forward? What do we do?
All right, Austin,
going from here?
Before we dive into the way forward, we want to go for a break. When we return, you will continue with your line of thought. Remember, you ended your talk that these are Benin proverb, a leader, that means the leaders have said it. We'll be right back after this break. Don't go away. Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is 60 Minutes Nigeria, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, South Nigeria. We'll take a look at the conduct of party primaries, prospect of having a level playing field. Honorable Austin, you were making your point before we went on that particular break. You're talking about leaders and, of course, governors right now saying it, and it usually comes to pass in political party primaries. Please take it up from there.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Welcome back. I was just at the verge of what is the way forward. Because, like I already mentioned, we are where we are today because of the past mistakes that our leaders have made. And I think it needs to be corrected. If you rank a standard in Africa, you will see Nigeria is down below. Not because we don't have good, how would I put it, good human capacity, but because we don't have good leaders. So going forward, for internal democracy, because it is what we do internally that replicate whether positivity or negativity outside when it comes to general election. So I am of the opinion or advice that the idea mentioned in the studio that this is my anointed candidate. This is who the leaders are carrying, either because, which I don't rightly believe on. And I think my party is also doing their best to sway away from that perspective. That this person has a deep pocket, he has brought the money, so he has, like somebody told me something. He said one of the aspirants, he has 5 million naira in his account, so he should be the candidate of the party. But by so doing, we are not giving the people the opportunity to choose who represent them when it comes to a legislative business or whatever it's an executive business. So my state is the leadership should also make a critical consultation with the people, because it is the people who actually represent whatever constituency that they represent. So it should give them the privilege to decide who become either their House of Assembly candidate, their councillor, their local government chairman, their House of Rep, their Senate, or vis-a-vis their governor. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Honorable Austin. You heard him. It's like, for what he said, the power should be given back to the people, not relying on what the leaders say per time. Let's take a look at Edo State. You get to realize that it's like EDHA seems to be the hot hub right now. Each local government, they're talking about our constituencies, we're talking about over 30 aspirants. We put all political parties together. They are jostling for that particular position. What's so special about that particular office? Is it because it's the cheapest of all?
EDHA?
Yeah.
There are over 70.
Over 70?
Adding parties, if you add parties, because our party has close to 50. So we can now add other states. The truth is that people are now more aware in politics, unlike before, where they come to your dad to beg your dad to say that your son that went to school, please can we send him message? Then they gather money for him, print poster for him, vote for him, send him there, and that one will start. Are you getting it now? So, but later it has now got into people seeing that the best way now to now enrich themselves, because 70%, 60% of those going into the politics are going there for their own selfish interest, not for the people. So the leaders too will beat you to your game, knowing that you are here to also enrich yourself. All this your English you are speaking will not put food on the table. So either you give us the money or you leave. So that is why it's not very, very expensive. I think for the House of Assembly, you are saying is the cheapest now. You think is the cheapest. Adding the form, adding the consultation, the primaries and everything, you need over 500 million. A serious House of Assembly aspirant in Edo State now needs above 500 million. Because if you have 6 wards that you are representing, the minimum you are going to spend twice on that ward should be close to 2 million. Minimum. You're going to visit first, you visit second, you visit your local government, then you go back again. The primaries, you are going to meet with ESCOs of various local various ward and ESCO in the local government. You are going to meet with the party leaders. You are going to meet with various stakeholders. And now, like before, when you do politics, you drop 100,000, people start clapping. It's out of it now. The minimum they see on the table for that position you are saying is $1 million. If it's not there, forget about it. Why, if you are going for a senatorial bid, if 5 million is not there for a visit, so by the time money is involved like this, you see that the people that also want to give you that mandate believe that just give us now, because by the time we give it to you, you are going to first of all feel in where this money came from. You are going to empower yourself. Then, so you give us now. So that is why the leaders does not want power to come back to the people. Are you getting it now? Because these said individuals now, these said people, the leaders remain in this party with or without true thick and thin, even though they are going to decamp, but that is their business. But for the majority of the followers, today, if this person is going, is the same people who follow the person going for House of Assembly, are the same faces for going for the people for House of Fair, the same people going for House of Senate, the same set of people. Are you getting it now? So might even forget to wear the cap of this one to this other one, just to show that that is where they are going to get it. Because upon following one, maybe they give them 5,000, some 10,000, some 2,000. That for him, that is their own money for that day. Sometimes if they are lucky enough, there's food for them too. So it's like this is the time the people benefit even more. So they are there. So you can see that until we take money out of politics in Nigeria, we should not be thinking of how to solve the problem of Nigeria. You can't eat your cake and have it. You cannot expect a man after spending over 500 million for a position, then you now tell him motor jam police jam dog. Are you getting it now? No, he needs to feel where it's coming from. So to make sure it does not have value, financial value, just the way like a professor in the university. Are you getting it now? Yeah. Your job, even if it's going to be pensionable, until we stop that, people coming to politics are coming to refill or either build a name. Maybe they have 1 or 2 things they've done illegally that is not good. They are coming to not take power to block that side, to say nobody should ask me where I got my money from. So whatever it will take them to get that power, they get it. Are you getting it now? So people don't ask questions. You can see what my brother said just now, that they were saying that man that has 5 million in his account is their candidate. It's the truth, because it has come to the point where the leaders will ask, let's see what is in your various accounts, because we cannot.
You don't ask that.
Yes, it's one of the criteria.
Wow.
It's one of the criteria. You cannot give it to, because after that one, after you've passed the first order, there's another second order, which is the main election. Who is going to help you finance the election? Is it the party? Does the party have an account? Are you getting it now? So you will start another phase of it after this first order. If God willing, you win the first order, you now come to the main party, the main election. After the main election, there's another order, which is the judicial process, which is also very, very cumbersome. Millions of money. So it's 3 double fight. By the time you finish those 3, and you've been able to waste close to about 600-700 million, and God you now won finally. God forbid you did not win. you are going to look for where to go and
pay back this money.
Yeah, and also go for bed rest because you are going to pay. I get it now. If you now also win, the people coming to visit you first with card, our bankers who is going to now tell you, good morning, sir, congratulations. How can we be of help to you? We want to give you loans so that you can get the best attractive, giving you juicy things. And you, because you want to quickly pay, okay, pay Mr. With your master, who gave me 300 million, pay him back. The bank will quickly pay with your master. You now start paying to that bank. Before 4 years, maybe God will now bless you, you will be able to pay. If you are not able to pay, you collect from that bank again to continue. So it's like a business, just the way you are a journalist. That is how it is business-like for
politics.
In politics. Okay. Some are still paying the debt, some have been able to pay, but they are still remaining there so that they can get.
All right, I'll come back to you, Comrade Okoro Sambare. Now let's get straight down to where Honorable Austin is. Some of the opinion that after every primaries, parties must experience crack in the party hierarchy. How true is this analysis? Drawing examples of what is going on right now in Benin City, or let's say Edo State in general, and of course, comparing it to other states in the Federation.
Masha, thank you. Let me quickly, before I go straight to your question, that talking about the crack after primary, I want to sincerely thank my brother with you there in the studio. He's hitting it the way it's supposed to be. The major problem we have, that is why you see development in our country, in our nation, in our state, in our local government, is not the way it's supposed to be because of this bad leadership and this bad style of democracy that we've all imbibed with. And for crying out loud, it's not going to take us anywhere. Let me quickly go to the crack. There wouldn't have been crack. There's always crack because it was not properly harnessed. It was not done properly. Like he rightly mentioned, if for instance, all aspirants are called to a meeting to discuss with us and say, see guys, you know what? This election is not a do or die. Let's go in this direction. All of you are contesting, one person is going to get it. So if we're giving everybody to come out, like I already mentioned, the people, the governance should be given to the people. Let them choose who they want. Which, of course, out of 100%, 97% is not going to agree with. There is no way you will not see crack because they are going to do, like somebody told a friend of mine, after conducting the Congress that was done, he said, and while in the Congress, people were putting on certain material belonging to a certain aspect, and he was asked, this is a Congress, why are they wearing a matter? They say, whether you like it or not, we must do things anyhow and get what we want. So coming to one, if somebody has gone as far as taking 700 million as a loan to finance an election, and at the end of the day, the person is not choosing, he is not the anointed, or he didn't make it, or he didn't get a party ticket, then what do you expect of such a person? Is it not suicidal? Automatically, we are sending the person to his early grave.
Wow, interesting. Anyway, we'll come back to you, Honorable Austin. Now, he just like trying to say what you already opined, saying that if someone gets a loan of 700 million and he or she loses, it will be suicidal. But the question is still there hanging. After this primaries, according to opinion polls, that parties always experience a crack or a fracture in the hierarchy. Do you agree to this theory?
Definitely yes. Because as Nigerians, we are all 80-90% of the politicians you see in the Nigeria political sphere are greedy politicians. They are all greedy. It's either they have it or nobody gets it. And when somebody else gets it, it's operation pull that person down. And that's it. So they are there for themselves. So we are praying that ours should not be like that. Are you getting it now? As we are advising, because our all the aspirants should be called. There's no unserious aspirant. There's no unserious aspirant. And anybody telling you or she wants to contest, already that person has one vote already. So for him to say, I want to contest, somebody might have suggested that to that person. So it is good you call that person into it to say, my brother, you've tried your best. This one we want to do zoning. Because it's zoning, it might not favor you this time. Let this person do it. You can come through the way of zoning to push out somebody. You can also come through the way of, you know, you already have a position. You manage this position. We also look for a better one to add to it. Or you bring another person to add. We'll give that person position. Let this one go to it. There are ways you can pacify people. Most especially, there's nobody that does not have who he or she listens to. Are you getting it now? So by the time you have that person, for you to be in politics, the governor of your state is the automatic leader. So there's nobody in the state as we speak today who the governor will personally put a call across to. Nobody in the state, be it in the party or opposition, that will not listen to him. To say, Wilson or Marshall, please, after your program, I want to see you. Once you get to government house, call me or call my orderly, they will bring you to me. I'm sure you will not finish the program before you run there because you already know for him to have called is a positive thing. Yeah. Then by the time you get there, now tell you if you are coming, come with your wife and likely maybe one of your friends. And you say, oh, bye, let's go, the governor wants to see me. And we sit down. After having lunch with him, he now said, Wilson, congratulations, you've been on this process. But I want to beg you for one thing. You see this one, let me, during my second term, you are going to work with me. Yeah. But before then, this is for you, this is for Madam, this is for Obaye. Then this again is for you. Please go and tell your followers to step down, to support this other person for this reason, this reason. There's nobody after you can see somebody trying to tell you this, because if he also tells you or you did not agree, they also have what it takes to fight you or pull you down. So for the person begging you, somebody you know that can beat you, begging you, you use that pride to say, governor, if not be you, I was so ready to step down. But for you to have said so, even your wife will tell you, honey, the governor is a privilege. So
you're saying that the governor is key to all these primaries? Is that what you're saying?
No, if the president has given that marching order that all primaries issues should be settled with the governor, don't come to Abuja and disturb me. Are you getting it now? The governor should do it because he's the leader of the party in the state. So it's not left for the governor to listen to the advisors, political advisors with him, to let him know that no, this one you see so no, let this one be a problem go day. If all these people start crack, it go affect your own second tenure. I get these people will go and wait for you second tenure. So it is better we just follow them. Now when we want to do your second tenure, then we can push them. Because even the governor too will now come back to these people. No matter the power he has, he will not come back to these people to get his own. Most likely in Edo, Tinubu will be out before this governor finishes his tenure. I get a new president will be there then. So the new president might be his friend or might not also be his friend. You can't say. Then the new president can also now be my friend. You can't say where it's coming from. By the time it's not my friend, he listens to me more than you, even as a governor. So by so doing, problem will come just like the case of Rivers, where a governor is there, but there's somebody that the president listens to more than the governor. So you pray for your own not to become like that. So that is why everybody, including the governor, have to be very, very cautious not to go and make a political blunder like the one we made before when we pushed Obaseki away. And because we pushed Obaseki away, right from Osobole, everybody suffered it. Osobole lost the National Party chairman. Odubu was given NDDC, he lost it. Just because you push somebody. So we must go back to the drawing board to see who cannot be offended. There are some political gladiators that you cannot push aside, no matter who you are. There are some political iroko that is standing that you have to appease even before talking with. So if those people are not saying they want this and you are saying they cannot, they might laugh with you to say, okay, no problem. When they now wait for you for your second tenure, you need that just the way Atiku did to Obasanjo. When Obasanjo knelt down for him to say, please, just let me finish. If you are finished, I will give it to you. And a president knelt down for him. And that was his 80th day. Obasanjo vowed, for me to have knelt down for you, you won't get it. So we must make sure that even when they are appealing to you, Wilson, don't also be so rigid. Because you can be so rigid and end the way of, everybody has his or her own bad past. Are you getting it now?
All right.
So we must make sure that this primaries does not lead to crack. But most time it leads to crack if nowhere managed.
All right. Well, Austin, you're going to have your last take on this particular discussion, because it stands right now we have so many aspirants just for various position in Edo State, and of course beyond Edo State, Delta State, you just know it's like everything is just about the same time in the country. So what advice do you have for prospective aspirants and of course party leaders, even of the party in these states, vis-a-vis the governors?
Yeah, my brother is talking from the background of a political party who has a governor. He's talking from that perspective. Yeah, all he has said is very, very correct. But the truth remains, for we not to have a crack after primary election, things must be done politically right. But if, like Irani mentioned, the leader, in quote, the governor of a state, who also is the number one leader of a party, called to appeal to some certain aspirants and say, okay, you know what, guys, I don't think it's healthy for democracy in this country. I don't think so. Because by the time you strongly monitor, like Irani said, when a senator is going to every visit, he needs to put 5 million. Like Irani mentioned, somebody said, there's a particular aspirant contesting for House of Rep. He has 500 million in his account already. So I think that's our choice. So if at the end of the day, this person finally skated through, you think it's going to work for the people? The answer is absolutely no. What are we saying? The people is going to be starved of democracy. They are going to be starved of...
Press for time in a minute. What advice do you have right now for the aspirant and of course party leaders, even the governor?
Yeah, first of all, let's start with the aspirant. The aspirant, if you know you are not really serious, don't go and cause wahala. Leave the road for those that are serious. Are you getting it now? Don't say because you are popular, you don't have money, you want to contest election. It can't work. In Nigeria type of politics, money comes first before popularity.
Money comes first?
Before popularity, yes, in Nigeria type of election. Then two, for the governor should listen to, this time listen more to elders, wise counsel, to be of help. Because he should not go and be the one that will bring the crack, that will later start amending and start regretting to say, well, how come we did this? Citing the case of Godwin Obaseki. Are you getting it now? We should try to see our best, because we are all still one. Know where we are running to. Right. We can still see how best we can settle and manage this crisis. Nobody should say it's bigger than the party. The party should not say, you people, you have no value without you. No, it's without them. Without the people, there's no party. Without the party, there's no people. So we should see how best we can marry ourselves. So when we talk and come out, the enemies will be put to shame.
All right, thank you so much, Okoro Sanwo Baraye of the APC, because your party seems to be having so much of that. They would want to grab one or two things. And of course, I appreciate you also, Honorable Austin Ogometiti of the ADC. Well, Ogometiti. Yes. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for being a part of this show. Let's keep on watching how all this tale will unfold. Next week, Egosa Osamedame Agbalaho should be on the ground to bring to you yet another edition of 60 Minutes Nigeria. Bye for now.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
ITV, certainly the best.
Igwe Festival is the colorful and crowd-pulling festival in Benin Kingdom. The Igwe Festival is an annual event that is celebrated by all Benin, both at home and abroad, to mark the end of the Benin year and to usher in a new year with a renewed hope for peace and prosperity. The annual Ugie Festival is centered on the Oba of Benin as the Oba takes the center stage. This year's Ugie commences with Otuigwoba. The Oba, sitting at his throne, gives out kola nuts to chiefs in order of seniority.
Inara fudimba inu isego
Ọ̀ṣàwọlé ká lọ́wọ́ ta ló ní kó sówó àti kékeré mo ti ń bá wọ̀ ẹ́.
Ṣákú ṣákú ayọ̀dí yọ̀dí the way you do it òwe ló.
Tẹ̀ fún wọn lẹ́gbẹ̀gbẹ̀ fún wọn jẹ́ bí ṣe rẹ̀gbẹ̀.
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, people of us, I greet all of us. I say welcome to the program. This is what they call Daughter, the heart of the matter. You go have me say what you say. You want to look the heart today. So many things that when we say involve our dear state, Edo State, and our country, Nigeria. Now we want to look. But we'll go bring somebody when we say we know say help go sharp for this kind of matter. Well, we may come talk to us. The special advisor to Governor Monday Okpewolo. When we say yes, special advisor on media and strategic planning. When name be Honorable Goswill Inegbe. Welcome to the program.
Thank you.
I greet you.
I'll be happy to be here this afternoon. Thank you so much.
Well done. My name is Thomas Sado. You say with two of us we are white today. Wait till we say they happen. Don't worry. Now part of the matter to make sure say everywhere shine according to in line with the Edo Shine agenda.
Edo is shining.
Edo is shining. This shine. I want to start from there. If we talk and I say Edo is shining, when you say you talk now, people they get a little complaints about that thing, especially for night. Edo State dark, no lights. You agree with that?
Well, it felt they good to say we go understand what the shine means.
Tell us.
You know, yes, we know say the shine. What the ordinary person for street they think about is between light and darkness. Where something they shine.
Okay.
That one are part of it.
Especially when you wear white shirt like this, they shine.
Exactly.
Okay.
Everywhere clear. It's part of it. But the main thing for that shine. Now in English there's what we call acronomy.
Okay. Acronym of
acronyms of waiting this governor Bewolo, the administration, waiting stand on top.
Okay.
You see, if you want space shine, you start with X.
Okay.
X for this Okpewolo government, where it stands for now security.
Okay.
H now heads. I now infrastructure.
Okay.
Then of course N now nutrition stroke agriculture. Of course the E talks about education.
Okay.
So if you check and
so now that acronym,
that shine. Then the other part when we say the ordinary people for streets understand when you say something they shine, it's still they part of the government of course, because the work when the governor they work now. The common way or the easiest way when the ordinary man will take interpreter is to say Edo they shine. Edo they shine in the sense of the infrastructure where this governor they build.
Okay.
Edo they shine in the sense of the human capital when this governor they build.
Okay.
Edo they shine for the work when governor they do for heads. Edo they shine for government
for all of the
all the sectors.
We agree, but I can tell you now, say if you drive past Edo State for night, especially for Benin, the state capital, street lights and everything, you know. So I want me to compare that shine and the shine for night.
Yes, that's where I'm going to. I don't want you to only restrict the word shining to light when they shine for night for streets. That's why I have to give that foundation. So that people when they watch us go understand better. For the part of the darkness when they talk that they go through, of course, the governor too is working on it. That's why you notice what the governor, what he really want to do is that this road when they build is part of the road is that when they complete that they go put street lights.
Follow them.
Follow them.
Okay.
Once the road that they complete are street lights from the beginning to the end, so that in the night, wherever they drive through, once you know so they build that road, there must be light. And the ones when we say they are not working on now. For instance, if you let me use Airport Road as an example. When the governor came on board, in the night, we have the issue of Airport Road in the dark. And the governor asked why? Because there are street lights on that road. The report when come meet with the governor was that some of those street lights they bad.
Okay.
And some of those street lights, they are source of power. You know they are not solar street lights. You need to use either electricity or generator.
Okay.
So those are the source of those power when they power those street lights. And there were issues from the source of when they power those street lights. So in summary, the governor has given the directive to the man in charge of those state rural electrification to ensure that whatever it takes, those street lights that are still okay, may they put in order so that in the night everywhere go they shine. But where they construct road, lights not fit they shine for there for now. Until when they don't finish those roads, then they go do a proper lightning of those roads and
this
streets.
shine when they talk about the electricity. So the airport road, we say now when you come from Akenzwa Junction, go towards the airport, and they shine. Akenzwa Junction, go the other side. The lights no day. So you come like now a selfish thing now do now. Where the governor go pass, they go airport, you go call, we go lights go there. When go pass, come back from airport, the lights go there. If you go to places like Mission Road, lights the day before, they don't work again. Go to Ugbawo, the same thing. I go fair agree with you also, maybe to conserve energy, look and say this thing. But when we can't put the one when be say you go day natural, when the business sun, now be say the power and like solar system. When would they expect that?
Well, the truth is that this light when they talk about now, this government inheritance.
And because we don't do our way, that make us just the one before come out. Put on there, so give us the light.
Exactly.
So why never see
that is why no, it's not why we never do one. Waiting me they try to tell you, say not be say why they never do one. They go do one. But what the government is looking into now is the best way. Today, every economy or every country they are moving to what's called clean energy, which is had to do with solar powered lights. The governor already suggested to the relevant agency when he get out for that job, say he will prefer solar powered street lights, which is even better. And so if those part of the airport when you talk, they already captured, they are on it. Then the other part of the city where road construction is not ongoing, please take note, where road construction is not ongoing, they have already given directive that they should ensure those street lights they work on them. The ones that are bad, they should replace them with solar powered lights.
More get the ability before we call you again.
Yes, of course.
Now all those lights, we don't they work. I agree with you, say all of those ones. But mostly stick to. If I want to move, they take all this our question segment by segment. Mostly stick to the light matter. Yes. The issue of light now, one big thing when they say it bites almost everywhere for the country Nigeria, a national thing and all of that. So much so now, the way they call them, if you look at what they call this state now, Abia State, when Alex OTD, they talk and say make everybody they go take light for that. I mean they go learn from where Alex OTD for done because your own light there, and especially when we say the federal government doctor cannot say all state government get the right to generate power, to give power to the people and all of that. In this direction, what thing they do, especially when we say Osium of first day before, when we say we come the year so many things they follow them and all of that. Now bless not true Osium now. You understand? People they complain and go say you throw away the baby and the dirty water. I don't know how to explain that one for
where already the governor is doing, if they do something about the lights. And I want also on behalf of the governor thank the president when we say na sign into law that state cannot generate their power. And the governor immediately that of course that law was signed to become law in Nigeria. You recall that weeks ago this governor brought him an investor when the other day the governor everybody see him when they formally officially do the what's called groundbreaking for 100 megawatts. And it is because the governor wants power to be a problem when it's solved before he come up for office. Not be only even just last week for year, another Chinese company again. Maybe if you read papers, you will see national dailies like Punch, Vanguard, they carry on. When this governor brought another investors, maybe they can't invest or not just in power for those states, also for coal and cement production. So there are all those ones they already agreed to come and do. So the governor is doing that to make sure say this opportunity for the state to generate power, which the president signed into law, those states benefit for them. And I can tell you in no distance time, these things they will come into reality even before the governor leaves his administration comes to an end. But then the regarding to Oshomo, when you first talk, you know, over time when I
wish this should come to an end. Whether this tenure come to an end, I've been on this put on that tenure again.
I think tell
us make wait till 8 years. If not say if they put on that tenure, I've been wait for this one. We say after 4 years.
No, where you know say power. You know say I say when I say before this term.
Exactly that they make this term 4 years now.
No, not be saying 4 years
before the government come up for power.
Of course.
So now 8 years we will wait for.
Yes, well the point I'm making is that these governments now the work when they do. Now it go determine how long he go stay for office. Not be so. And this work, this governor don't they do one, and people already shout to tell and say 8 years. But what if they tell you before so because of the work where they work.
Okay.
Now what if they also tell you now say this governor now power generation not be waiting that they do overnight. It not be like generation when you go on for you. So now process, you understand? But I can assure you, say we go get this independent power providers for this thing when go give us power before this government, because this governor is very committed to that.
To ensure say power
they available
everywhere.
Everybody.
Okay. We they want to make it be say everywhere they well lit up and all of that, because I want to when be say we liked and I be that one. I want to make we look the issue when be say a concern roads.
Yes.
When the governor come, the very first project when be say a flag off. Now be the flyover.
Yes.
That flyover. I need to talk about him out. See, in 18 months, say he go deliver on that.
Yes.
Then later when you come go down, because the way the speed of thing they go, you can't say the way the thing they go, so he say get the delay, say in 15 months, say he go do and complete.
Yes.
November 12, 2024. If I don't make mistake, Abi. Now we 2025 till now. No, 2024 till now. You look and see, you say it don't reach 18 months.
It never reach 18 months.
On the 12th of next month, not gonna be 18 months.
If you never reach,
okay.
If you never reach,
what be the guarantee now?
If you say,
what be the guarantee now? Say that thing they go deliver, they go commission that work after the 18 months. Even when we say if I reduce them, but we leave that reduction, but we stick to the first one first.
Okay, first and foremost, I don't know how long you don't reach that flyover for Ramat Park. I mean, when be the last time?
When I go there, the work don't go very far. But it never start, never open. Now the official say,
no, don't worry, may I help you? Yesterday, myself, the governor, Shehu Okimbaloye of Channels Television, we were in that place yesterday. Maybe we go see her for social media and for television and all that. Shehu have to also leave Abuja by saying no, not the way that they use my talk. He want to use the ITCM. So if you reach there yesterday, you go know say that work is almost completed. So what they are just doing now, the little remaining works where they put in order. And one thing I want to also tell you, the reason why if not only the flyover alone, originally when this governor want to do before, for don't finish it. Now what happened was that if you notice before now, that Aziz of Aduawa, when you have the Court of Appeal, INEC, and other government agencies, when erosion drive out, they have to relocate.
When driver they come out.
Okay. No, I want to tell you. So, in that area of Aduawa, this government again have to recommit to the contractor. Say no, if you finish this flyover, that erosion problem, they're not solving. There was going to be other issue. So they have to now again ensure that that one now become part of the work what they do for there.
Okay, which means the 18 months not feasible now.
No, it's not feasible. That job is already. I'm telling you that project, by the grace of God, between now and next month, they go out of that project. But I'm just telling you to know the nature, the gravity of that project when this government don't do. That erosion matter that over the years have become a challenge. This government does solve them. Not only that one. If you check the other side where that market is for Ramat Park, before you reach where Big Joe get station, Big Joe bus station, you get one street where they by your right. That street, now erosion, now make people, that street actually leak upper Sakboba. If they do that road, now you can for there leak upper Sakboba. But because that place now become erosion
prone area.
People who did there, they abandon that area. This governor tell this contractor say, I also want you to ensure say that problem you solve them. If you reach there today, go and see what they are doing. So it's not just only about the flyover again. I wish the flyover is almost 95% ready. But the government is also ensuring that within that environment, any challenge they have to do, either by roads or erosion problem, that he ensures it's solved once and for all.
That one go carry me go to the next question, because I hear it for your mouth now. You see, Shehu Okimbaloye.
Yes.
You call when you say you can't check her. How come they wonder? The other time now, Idris Abdul Karim na come.
Yes.
They can't check roads.
Yes.
They can't check some products. Then Shehu Okimbaloye, they can't check. People they wonder now, say, if you want to do media tour, especially when we say special advisor of media matters and others, we expect say maybe you carry a team of this thing. Why you can't be like say now somebody, one person like Shehu Okimbaloye, now we say go bring come from Lagos or Abuja, make it be say you can't check them. Bring somebody like Idris Abdul Karim, especially when people talk and say Idris Abdul Karim talk some kind things against this government. This one person can to come bribe them now, been waiting. Why you be that kind of thing? We expect if you want to do media tour, the whole world go follow, come. But to bring one person, come look and say yes, now this one not be the person be come down. They make even we be say, well, look at only me say Thomas Ado, make you come follow government.
Okay. Well, this is situation. The waiting happen not be media tour. Okay. So I need to clarify. I'm sorry, everybody go understand.
Okay,
not be media tour. You ask the question, I go answer. You not be media tour. The governor do. Of course, the governor want to do media tour. We are going to send invitation to every media house, starting the one in Edo State. Okay. And we are planning that one towards when the governor go, they commission these projects. Okay. Now, what will happen to those people when those two individuals when you answer that? For instance, Shehu get program when they do for a television when they work for, and people. Some of his guests, when he invite some of the programs, when they did there, they criticize, say, those states that there was nothing happening. Okay. Then they now invite, say, make the governor come, may come defend himself for television, tell them, say, things they happen. Now the governor say, no, he's a practical governor. He no need to come to television, come they read paper here. Say, he want the share when we say, now be the anchor of those programs. He want invite him personally. May he come and do. When go come, he go carry him, run those projects and see by himself what happen and do. Okay. That's exactly what happened. It's the same thing with Idris Abdul Karim. Okay. One of the shows where he can't do, from there, he can't say nothing they happen. They criticize. Governor say, no, I'm not going to engage him with words. I'm not going to tell my aides when I go the right to the reply. No, me, I want by myself. I go carry the Idris put for my car. I go drive the car by myself. I go carry around. So when you go don't see with his own eyes, then of course now in March you will come tell the world say lies if they get expiring dates. Now truth now be the cocoa. So now what did the governor do with that? So that's the reason there were those two cases. There's what we call English, there were exceptional cases. You understand? But I want to tell you now, say we already had a plan on grant when we go do media tour, or it's going to be part of the commissioning of these projects. And if you listen to the governor, they say when we want to start to the commission of this project, 2 weeks not go reach us. I'm telling you, 2 weeks will not be enough for us to. When I mean 2 was a day after the for all 2 weeks with the commission project across the 3 senatorial districts. And before we start those commissioning, they will first do this media tour. Then from the media tour, we now enter to the commission. So it's part of the package which the government is putting together. Okay, we come in this year now because say Shehu Idris Abdul Karim now tell now governor say or tell our governor for Edo say what they do no correct. They bring a call when we say they there make on check them. Shehu Okimbaloye they come for a program now because what they talk say no correct. Not because say they bring a call make on correct. So maybe by the time bring 1 or 2 people come, maybe say they can't talk about the government. What no correct. Now say carry Thomas Ado. So we go check the project. No one at all. If you get what we and the government can do that. Okay. But the good thing is that these projects are there for people to see. Not the audio projects, not the paper projects, not the MOU projects. They are physically on ground. The blind can even feel it and see it. The deaf can hear the sound of the caterpillars and bulldozers. Very well, no, so that So that made the thing very interesting. Okay, no, no,
make I take you see on this road issue. I want to congratulate us for the work when business they do for our people for Teboga Road. Thank you so much. Thank you. Say congratulations too for Ekawa Road, Charismatic Road, and all of that. Me, I take my eye to see and some others way, some others way in BC say una they do. But one concern they say almost every day. The governor must go to Sapele Road. Yes. Make you go check that road, say how far. Yes. I take my time. Just last week I go to Port Harcourt. When I travel when I read that Sapele route, now wahala. You understand? Yes. After Cocoa Junction, when I don't enter well into Delta State, every matter when in BC say a concern that road, the bad state of the road. Last night, Edo has this for Ologbo 9.
That's the reason why we should keep thanking this governor and be praying for this governor.
Okay, now Edo, Cocoa, that's Edo side. Now from that side go, the road ain't good. So why is now only Edo side now can get this issue? I used to make at the thank the governor and the rest. But because we're supposed to say yes, if you look for that Cocoa, Ologbo there, before you get to Cocoa there, and the rest, you go see so many vehicles when we say for there. So many vehicles, what do they call that? Long vehicles there, tankers and the rest, even up to trailers there. When we say they break down for that place and all of that. You know they give una.
The reason why I say me you thank the governor now be this. Don't forget that when this governor, before he came into office, this road when you talk about, because of say trailers go stay for weeks, youths when not gonna be happy, they'll come put canopy and chairs, do fire, they cook, they eat for them. But when this governor came to office,
you eat for that food.
I know, because you know say we don't be stranger for this state.
You eat for that food.
No, because we are eyewitnesses to all this is when they happen for this state. Now, since when this governor came on board, that former government didn't do anything. Instead of them to do something, they go put signboard. This is federal government road. Please bear with us.
Well, now we no put signboard. Now I don't do inside.
But we don't need to use mouth to tell you. You can imagine all the way from Adesua Junction, straight down to we don't pass by the flyover. They go. We are getting closer to Ologbo. Now the point I'm making, this governor, because he believes that Edo people elect him may come work for them. That is why he have to commit the state money to build a federal road when the former government say they're not going to do. Now the governor say people when they use that road, now Edo people now they use that pass. Why not go build that? But you can see true.
Okay.
There is a hope that the road that they build that they come. As I just told you, now they started from Adesua Junction, all that they already passed the flyover. They are getting towards Ologbo houses. The idea is to ensure that the Edo houses of that road when they very bad, they fix it. And you can see this nature of the road when this governor they build. The reinforced cement structure road. That road, not be what they use they talk, not be campaign with the campaign. That road can last from at least 30 to 40 years. This road when this governor they build, and the governor he know how much they commit to do that road. Even now this governor, when the governor will not get the heart of the people for mind, he go say no, that money I go divert and go to do other state road. May I leave that federal road and all that. And you can see his effort so far on that road. So I can assure you, the other part when they talk now, when you say they never do, they are working. They will get there. They will get there and fix it and make it all right. And don't forget, not only that federal road this governor they build though. What of the Bini Agbo road? What of the Bini Auchi Ekpoma road when this governor don't build?
The Bini Agbo road, that Ikwen road and the rest of the night talk so.
Yes, in fact, you can see how the government building the road.
But that road when we say talk so that Ikwen own and the rest of that. Now one thing when we say the people only for that area, for Ikwen area, and they complain and say the way the road they go, it's a very big problem because then when we say for that place now, they not even they see how we say they go take move. Even if I say I thank now for a movie when we say go enter Okpara road, come go enter this. Even if I say we thank now for all of this one, those now will they work for. But that Ikwen road, now very big issue. When BCSA they there, and if I don't say anything before BCSA we go take a break, I want to make a quick talk about this one. Ring road, now issue.
Yes.
The ring road, you can agree the ring road is bad.
May I quickly
wait first?
May I answer you?
Because you agree say the ring road is bad. I want to make you think and well. So when you come, you go know the plenty answer when be say you go give to me. The ring road is they bad. Right from that Saple road, go down. Now issue. The ring road itself when we talk about when say they bad. Now issue. So much so now when they expect now going to do road now. Now local governments can they do the roads they when say they for the heart of the town. So I go ask the question now because that's how I feel manage the time. Okay. Why it be say that ring road won't be the heart of the whole thing? About they wait make the local government come do and already local government because that road you agree say the road bad.
May I answer you?
I know. Now make me if I know the answer me for no answer.
You see when we talk about work like this with this governor. For me, it is sweeping for Bele. You know why they sweep me for Bele?
Never tell
because
me.
once people they talk about, go forget say this governor he never spent 2 years in office. So people go talk as if now governor when don't spend like first term, now second term it did. But when me say the governor they work for everywhere. That's why everybody is now saying that this one, that one.
That make ring road.
Now the ring road matter. Now I just tell you now, the governor. If you listen to her, you hear that the governor they say his vision is to make Edo State a modern city. That is your vision, and that's what it is. That ring road, as I can tell you, that the governor has already even awarded that ring road, not just the road, the entire King Square.
Okay.
There is a modern design that this governor want to turn that King Square to, and that contract I think is CECC. Chinese company that are building that flyover. They are the one that's going to handle that project. And I can tell you, by the time this government not finish with that King Square and the entire ring road, you go no say more now God sent to Edo people. So what I go tell you, just calm down, relax. The entire ring road, not just the road now, it's both the road and the King Square. The governor has seen the designs that have been brought. And we want to ensure that indeed when you go drive into Benin City, there you reach ring road, you go agree say Edo is not a modern city.
If you look at that ring road, that be one of the legacies they were in BC. I think when they do it that time.
Yes.
And if you look at it, they vote them as one of the best ring roads. The time they do them, even in Africa and even some part of Europe. But don't be say because they say and say they be like and come like say they leave a shadow. That's why the government say want to transfer into a modern city. You want to when you, as I said before, there are a lot of you know, this is a practical governance. We don't want me to do the talk. You work with the speak. By the time you don't start the design, you see what I'm talking about. If I tell you this one now, because we go do. You know they had to talk. We don't go do. And see what this government is doing. We don't do now. This now make them say former governor that that's show more. Let's say we don't have today. Mark something. Want to they I mark them. Yeah, but you can see this governor, not the governor, not the propaganda. We don't they among them, so if you say we among them. The ones that have done so far, that they can do propaganda. They can do propaganda now. When the government say one be fly over, they're not saying political campaign. The first one is 95%. The second one, this one, Joshua, you don't read there lately. One of the you don't read the later. For you to have a governor, when you go say something, you go they do it. It means say the man a man of his word. Because for you to construct 2 major flyover bridge in this time in this country, my brother, not be by talk, now by somebody when read they say for his heart is ready to serve the people. Now go fit do that project. Okay. Because these are some of projects where we say some governors they avoid because it's capital intensive. But just now they are lost like they avoid the electricity or like electricity. No, I've already addressed the issue of electricity. I know, not be LSOT. How long has it been in office? This governor, how long is it? I just told you, just a few months when the governor done the office, you don't bring 2 major investors. Okay. We do groundbreaking of one went for 100 megawatts. The other one will start next week. So this government is everywhere. Okay. The man is performing. No, I go ask you the question where we say where we come. Make you tell me how the match they perform. Make we know. We'll take very short break now. Okay. No go anywhere. We're there with our brother since when NBC special advisor to the governor on media and strategy. Our brother Honorable Goswi Inegbe. I don't tell us so many things. But we'll come back. When we come back and we go open the line so you go feel calling and make you ask questions when NBC want to ask. Me say get question I go ask you and not see you get. But after this break, stay with us.
ITV, certainly the best.
The program the Waka they go and the name of the program now, Daughter, the Heart of the Matter. They reach you from independent television. We say they watch us for across the globe. And we're there with our brother here since the special advisor to Governor Mondo Okpebolo on media and strategy, brother and friend Honorable Goswi Inegbe. Welcome to our program again.
Thank you so much.
I agree to you. When they show the headlines just now for 5 o'clock, when they show the headlines just now, the first one we say come in mind, the one the first show say Turaki, PDP fashion, so they lose and everything. You just smile and all of that and that kind of thing. So when we talk behind the camera just now, you say people they enter political party when they get issue and you go make they saw their difference. But I want to make you Mariam If I'll come back to the matter when we say yes, it really concerns us. I want to make you marry with people talk and say any political party. When they say the ruling party see now, see they bring your head come out. They want to do something. Next thing when they say they will do, that will cause crisis for that political party. A perfect example, if I will not see anyone now be the one be say a concerned Governor Adeleke of Osun State. When you want to move enter the APC, then you know if you enter the APC, maybe anyway every party get the right to say come our party, you know come our party. You can't enter Accord. The day when you enter Accord, less than 2 weeks now, Accord can't get fashion. The day when the BCS, the CCADC don't work out, don't strong well now, fashion come the inside. Why BC any time when BC say any political party they come out, they want to struggle with the present ruling political party, they must come get fashion.
You know the truth, my brother, is that if the strengths and the energy when opposition leaders take they blame APC for the way they use their own hand take cost, if they put that energy, they make sure say they prepare themselves before they go do. Now the way they talks about any problem na APC go be like say APC don't become spirit. When we say once you don't enter any political party, if that political party don't get any issue na APC. You know, in this part of the world, it's very easy to blame the ruling party. The ones when we say they're not strong like that, and they don't get problem now. But when we hear say one person don't come out, you see Labour, now so Labour do, it come out for space. See ADC now, for know what they happen now. Now don't ADC don't go here. If they get their issue, they continue ADC, at the end of the day. Before them, David Mark hijacked that party. Are you aware the cases of that party when they caught? There were more than 5 cases already before they hijacked the party. Find out now. That is one. Labour Party, when the former chairman, they follow and then all of them they drag. Now APC, now cause that problem for them. Then, in fact, are you aware that today we have nothing less than 21 political parties that are contesting for this election? 21 political parties. So the other ones, when they mention APC, they cause crisis for them. I remember that. So opposition, the problem opposition get is this. They don't know how to organize themselves. Okay, we'll take the very first call. We don't with the number go there because people they when we say they get the number right from time, they always they call it. But the number when we say you go call, now be 08077770300. 08077770300. Once you call that number, you don't become part of the program. Now be that. Thank you for the ones when we say you tell us about the rehabilitation of road. We'll come back to that one. If you look at those states now, okay, now you do some big new roads and the rest, but rehabilitation is an issue. For East Side Town, GRA now problem. If you say me you want to go government house safe through what do they call them? For mechanized brigade there, now problem you know if you pass that place. You know that if rain fall now to enter government house from this side of it, now very huge problem. If you the other day now do city boys movement, or anytime when we say the government want to go to the, you go pass through Akenswa. That place now, it did very, very bad. You don't understand? And if you go to 5 Junction, the same problem. New Benin, if not being the already local government chairman, when we say go there, go do something for that New Benin. Maybe not different thing for the talk now. Look, what do they call it? Ekawa Road. By Plymouth Road Junction, now one big port road, don't they come out for that place there. Now, so the thing they for one place to the other and the rest. Thank you, so they do the big one. Why all this one be say concern where me and my brother Nathaniel the waka pass when this no be why they no feel repair all this one. Okay, again, I want to ask again. I don't know the last time when you don't pass through the GRA houses. Because I passed through GRA. I passed that place when we say the go enter go back see me. I passed there just yesterday here. Okay, well that road has not been taken care. Let me give you. I first see that road. I first no, it has not been taken care of. Not be I go back see me through 360. When you pass there, so where that all those clubs, the houses. Now be 360. No, as at yesterday. May I tell you? Okay. I don't know whether you follow up. This governor resuscitated back what we call Edo State Road Maintenance Agency. That agency now is headed by Honorable Engineer Felix Ivade. Okay. Is the chairman of that road maintenance agency. Hold this call. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening. What do you know where they call us from? Okay, but I said that's not too clear.
make it be say you call us, make sure say your number clear well, and make you reduce the volume of your TV when they talk to us. So you talk about the
immediately the governor inaugurates the resuscitated Edo State Road Maintenance Agency. They went straight to work. And as we talk here now, rehabilitation of potholes, especially in the GRO houses, is ongoing. That's why they try to tell you just now, whether because as of yesterday, those potholes, they don't cover them. What is remaining for that place where they talk that Agubasimi, through that place where you say the clubs, they not 360 now they call that.
Okay.
What is remaining is for them to asphalt and to put asphalt.
Okay.
That if you agree with it, that is area where they work. Now government house area.
You go say the same thing about Akenva Junction.
I just told you that an agency when supposed to do the work, this governor has just inaugurated the agency, and the agency have just started this work 2 days ago. And between the next 2-3 weeks, 1 month, they are done with those GRO houses. Then they will face the other outside GRO houses that are having this issue of their potholes. But the good thing is this: this governor is solving the problems, not just in the city but in the state. Because before now, if we have had the Edo State Road Maintenance Agency, that agency they work perfectly. Before now they talk about this problem.
The problem when they
but the governor come, they don't bring them back. They don't give them. Do you know how many equipment that governor bought for them?
The problem when they get
when carry give them when they say they work.
The problem when they get with you now, my brother, be say yes. You go to see the former government,
No, it's good if you don't appreciate where they come from, you don't know where you did. It's good to always look behind to know where we come from.
Because of say the former government, say the people of Edo State say we don't tire for them. Now they vote in this one.
And this government inherited that problem, which will not just be solved overnight.
Okay.
That's my point.
Okay.
He cannot just solve this problem that he inherited because of the failure of the past government. He can't just solve all of them overnight. And every day he's solving this problem one after the other.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, sir.
Good evening. Who would you talk with you?
It's your boy, Sonny Redo, sir.
Good evening. Take your question.
Okay. First of all, I think that we do not have a template in Edo State.
Okay.
That's the reason why you found out that. You remember when the former administration was here, they said that the reason they cannot continue with what do you call it, the generator to supply light on the street lights. That's why they now said they are remodeling it. I remember they said that they took the pole to museum to repaint it. They said that I was sponsored. Today now, you find out that they already have issue with Osiomo. That's why that light is not working.
Okay.
So I want to beg the SSA.
No, the SA, not SSA.
Okay, the SA. I want to beg you. I'm putting you on notice because I bet 8 years will remind you again about this issue of the remodeling that place. You are talking about so much about the thing because it's what we discuss every day on Manarata and all that. So I'm not going to repeat what you have already asked question about. Just one question for him. The governor brought a Caterpillar, tractor, and a payloader for local government chairman. I want to put you on notice. Are they paying back or it's free? Because I can tell right now what I heard from Bushedo is what I can say. I don't want you to speak on that.
Okay, thank you so much. If we leave you, make you talk today. We don't comment.
When governor handed over to the local government council chairman, I want to put it on record now. It is free. FROEE. Not be that it is spell free.
The time when I check and the spelling.
Not be spelling me that. It's free. Okay. The essence is that governor want to make sure say development, not just in the capital city, it go reach grassroots.
Okay.
I thank God say just as they talk, just say you get one place where for New Benin, where the radio chairman they work. Fine. Now people they work. That's the idea. That is the idea. Why? That's why this governor ensure say the local government they get their funds so they work. That's why this governor not they stifle the local government. That's why not they thief their money, not they eat their money. That's why this governor is one of the only governor in Nigeria where allow autonomy in the local government.
Okay.
Because not they touch their money.
Okay.
So those equipment once again are free. Unless I can take the work
unless I
for
get
the grassroots.
Unless I get one of the local government chairman.
Please, if they're not the only one, if that's money, so ask them whether governor will they touch the money when they call council.
Okay. I remember say the federal government they talk and say, okay, before I go take federal government to want somebody they line. Hello, good evening.
Hello, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. What is your name? Where they call us from?
My name na Isaac. I dey call from Ugbowo, Benin City.
Okay.
Yes. You know, Then recently we hear of wetin dey happen for Ugboa community. Yes, as we are talking now, they have not taken decisive steps to stop those elder killers that have now driven all the farmers and women out of their farms. And there is poverty, flowing in the air at Ugboa community.
Okay, no wahala. If let's say you narrow your own to Ugboa, maybe na that area now BC say for come. Everybody dey cry about his own. Now be issue when BC dey talk now insecurity matter. Now BC say they talk, and now BC say security matter when BC say we go still talk about. And one of the things that when BC say we pencil down for here. But somebody see the line. Hello, good evening. Hello. Okay, if I say network, chop that one. Since BC say my brother don't push us go the security side, I could just enter the insecurity situation when BC say is there for here. If you look at now, along this Benin Lagos road, you get one community when they call the place Osa community. They see they call them Isoko camp. Almost every time, at least 2 times in 1 week. 2 times in 1 week, quote me, there must be an incident of robbery or kidnap by that place. In less than 2 weeks, we recorded 4 incidents when they kill driver of moto, even up to GO moto, even come at that I can't talk about her. They kill the driver. They carry 17 people carry come out on one occasion. The other occasion, they carry 15 people come out. And this thing happened in less than 2 weeks. 4 incidents. Now, Edo people they carry come out so. No. And Edo, whether we like them or not, if I don't say we still not be Edo people, nice Edo state here, now be say if it happens so. You don't understand? And so much, the governor, the Mr. President, say, hold your governors responsible. Will they give them enough money to do what they do? Just like you talk, I say, make we ask local government chairman, their money they reach their heart according to what you talk. As the chief security officer of Edo State now, this country they happen for that place. What can they do to address
this governor? When we talk about this insecurity challenge, we can agree that this governor, his efforts to tackle this insecurity, we can see a lot of improvement in it.
The one I feel to say I see improvement. The one be say you say it concern courtesan. I feel agree for that one.
Insecurity.
I feel agree for that one.
But this one be say they kidnap. This area when they talk.
Narrow that's to kidnap.
This area when they talk. This particular area road when they talk now. Don't forget that one a major highway expressway. I know that this governor have reached out to his colleague.
But the place
in Ondo State.
The place where they talk. No, you know Ondo State too.
The place people when they kidnap. Now that will not be that road that leads to now federal highway now.
No, if you
not be Edo people, they fly that place now.
If you repair the road, when be federal road. Now federal this thing now. Now federal road when be federal road. Sapler road now.
No,
wait now.
Now repair of road you talk about this.
I dey tell you now. If you feel repair the road, when we say yes na Sapler road, na federal road. Then this one now, the place where you talk so now of your southwest now be say
if only you allow me.
Why we know?
If only you even allow me, may I explain to you. You know, sometimes when you ask questions, person when you bring carry a constitute because he have more information to tell you and tell the public. That's why they bring and compare. So when you ask the question, you go allow me to explain to you what is on ground, what is being done. Now, security not be an individual thing. It's a collective effort.
Now it should be a work.
Yes, now collective effort.
Okay.
And that axis, the road users of that particular axis, they are not just Edo people alone.
Okay.
And because the governors in APC have agreed that they have to synergize efforts so that they will come together. Each of the governors, each of their boundaries and the roads linking to each other ensure that they have this cooperation in providing security. And that's what I was going to. That this governor has reached out to his colleague from Ondo State, his brother, and they already have a strategy. Because if you notice recently, just as you said, not only that area now, that corridor, that they hear this. I mean, this mailing now. But if you check at the Common Land, if you check mainly within the Benin, thank God today, this Benin, Auchi, Ekpoma Road before. Before this government came, used to
hotbed.
But today it's no longer like that. For a very long time, and nobody have said, explain incident of say that they kidnap for that road again. But you can see what the government have done with that road.
But for Isako,
you can see the investment in that road.
For Isako, they see the kidnap now.
And they come.
For Akoko,
all I'm saying, but let us not localize this security matter. It's not only an Edo problem. Insecurity, not really an Edo problem.
Because not Edo problem.
It's not just even a Nigeria problem. It's a global phenomenon. But the good thing is that this governor is doing what it takes to ensure, say, the insecurity challenges, they don't take care of them. And we can see all his efforts. That's what matters. You can see all his commitment. You can see his investment in security. You can see what he's doing. He's not just only has to sit down in his office and be speaking English. No, the man is working to ensure, say, the resolve. I'm thank you for the courtesy matter you just talked. I thought used to be the hub of the courtesy. But today, the man have taken care of that.
For me, if I see something, I go talk him.
Yes, I have to thank you for that. Not everybody get that courage.
If you look inside where they tell you so for Isoko camp, so now inside those states here,
I agree.
Just for Ovia Southwest local government area, you know, even reach Ugbogui, just between Okada and Ugbogui. Now there by the left there. You know, even reach the side when we say we call Akure or Ondo State join. You know, understand? So now because you talk say would they expect say by now the person you go tell me say okay maybe we'll go put police post there or put something for that place because we don't somebody call into one of our programs tell us say in the driver they come military checkpoint when be say dey for that place they say make they stop first say kidnappers dey for front. You know, understand? So they wait for a second up day for fraud. So by implication, like you have to go first do their work, come out there, and all of that before you say yes, say they'll come do their own. And especially by this time now, the chief security officer when be say the governor be, go don't call some of these people to order.
You see the reason why when I talk based on knowledge. When I talk about say the collaboration, you just mention something say yes, those areas when you talk.
Yeah.
But those kidnappers, when they kidnap the victims, you know where they carry and they go. All those on that part, you know that part is form of the boundary between Akure, those Akure bushes and no.
But
do you know where they take those victims to? So that's why the collaboration I was talking about. The governor is looking for a lasting solution. If we have a solution whereby from the axis of our neighbors, the neighboring states, well, of course, when this thing happen, these criminals, they don't have where they can take the victims to go and hide. From that axis out of those forests, we have strong security synergy. From the Edo side, we have a strong security synergy. At the end of the day, it becomes difficult for them to continue in their criminality. But regarding to the post when they talk, of course, security strategy, I just told you there's a plan. It's not something you just come out and be saying, but I can show you, yes. No, not
no security.
Yes, there are some strategy.
Okay,
that cannot just put on air. But I can show you that this governor, but Bana is supposed to know. Not the governor when you go just for hand they look. Action is an action governor, practical governor. And he is doing everything possible to make sure say these things become a history and Edo people, their lives and property are safe.
2.5 million votes.
Yes.
So that you now read them to 3 million votes.
That's the way they go now, go pass.
The way they go. If you look at the number of people that went BC for Edo State, our population number 4.5, if I don't make a mistake. And if I don't make a mistake, that the number of people that went BC they be registered voters and the rest of them. They never reached that kind 3.5.
You know what to be our registered voters.
So I want to find out from you how will I tend to get 3.5 million votes when the BC yes say the people that went BC say after the last time when I check, registered voters never reach that number.
That's why they ask now, what is the number for our registered voters?
Now.
Yes, now go and check. Check for INEC. I don't want to, if I throw so you just come make one because after this program your own, you find out from INEC to know what is the as of today in those states which numbers of people don't register with INEC. Register voters now they talk so. So you go when you don't see that figure, you go no say this governor is a man of a vision. Now some people say where they want to get the vote, where they want to get the governor begin to laugh because the governor say where good. If was there in the street, oh my God! I wish you were with us yesterday when the governor go inspect Ghana Park. You can see people from the street. People they hear from Opamo they come. Inside, I'm not exaggerating. Inside houses. Before the governor were able to, in fact, the governor convoys, they're not fit parks. He has to come down from the car 12 kilometers. People packed out. Akpako Rescue, Opamolo, Akpako Rescue, Edo Shan, show how to even for the first time agree that what he has seen in those states, I've never seen anything like that before. So the point I'm talking about, those are the 2.5 million votes. Not be by talk now. What this government is doing, that's why he has continued to say that. Waiting when he do, the work when he work, the infrastructure when he build, the human life when he affect. Now they go pack come out that day. They go say, because of you, we are voting President Tinubu, made a letter, because this government, now every time they talk and say, all this money when they use, they do all these projects, what would they see for those states? Now because say President Tinubu take him as his son, now they ensure say this money they come at those states, and if they use them as they give them to them. Because people are asking, where is this money coming from?
Hello, good evening. Hello. Yeah, good evening. What if you reduce the volume of your television or waka come on there? Thank you. Yeah, good evening. What will be your name?
Good evening. I'm Sonny from Ubawa.
Okay, talk to us.
I just want to use what our brother is saying there. Okay, true. This is our governor trying for this federal project.
Okay.
I can remember some years ago, 2003, when I used to travel from Benin to Port Harcourt to do some job. When you are coming from Port Harcourt, as soon as you reach Oloko, your heart don't pay you to reach Benin. And so many incidents happen when you take many souls. Even during the one independence, something when you many lives, no tanker. If now only that one, the sample Benin road from Togo to Benin, if you tackle that one,
but you go agree, say you go agree with me, say they never do Ologbo.
Huh?
You go agree with me, say Ologbo still they very, very bad.
It's still bad. That is what our brother just tell you there now. They take the job from Benin to Ologbo.
All right, thank you so much. You can't know our friend. Quick round up.
And the insecurity, yes, the governor is trying. I believe he will do more.
All right, thank you so much for that one. BCSA we talk. We go the round up now. We thank you so much. God's will. Negbe when BC you come here, the special advisor to Governor Monday Okpewolo on. Okay, the call, they call me. Make a bit, I take one call before BCSA will come out. Maybe some will see, commend you again and see how the BCSA yeah, do the shine. We thank you so much when BCSA you come here. That call me say we want to. If the call no one enter, I thought we'll take round up before. But if say don't come. Hello, good evening. You did the volume for television. Or what can come on there?
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Now you be the last caller today. Make your quick and sharp. What will be your name?
My name now Samuel from Benin.
Okay.
My brother always did the US.
Okay.
Thank you, say you everyone should come and say the number of voters will be at 2.5 million. This is the plan as the one making the plan as the one that can be the one who is inside the register. They only come up vote for President Gandhi.
Okay.
And secondly, they want to tell us that President Gandhi is
okay. All right, thank you.
The difference is that the last government, there was a president that was bringing money to Edo State. Where did they use the money?
Okay, that's going to be different.
So that is different now.
All right, thank you so much. We do you well when we say you call. I want to thank you when you say you call just now, my brother. I know you know very say we need to call that call because of time. But I tell you, say thank you, Sonny. You got those out there. That's Sonny too. When we say you call for Ugbawo, thank you, Isaac from Ugbawo. We thank you so much. I will thank you again and again when we say you call. We know next time when we say we'll call you, you go come. Until next week when we say we go see. My name now Thomas Ado. I'll tell us one thing. Truth, no the fear. Now go talk am. Now the fear. And good evening.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV. Certainly the best.
What does one do with a bunch of memories? laugh about them, cry over them, or capture them. I know what I'll do with such memories. I'll showcase those memories. Yes, I will show them to the world. I will flaunt those memories. Showcase that marriage ceremony of yours. Burial ceremony? Yes, let the people know that you buried your person in a grand style. Thanksgiving, ordination, baby dedication, housewarming party, and lots more on your entertainment program. Memories on independent television every Sunday. Remember, for your events to be considered thick and classic, then it has to be on Memories. Memories. Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Inara fudimba inu isego
shaku ayodi the way you do it, hey, oh hello catch it
ITV, certainly the best.
Hi, we expect that our vast viewership may have need for varying fitness concern, and in respect to these, we have made provisions for personal training sessions available for everyone, for we are poised to giving you a satisfactory one-on-one training. So, hire our service today and get a visible but lasting result. I am your host, Higato Destiny. You can call me the Man of Steel.
The Ugiawe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugiawe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
The Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. The Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's your job, I went to us and I know what I will. Papa. Caliber was in a couple of the wisdom. Who paid you? Who paid you? Baba. Eko mwana sewa. Ewa ya lote nete dirwe asewa maboma. Awe huwe nini? Ejo wuki. Ejo na wele. Ejo na pulupe. Ejo na mnuri ya kwa ewa kiwada. Bawi kwa ba. Ojo wele. Kaja de nena ya de wuyi. Bawi kwa de wuna mwana no mase wilo kaji.
ITV, certainly the best.
That you buried your person in a grand style. Thanksgiving, ordination, baby dedication, housewarming party, and lots more on your entertainment program, Memories.